was wondering what was going on because I do have YouTube up on my laptop. I got to monitor it, give them to read. And I was like, why is Dr. Rob Panya on my computer talking to James Ham and Kyle Maxson? What? I didn't click on that. He's like literally on ESPN 1320 right now, and I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? I don't know what the hell is going on. By the way, I'm looking at the TV screen, and Josh Jacobs basically tortured the Raiders, saying, you don't get the results of the Raiders. That's why Las Vegas is so dysfunctional anyway. We'll get to that with the Raiders stuff later. But our stream's down. People just pulling the plug on us.
So Podziemski, is he a deal breaker in the Markkanen conversation? Like, I don't think he should be.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be. I'm amazed. He's so beloved by the Warriors that he almost feels off limits.
Like untouchable, right?
It feels like they have granted him, and I don't know, is this the players? Is this the front office? Is this the coaching staff? He feels like he's completely usurped Jonathan Kaminga in the pecking order.
Yeah.
But again, is that with players? Is that with... Like, I'm not saying the players are always right. They wanted Bradley,
Avery Bradley
a few years ago instead of Jordan Poole. So who knows?
Or Gary Payton II.
Excuse me. So if this is the coaching staff, I have some follow-ups because a lot of the guys on the coaching staff have changed, number one. And number two, they were higher on other players in the past.
Yeah.
Brad Wanamaker.
Bowling ball Brad.
Being one of them.
K. Scott's favorite
Ty
player.
Jerome. Anthony Lamb.
K. Scott was a Wanamaker stand.
James Michael McAdoo. There have been guys over the years.
NBA champion James Michael McAdoo.
Right.
He has some stretches against LeBron James defending him, believe it or not. Did a couple possessions.
The point that I'm getting at is that I'm just curious, where is that coming from?
Yeah.
Is that just the team as a whole? Like everyone with the Warriors thinks exactly the same? Or is that different people are thinking of it that way? Like that, I want to know that.
Well, Steve Kerr did mention that nobody's untouchable with the exception of Stephen Curry. So he did say that. So we know that's coming from Steve Kerr. To your point about the coaches, real quick, breaking down that point. Hiring Terry Stotts, Jerry Stackhouse Slater wrote a great piece about that. Stotts is going to bring some ideas. He did mention that, hey, read and react is the best way to play basketball, but we're going to add some elements to it. So we got that going on with Terry Stotts. And then he mentioned Jerry Stackhouse being a former player. Remember, they had all these former players on the bench. They haven't had that over the last 2 years. Now having Stackhouse and the respect he commands as being a former NBA player and a former NBA All-Star, I think it's going to be different. I think the Warriors needed to kind of give a little jolt to their coaching staff and have some experienced voices. Now, Bruce Cruz-Frazier is going to be on the second row of the coaching staff bench. He's going to take a back seat. Stackhouse sitting next to Steve Kerr. So you got that going on. The Pods thing, you are right that we all feel like Kaminga has a higher ceiling, quote unquote, than Brandon Podziemski. But who's the better team basketball player right now? We're splitting hairs with that one. But it does feel like Pods, we see him showcasing the jerseys. We see him out at the WABA. We see him in Summerlin. He is being propped up to a level where we're like, damn, has Kaminga or another guy we forget about all the time, Moses Moody.
Yeah, well, he already jumped Moses Moody. I'm not being disrespectful.
No, I know you're not being disrespectful.
Like he took a spot.
So I don't know why. I guess I don't know the question to why he's been. Pods is a solid dude. He seems like he has a high IQ, plays the way they want to play, does all the little things. But boy, I bet you most teams would probably say, give me Kaminga and I'll work with the flaws.
Are we overrating Podziemski?
Well, where's he rated? I guess that's the question. First team all rookie.
This is why
he made first team all rookie,
This is why
right?
I asked you the other day. Like, I was like, what is he? Is he a point guard? Is he a combo guard? Is he a shooting guard? Is he a backup? Is he a starter? And you're like, well, he's a really good player. And I'm like, I agree. He is a good player. To me, he's like a very young Dante DiVincenzo.
I'm not mad at that.
I see a lot of great properties from him, and I just don't know if that guy can be a starter for your team throughout an 82-game series season and then through each series in the playoffs.
Well, again, as Pod said, though, I want us to really be careful with the starting thing. Now, if you're going to put him in the starting five, you can play the Minnesota Timberwolves against Anthony Edwards. You're probably going to play the matchups, right? But is he a guy you can finish a game with? Can he make winning plays for you in the last 5 minutes of the game? That's something I don't know the answer to yet. But he did make first team all rookie. And I thought this rookie class was stacked, but I guarantee you, if you ask fans, all right, there's Chet, there's Victor, there's Brandon Miller, there's Jaime Jaquez Jr. from the Miami Heat. Now you look at the second team. Amen Thompson from one of the twins, the Thompson twins, with the Houston Rockets. Derek Lively second with the Dallas Mavericks.
They were from Oakland, right?
The Thompson twins,
yes.
Derek Lively second from Duke University.
Yes.
Keontae George from the Utah Jazz. Casey Wallace from Oklahoma City. And you got G.G. Jackson, who we saw cook the Warriors on Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yeah.
I guarantee, I'm willing to put my bottom dollar on it that I guarantee you the Warrior fan or NBA fans, they would say, give me those guys on the second team over Pods right now.
Really?
I think a lot of people would say that.
I think he was better than G.G. Jackson all year. Wouldn't you?
I think he was more consistent by far.
Yeah, I mean.
But I think the flashes that G.G. Jackson showed, I think a lot of fans would say, well, he has a higher upside. He's bigger. He's more athletic. He can shoot the ball. I think NBA fans will take 5 of these, like Derek Lively II, especially after watching his playoff run. Like, damn, he's a big who can roll to the rim, plays above the rim. The Thompson twins.
But I don't think Derek Lively's ever. Admit I could be wrong, but I don't see him as an all-star.
I don't either. I think
he's a very functional big who can start. Right. But I also don't think he's closing every game.
Yeah, probably not. You got Daniel Gafford there. But, could Pods be an all-star? I wouldn't focus so much on that because they only let 12 guys on the all-star team in each conference.
Part of the Kaminga conversation is, could Kaminga be
an all-star?
Not just an all-star. Can he lead your team in scoring one day?
It's possible.
Not many guys. Guys could put up 20 on bad teams and be a sidekick or whatever for someone else and lose. Can you be the best player on a winning team? That's a whole different conversation. If we were to say like superstars, like that's superstar tier 1. The next step is like, can you be the Robin to somebody's Batman? That's the question about Kaminga. I don't think Pods is in that conversation. I think he's the tick below it. Like, really good contributor, but I don't even know if he's a starter, but really good player. I think he can be a high-level winner on a high-level team.
Right.
I think a lot of teams would die to have.
Exactly, and that's where the NBA is going. You look at the Boston Celtics and the way they're constructed. People will probably take 5 point guards over Drew Holiday. I truly believe that. I think they take 5 point guards above Drew Holiday, but Drew Holiday fits and he does the things that can complement star players. And that's where Pods is at right now.
No, that's
I think he may be a better complement to star players than Jonathan Kaminga right now. Can he make your team better? Can he make teammates better right now? I think he has the ability to do it. I've seen glimpses of it, but right now Pods has shown more in just a small sample size as being a rookie of being more of a team player and making winning plays for your team.
If Steph wasn't on this team and you just had Pods and Kaminga, who's the best player?
I would still say Kaminga.
Let's say, Steph and Wiggins and Draymond are not here. Those are the 3 winner older guys. Take them off, and it's a Pods Kaminga team. Who's your best player?
It's probably Kaminga. I don't know, because you know what?
I actually think it'd be Pods' team now that I think of it that way.
No, because the two-man game, Pods would fill up the stat sheet. He's going to make a lot more winning plays. However, Kaminga, we haven't seen him have that ability to have the ball in his heads. So if you take Steph and Dre and Wiggins in this hypothetical off the team, Kaminga's going to have more usage. He's going to have the ball in his hands more. He's going to probably make more plays for his teammates. His role is just completely different to Podziemski's.
No, I agree. But listen to this conversation. So this leads me back to, why would we want to give up either one of these guys? I actually think they have a little something with these two.
I don't think we need to.
So why are we in this big... And I get Markkanen's better right now than both of those guys. I think in 2 or 3 years, these are the 2 guys that are going to kind of usher you. Now, I don't know what that ceiling ends up becoming, but I think they're going to usher you into a different, conversation and a different, era of Warrior basketball. I'm not ready to give up either of these guys. I kind of want to keep both.
No, and it goes back to the question.
The more we're talking this out.
Yeah, no, and that's why it goes back to the question I asked the other day, 888-957-9570. Is the team currently constructed as is with these players? And now we're banking on Wiggins having a bounce back, and we're banking on a leap for. I am. I'm going to buy stock in the Wiggins. I'll buy stock in the Wiggins. He's all down.
When it happens.
I already bought the stock. Okay. Just like I bought the stock in Blake Snell. Buying the stock in Andrew Wiggins. I'm all in on Andrew Wiggins. I'm here to work out. It's been phenomenal for him this offseason. He's not hurt. But as currently constructed, I do believe the Warriors could win as many games with this group that they have right now than if they traded this core group for Lauri Markkanen. I think they can win as many games as they can if they gutted this team and traded all those picks and those 3 players for Lauri Markkanen. I'm not sure they win the same amount of games that this team right now with the pieces they've added. I don't think they're better. I really don't.
Why not?
It's just one guy who just scores. Can he impact the game defensively? Can he make winning plays? This is a guy who gets to the free throw line at 7 feet just over 4.5 times a game. We're talking about a guy who lives on the three-point line. And then when you think about the landscape of the Western Conference and all the athletic specimens, can you guard Lauri Markkanen with, I don't know.
Rui Hachimura.
I think you can. Can you guard?
I just threw that name out there.
Can you guard Lauri Markkanen with a Jaden McDaniels? I think you can. Can you guard him?
McDaniels is probably guarding Steph.
He's probably guarding Steph, but you get what I'm going here.
No, I get what you're saying.
If Steph's not on the floor.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I think you can guard. I think he's very guardable with guys who are about 6'8", 6'7", 6'9".
That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how much better you are with Lauri Markkanen.
So now you're not doing the deal.
I've never done the deal. I've never done the deal for Lauri Markkanen. Never. Not for the price that everybody was asking for, because from day one, when this just came up a month ago.
So we're doing it as broken parts. So we're stealing the, the catalytic converter. We're giving you Wiggins, Moody, and some picks for Markkanen.
I'd rather keep Wiggins and Moody.
No, I'm saying that's where we're at now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even do that. I don't think, from day one, Shasky, you know this, I've been consistent with this the whole process of the whole Markkanen talks. What is it going to cost? And everybody say, well, you could get Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins. And I really thought, you really think Danny Ainge is going for that? We're talking about Danny Ainge here. That's the other element here. Danny Ainge knows, we really like Podziemski. Well, why does Danny Ainge like Podziemski?
The thing I keep thinking about is, if you're an older Warrior fan, we basically watched the Wizards have our team for a couple of years, and they flamed out in the East. But I got angry watching Gilbert and Antoine Jamison and Larry Hughes with the Wizards, even though I know it didn't materialize to anything. That's how bad we were as Warriors.
They at least made the playoffs.
No, they were fun. They were a lot of fun.
4 or 5 seeds.
Yeah, they were a lot of fun. I feel like if you do this deal and you're giving up Pods and you're basically turning the Jazz into the team that you could have.
Yeah, I'm with you. So
because we're all clinging to the hope that Steph can garner it back for a year or two, and they can make a run in an already loaded West. I think they need to be more realistic and just kind of bite the bullet.
But I've never been in, Chasky, you know this. I've said this every day. I'm not high on Lauri Markkanen. I'm just not.
I am for the if you told me Moody, Wiggins, picks, I'd probably do it in a heartbeat.
Now we're putting a lot of pressure on Kaminga to defend guys. And
but if you want to get paid $40 million a year, Kaminga, this is part of it.
Well, then if he flames out, then you got to move on from another wing defender.
If he flames out,
you know
you're
what
screwed.
I'm saying? I'd bank
screwed.
on, I was writing this down yesterday, and we'll get to Malik in Union City. Actually, let's take Malik in Union City as I look at my notes here. Malik in Union City, what's happening? You're on the roast. Or brought to Bonte and Butcher.
Yeah, it's good seeing y'all in the afternoons. I don't really get to hear y'all that much in the afternoon, so it's awesome to hear y'all right now.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, I just want to say, man, this pod situation is ridiculous, dog, and I don't really know what the Warriors front office is doing. It really don't sound like they're trying to do anything, really. They didn't want to trade Kaminga for Pascal Siakam in the middle of the season. Now they want to trade Kaminga or don't want to trade Kaminga. They have Lauri Markkanen possibly on the line. They don't want to trade Pods. They want to get rid of all their bad pieces for, guys that are either elite or borderline elite, and nobody's going for that. No team is going for that. So I don't know what the front office is doing. I don't know really what the direction is. If they run with this current team right now, we know what it is. I don't think we beating the Wolves. I don't see us beating the Suns. I don't see us beating Denver. I don't see us beating Dallas. We stuck in this one position. I'd much rather consolidate what we got going on right now, allow them kids to go somewhere else where they can thrive, and then put something together where we can really make a run at this thing. I know people don't believe that there's another championship in it, but there might not be a championship, but there's some way that you can possibly get to at least get in a contender status to give yourself a shot. And I don't think waiting on Pods and waiting on Kaminga to reach their ceiling when they haven't hit their ceiling yet, and that's just being generous, is going to work, man. So
but what about the other side? Can I just play the other side? What if Markkanen comes and he's not a winning player and he's not that good and actually put a bunch of hollow numbers? No one ever plays that side. I'm not even sure I'm convinced on that. I'm just playing that side of the fence.
I've been on that side, Chasky. I've been over here.
Because Kevin Love was he is Jesus Christ immortalized, and then he got to the Cavs and was like, yeah, he can only do a couple of things.
See, the big part I think a lot of people are missing. I feel you on that, Shasky.
I'm just throwing it out there.
People are missing on it though, is the financial aspect of what Lowry is. If Lowry was like coming in like Cat, $50 million a year, that's a solid concern, right? But the way I'm looking at it and the way the finances are, he's $18 million this year. That gives you a lot of flexibility to build a team around Steph, him, Draymond,
but he will get paid.
He will get paid.
He will get paid.
He will get paid, but we have his bird rights too. So that means we can go over the cap to sign him. And y'all could probably talk to Slater about this a little bit more, but that you could go over the cap to sign him, which means it gives you extra room in order to build your team around under the cap. And I think we can get like $40 million next year. Well, and that's a lot of money to play with a big core of Steph, Draymond, Lauri Markkanen, and Andrew Wiggins. And that's just my look at it, rather than Pods and Kaminga that you're going to have to pay $30 million to plus.
Right. Well, good call, Malik. I appreciate the call out there in Union City. Here's the chances of Anthony Slater this morning, Willard Dibbs, on how likely Markkanen is to get traded to the Golden State Warriors.
Utah protecting their cap space in free agency was a pretty big signal about their plans with Markkanen. I think the Danny Ainge factor in this has made a lot of the league skeptical that he'd actually pull the trigger. That a lot of the talk that some people viewed as serious was him just gauging what his true value is, because that's what Danny Ainge does. So I guess that's a wide ranging to say of I would definitely go under 50%, maybe even lower. But Utah does have a situation to decide. Do they want to hit the full rebuild? Do they want to go after the Cooper Flags of the world, these next two drafts? And then Lauri Markkanen, he wants to win. And, I don't think Lauri Markkanen or anybody in that Utah core has loved the last two seasons when Utah hits the eject button on what had been a decent season up to the deadline, and they traded away their guys to protect their picks, their top 10 protected picks. So I think Lauri Markkanen wants some money that Utah can provide, but I think he probably wants some answers on how deep and long a rebuild is this going to be? And if it is set to be one for the next several seasons, then I could see him seeing some appeal elsewhere.
All right, real quick, before we break, Shaska, I want you to respond to that. After the break it in, I want you to respond to this, which is about 30 seconds. But here it is. Slater, who do the Warriors value more, JK or Pods?
I think too often we say, well, the Warriors think this. Well, it's there's 95 opinions that matter within the Warriors. And obviously some are more important than others, but there'd be a debate. I'll tell you that. And it would be interesting. But the other aspect of it is, a team like Utah, who would they prefer? Who would more easily get it done for them? Who, if you put on the table, do you get to take maybe picks off the table? It's all a big gumbo, value play from both sides that gets mixed into one. And then, the seven most important opinions in the organization come into a room and have to make that choice. And I'm not sure the answer to that.
All right. I want you to respond to that, Shaska. You got some numbers on the Golden State Warriors? Because I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. I'm not trading all that for Lauri Markkanen. And I don't believe Danny Ainge is going to take some discount, say, oh, yeah, just give me a couple picks in Moses Moody or Andrew Wiggins for Lauri Markkanen. No. It doesn't work like that with Danny Ainge. So let's continue to roll on this. We got Stats, Rob Guerrera coming up at 12:30 to get back into the Niners, but rolling out Warriors, 888-957-9570. I want to know from the fans, who do you value more? Do you value Podziemski or Jonathan Kaminga more? 888-957-9570. Rolling on the Warriors here. And that's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
95.7 The Game would like to remind you.
I get where you're going, Chesky.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
It's all about the game.
It's all about the game. 95.7 The Game, man. We're jacked up.
Before you do. It's all about the game and how you play it. And if you can take it. I got to take the water bottle and spit the water up in the air.
You should do that right now in the studio.
Dude, the game, a.k.a. Hunter Hearst Helmsley, a.k.a. Triple H.
Now he's like the commissioner, right?
Dude, he had a moment in time.
And they're going to Netflix, too. They're doing big things.
Are they?
Yeah, WWE, after next year's WrestleMania, will be on Netflix.
Really?
Yep.
Like all their shows?
Yep.
Dude, Sledgehammer?
And they're going to have
network television?
they're going to be dropping some F-bombs potentially, some other stuff, more violent
I'm ready for
we
that.
might be going back to Attitude Era, boys.
Let's go.
So now the kids are not going to be able to watch, right?
Well, you can if you have Netflix.
If you're feeling that, give me a hell yeah.
I mean, I was watching that stuff at 9 years old, so.
Yeah, I know. It's same here. I mean, I used to get kicked out of elementary school for trying to do a Royal Rumble.
My brother was doing the DX, and I'm just going to just say that. And my brother did the DX and got in trouble every day at school. He went to a smaller school for a variety of reasons, Pat. And he got in trouble all the time.
I mean, listen.
Got 2 words for you.
Yeah, those 2 words.
We would do Royal
kept coming
Rumbles,
up.
and we would jump off benches and do the clotheslines and everything, and my ass would be sent home from school. And the late great Lorraine William Tyndall would just had the belt ready for me. It's like, I told you about
the
WWE.
championship belt?
Yes. I mean, no, not that belt.
The hardcore belt.
The hardcore is CW.
Well,
Like the tape holding it together.
Bonte
I don't know
thought
if
he was Sabu.
Now listen, I don't want to get anybody canceled, and I know some people may be like, what? They did what? So, a lot of black folks know this. Called twitches, I want to say, where you get whoopings with little tree branches, little twigs.
Okay. The Adrian Peterson conversation from 15 years ago.
Well, you know, he went a little overboard with it.
Look at happen.
But I remember the late Larry. It's like, you better be lucky the tree branches are wet, because you would have got a big time.
Don't talk
I'm not going to talk about that, but people know a switch. Is it a switch? Kyle Kelly, switch. There you go. There you go.
You think of the Nintendo Switch.
And no, not the Nintendo Switch. A tree switch. And they'd be like, you go pick the switch and you want to get your butt whooped with. You'd be like, damn, you're out there looking like, maybe it's this one and maybe it's that one. Which is going to telling you, no, we can't talk about that stuff. Nah, you go.
Oh, dude, when we were growing up, like, I know times are different, but it was like the fear of God was in me when my mom would say, your father's going to be home soon. You'd be like, oh,
yeah.
I'll better straighten up.
Yeah.
I can't find the tongue.
Oh, I haven't heard that in so long.
A switch, baby. A switch.
Love
there you
Dad.
go. Anyway, we can't talk about that one ever again, because, you know, you'll get canceled or you get your baby taken to CPS or whatever. Anyway, the game is jacked up this week.
What is going on here? I don't know what's going on.
Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6. Presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Don't forget, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey on Friday. Listen at 11. With Willard and Dibs.
Lucky us.
With Shasky and I. 511 with Steiny and Goo for your chance to win an autograph. Klay Thompson, go to State Warriors jersey. Now you asked me what my favorite wrestler was.
Yeah.
I went back and forth, man. It was the Bushwhackers. I had 2. It was Mr. Perfect. And then it was the $1 Million Man, Ted
You
DiBiase.
are an old white guy.
And then it was Ultimate Warrior. And then it was Macho Man Randy Savage. I couldn't get enough of Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, Missy Elliott.
Oh, missing cup
Miss
of coffee.
Elizabeth.
Cup of coffee. Ooh, cup of coffee. I mean, he was doped up out of his mind, but it was all good. I even love me, Gene Oakland. He never wrestled, but that was my guy.
I got 2. It's very simple. It's Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid. Just as I'm doing a step, I don't even know if the microphone can hear. Yes, thank you.
I hate. You know why?
I know I'm sick.
You know why I hate Shawn Michaels?
And as all the explosions, as I do like a flex,
you know why I hate Shawn Michaels?
All the explosions go off.
I hate Shawn
And
Michaels.
you can be my
Shasky.
Diesel, the Heartbreak Hotel.
Listen, I hate Shawn Michaels. You know why?
Why?
Because Spadoni's boy and our boy works with the Golden State Warriors now.
boy.
James Kincaid could not get enough. And we worked the graveyard shift at no radio station. I'm like, dude, Bret Hart got robbed in an hour-long match at the WrestleMania and then the Montreal Screw Job.
he did.
They robbed him. Screw the Heartbreak Kid and the way he did Marty Jannetty of the Rockers.
Well, Martin Jannetty had it coming.
I mean, he did, but still, you didn't do that.
You're going to do that to me one day when you go off to this incredible solo career on television.
Wow. Jesus, just wait. You're trying to speak this into existence. I don't feel like you don't want to work with me no more. You keep saying that stuff.
It's going to be me sitting down like, I'll tell you what happened before he got famous. What was it behind the music? music back in the day.
Yeah,
VH1.
behind the music.
I'm the Supremes, Diana over here.
Dude,
And
Barber,
then Stone Cold.
who's the name? Barber Briefcase. Brutus the Briefcake, for whatever his name was.
Brutus the Beefcake.
Brutus the Beefcake. And he had his show. He had his little show. And then Marty Jannetty just got played. So screw Shawn Michaels. But when you watch his documentary, you realize how good he was. He was legit.
He was the showstopper.
He was the showstopper.
I mean, come on, man. Anybody wearing leather pants has to be quite confident.
I mean, it's like
Not just the pants,
right?
yeah, he wore chaps too, I think.
Oh, yeah, he wore the chaps.
Leather pants, white jeans.
And he had it all.
Vest with no shirt underneath.
Cowboy hat.
I mean, come on. You got to be next level confident to do
Absolutely.
that.
And then obviously we got to give honor because the Olympics are approaching to only one.
I can't stand him. I hated
only
him.
Olympic gold medalist in the
hated
history
him.
of WWE.
Give me the tagline, Spinoni.
I hated him.
Give me the tagline.
You got the three eyes, Joe Shasky
Give
and
it to
Bonte
me.
Hill. You got intensity. You got integrity.
That's two.
And you know you got to have intelligence.
Three. Go. Give it to me,
I
Spinoni.
rooted for The Rock and the Nation of Domination over him every time.
Come on.
I hated that
Oh,
guy.
Team Angle, Shelton Benjamin, and Charlie
Come
Haas.
on.
Come on.
I couldn't stand him.
And now he has one of the greatest memes ever. Now he has one of the greatest memes on Twitter. Kurt Angle, baby. Go crank that music up.
Dude, you are an old white guy.
That would just get me so fired up. But Mr. Perfect.
Kurt
speaking of
Angle
which-
in my Indianapolis Colts Johnny Unitas jersey as I'm wearing the all-white Penn State jersey.
I think O'Neal wrestled Kurt Angle back in the day, like when they were both
way.
tops. Yeah,
Wow.
I think.
Oh, so I saw. So there's this account on Instagram. It's old WWF, WWE stuff. It's all about Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Oh, yeah.
And he was such a good heel.
He's the
He was
best.
so good. And he's on the set. And he's got the little gold chain around us with the perfect hair. He was the best. He was the best. But Mr. Perfect, when he would have those little cameos, you know, when they would go off script, he'd be like, the perfect dive. And he'd dive into the water. And you wouldn't hear a splash. Remember that?
Yes.
The perfect three-point shot. And it wouldn't even, the net wouldn't even move.
Dude, those promos were the best.
Those promos
Were
were
the best. I don't care what anyone
unbelievable.
says. I remember when, what was the guy who was Gold? Gold Dust? Gold Star?
Gold Dust.
So when Gold Dust was getting set up for it was like a 3-month promo before we actually saw him. I was like, this is the weirdest character I've ever
Shattered
seen.
Dreams Productions.
It was it was Gold Star Productions.
Shattered Dreams Productions.
Shattered Dreams Productions.
Dude, 510 City
Oh,
Mobile
my
takes like, can we
God.
get old WWF segment every day? I'm kind of with you there. Listen, Razor Ramon, you want to talk about the promos when they built him
Chico,
up? When they
the
built
best.
him up, remember he was just walking down the street and he picked up an orange and some dude was like, "You got to pay for that," and he just threw his toothpick in his face and took a bite of the peach.
My favorite was when he was drunk in WCW and he was out there drinking cocktails, smoking heaters, and then they brought a jobber out and he beat him without lifting a finger. You guys don't remember that? It was like during the Monday Night Wars. Oh God,
Monday Night Nitro.
And he was Scott Hall at the time, but like his character was like having an alcohol problem on television. That was part of the script. I mean, it's not something to laugh at, but I thought it was such a great. God, it's just so good.
Dude, what about
The WCW Monday Night Raw Wars,
Nitro
whatever they were called,
that was
best.
the golden era of
Hands
wrestling.
down.
No doubt about it. But also, I'm now thinking about Razor Ramon
Hey,
and all the
Chico.
promos, the Chico stuff. Ravishing Rick Rude.
Was a classic
Would he get canceled today?
for sure.
Just calling out girls just to kiss them. I mean, that
Jake
was
the Snake did some pretty wild things too. You know, I mean.
Diamond Dallas Page.
Yeah, I actually saw Rikishi has an Instagram account. You know,
does.
Rikishi from the Sunnydale.
Yeah.
Big time San Francisco guy.
Yep.
Rikishi has this whole thing. He's putting out music now and stuff.
Well,
it was really cool.
Who they say was a real good basketball player? Was it Yokozuna or was it Rikishi?
Well, Undertaker was at
Right.
one point. I
They
know
said
that.
they were like, he was like, I think
Yeah.
Mark Henry was talking about it. He was like,
Well, Mark
dude,
Henry
we
was
go
the
out there.
world's strongest man
He
in
was.
the 96 Olympics
Yeah,
in Atlanta.
Yeah, he did some, I mean,
God, what a great. I love
may
that
not have been
era.
all natural, but you know what?
Savio Vega, one of my
Savio
other
Vega.
favorites.
Kevin Nash played for University of Tennessee.
There you
Did.
go.
Yeah.
Who was the guy we had
Torn quads and all.
We had the Big Show. Was it the Big Show who
Paul
played
White.
with
Yeah,
Wichita
Paul
State?
White.
And he had the Xavier McDaniel story. And he said they had a mural of Xavier McDaniel punching a fan from Kansas.
Yeah.
Gosh, we had some good dudes up.
I will say this, when Diesel was on his run in like 94, 95, when he would take the singlet off and he'd have like the silver
yeah.
chaps,
Yep.
that was an era. The super power bomb that he used to do, I forget what it was called.
Dude,
God, he was awesome.
It's all these things. on this day in WWE, and it's just unbelievable.
These were the days.
These were the days. They had Bobby the Brain Heenan. He was with Gorilla Monsoon. They were breaking down
Gorilla
something.
Monsoon.
And he
Now
had the
that's a
glasses
name
on.
I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh, man.
Oh, my Undertaker.
Do you have the full Xavier McDaniel chop?
I just have that one. I could probably go back and find it.
Shaq, you were out
I'm gonna
that
break
day.
somebody's jaw.
You were out that day. Layford was scared for his life. He thought his career was over. Because he started building up, right? He started off slow.
Yeah.
And it was like a wrestling promo. He goes, I told somebody, get your ass up. And I was sipping water. I was like, okay. And I looked around. I was like, okay, he's fine.
You still haven't seen that wrestling doc that I asked you to watch, did you?
Which one?
It's not a doc. It's got the guy from The Bear in it, and it's got.
No, I have not watched.
You got to watch it. I forget what it's called. It's about this family and how they're cursed. It is an incredible show.
Yeah, I need to
even
watch
if you
that.
don't like wrestling.
People were saying The Godfather would not be able to be part of, and I just saw that promo with The Undertaker.
The blank train. Remember, he used to come out.
Well, no, The Undertaker, great one. I got one of these, people, one of these
Derek
ladies.
McKee got hit in Seattle, and I was livid. It was my horns hit him, and I mean, he hit him hard. And I told Derek, get your ass up. And I said, Nate, call the same play. And the officials knew I was mad. And he tried to come in. I said, you guys didn't do nothing. And I said, call that same play. And I promise you, any of these touch Derek McKee, I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Dude.
Did you hear me start laughing?
Yes.
He went back to that moment like it was yesterday.
He could have been a WWE wrestler.
He could have.
I think George Kittle could be too.
No doubt. George Kittle will be one day.
He was talking
will be
about
one
how
day.
they had a wrestling ring in the backyard. Did you listen to that part?
I did, yeah.
And then Claire's like, we kind of had to get rid of it because he was getting a little too serious.
Yeah, I know he was.
And McAfee obviously does it too.
Oh,
He's done a great job with it. No, he does.
He does do a great job.
I know what you feel about him as a sports analyst. But he's very good at the showmanship.
By the way,
really good
and the
on
mic
College
skills.
Game Day.
By the way, Xavier McDaniel should get into war for we had to dump and we couldn't bring him back on for 7 minutes. We had to double dump him. And then remember he told us a story. He was fighting Dale Ellis with his baby in his hand, and he told somebody hold my baby or I'm gonna sock you up. Remember
baby.
that? And dude was
I think that was after the Draymond Jordan pool punch. I think. Yeah.
He was like, I was fighting somebody with a baby in my head. Then he told somebody to hold his baby, and if you don't hold my baby, I'm gonna knock you out. Unbelievable.
So, hashtag random, in the words of Guru, as I basically impersonate his. No.
Yeah.
This is important. We're up the river, and somehow the name Matt Geiger got brought up.
Oh, my God.
And so then
Game one.
Porter and I went down the rabbit hole of going on YouTube. Matt Geiger and Shaq had a feud that lasted at least 6 or 7 years. And there were a couple of swings by Shaq on Matt Geiger. He would have killed him. Yeah. No, I'm not joking. Someone accidentally pushed him or hit him from behind. He thought it was Geiger. He went at him and took a swing on him. You want to talk about a goon from a lost era? Matt Geiger. Just look it up, folks.
But you know what, though? Shaq. I thought you were going to go Shaq because Shaq was a borderline goon.
Well, he was getting abused.
And he was a bully.
Watching these old videos, he was getting
abused. He was getting beat up, but when he dunked on Chris Dudley, because I'll never forget watching that game on the NBA and NBC, where he dunks on him with 2 hands, throws his midsection in his face, and it shoves him, and looks at him. It was like the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen on the basketball court. And the way he swung at Charles Barkley.
Well, in this video that I showed,
Barkley's head off.
I think Geiger, I don't know if he was with the Heat. I'm not sure what team he was with. Geiger and Oakley are on the same team.
Yes.
And Shaq takes this wild swing and misses, thankfully. Yeah. He honest to God, could have killed someone because he swung at him from behind. It might have been Brad Miller. I forget who it was. And all of a sudden, Oakley just tackles Shaq. Yeah. Look up video up. It's one of the most incredible. I'm thinking to myself, if this happened in the modern NBA, they'd all be suspended for the year.
Well, just look at Barkley. When Barkley threw the ball at him, and Shaq threw a right hand, that would have ended Barkley's life. I mean, thank God Barkley ducked. Shaq was a borderline goon, too.
Well, he was getting hacked, though.
But then Matt Geiger game one, and all makes sense. NBA Finals.
I'm telling you.
He had a great game.
Just Google on YouTube or whatever, YouTube, Geiger, Shaq, and 5 or 6 different videos come up.
There was a lot of goons in that era. The Davis brothers.
Vince Coleman?
The Davis brothers.
The Davis brothers, absolutely. Dale and Antonio, even though they weren't brothers.
By the way, Antonio, low-key roaster.
Oh, I think people are saying it was the Sixers series. It might have been the finals. Game 1 or game 2 with Geiger.
Geiger, he lit it up. Dude, he lit it up. He hit the mid-range jumper at the mid-range jumper at the mid-range jumper.
They physically went at it, and they were hacking the crud out of Shaq in that entire one. It's just insane.
YouTube right now. Shaq versus Ostertag.
It's Shaq versus Ostertag. That's a great one.
Shaq
That's a great one. I'm telling you, though, Geiger was one of those OG goons I forgot about.
Oh, man.
Don't mess with Geiger.
I would say
he looks like a Hell's Angel.
I would say don't mess with Shaq.
Well, that too. I mean, that's obvious.
Shaq tried to knock dudes out left and right, but I mean, the disrespect to Chris Dudley, poor Chris Dudley, Spadoni, I'm not kidding. That was a Saturday afternoon showcase game, NBA on NBC at the Great Western Forum, the Fabulous Forum, and he literally dunks on him and shoves him.
We've forgotten about that era and how physical it was. Yes. And I'm telling you, I actually miss that era.
I do miss that era. But that's why when Draper goes off talking about this is bully ball, this ain't real NBA basketball, I know you got this. Our boy Draper, remember he got mad
because you watch Ben Wallace?
Yes, no, but that era, the Davis brothers, Rick Smits, the Ducking Dutchman, they were physical. The Magic were physical.
Brian
the New York
Grant
Knicks
from the Trailblazers was like, his whole game was physicality.
Right, it was all about, it was goon ball. I kind of miss it too.
The NBA has a problem right now.
Do you have that full drop? Hold on. Jay, let's laugh at Draper a little bit. Listen to Kyle Draper, who grew up in that era of physicality.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we had Tim Kempton on the radio today. The physicality has gotten out of control. It is not basketball that's being played right now in the NBA. It is bully ball out there. The NBA has gone too far the other way. Like, this is not fun to watch. Tim Kempton said it. And this is a guy that played in the 90s, played Bad Boys Pistons and all that. And for what I saw out there tonight, and it's not against Sacramento, it's not against Phoenix, it's against both teams, the NBA has to clean that up. I think there's too much physicality out there. And then to adjust to it middle of the season, I just don't like this brand of NBA basketball. It is not enjoyable to watch because so many times guys are getting fouled, they're throwing their hands up, rightfully so, and these refs are swallowing the whistle. They're so-called letting the players decide on the floor. A foul is a foul is a foul. Make the calls, officials. And this is not about Kings didn't get the whistle. That's not basketball out there, guys.
So could you imagine
Tim Kempton,
I don't even know. I had to Google it.
We had Tim Kempton on the radio, and even Tim Kempton who played basketball.
Karen Draper over there. I mean, geez Louise. Like, seriously, could you imagine Sabonis trying to throw one of his little elbows into Shaq? Like when Shaq was talking to Draymond on that pod, when Draymond's like, oh, I'd do this, and then I'd do that. It's like, Dray, again, I want you to go back and look at Matt Geiger. He had to be 7'2", 300, 330? Go back and look. The guy looks humongous. He's standing next to Shaq, who's one of the largest human beings you've ever seen in your life, and Geiger's bigger than him. Geiger was human, and he was literally a goon. Like, that's what his whole game was predicated. Like, yeah, I'm going to try to just get Shaq rattled here.
Yeah, it did not work. It did not work. Shaq would throw up 40 and 20, and he would miss 20 free throws in the same game by getting hacked. Remember, they had to hack a Shaq. They made the hack a Shaq where they would just bloody his arms. And even Willie tells me to this day, it's like, dude, Shaq could have went to the free throw line every single possession.
We haven't even talked about the most jacked guy of the 80s and 90s. Kevin Willis. The guy looked like he'd been doing steroids since he was 4. Do you remember? Look at his shoulders. Just Google Kevin Willis.
He played his 40s. He had the same body from the age of 21 to the age of 42. And he finally get his championship ring. Otis Stort with the Houston Rockets.
Otis Stort's a great name. Look at this video. I'm looking at a picture of 40-something-year-old Kevin Willis. The guy looks like a bodybuilder.
Brought to you by Jax. He's jacked up.
His neck was humongous. Kevin Willis was one of the strongest guys. We don't even talk about him anymore.
Think about Pat Riley. The first day training camp, Xavier McDaniel and Anthony Mason got into a fight, and Pat Riley's like, cool, let's fight. It's the first day training camp. I'm cool with this. So on that team with the New York Knicks, we haven't brought up the New York Knicks. Ewing, who was a goon, who could be a goon. And then you had Oakley, Xavier McDaniel, and Anthony Mason on the same team. And oh, by the way, in the backcourt, you had Derek Harper, who would hack the hell out of point guards. That was all 90s basketball. We absolutely loved it.
How do I turn this around? I'm going to show you. This is Kevin Willis on the Spurs in 2003.
With fades
he
popping
looks
out
like
everywhere.
He could play DN on the Niners. What? Bonte, the veins are popping. He looks jacked out of his mind.
Oh, man.
The dude has softballs in his arms. Like, those are huge.
Have you ever heard the name Kevin Willis?
No, this is a new name for me. I'm looking at him right now.
He was a stud.
Not an
7 feet
all-timer,
tall
but a
and that
stud.
jack.
Alonzo
Jeez.
Mourning, stud. I mean,
He
Rick
played
Mahorn.
23 years in the
Yes, he
NBA.
did. And he finally got a ring. I think he got a ring his last year.
Yeah,
his last year. He got an NBA
like
championship.
the way we talk about PJ Brown at the end, like PJ's just a winner. Like that was Kevin Willis at the end. Like he's a winner and he's just gonna grind. He's gonna battle for rebounds.
Have we not brought up Dennis Rodman?
Well, I mean,
As a goon.
Rodman's in his own category.
I know we don't like to mention his name, Karl Malone, but he was a goon. As Isaiah Thomas.
Karl Malone was out of his mind.
Karl Malone threw an elbow to Isaiah Thomas, had a bleeding from his temple.
This is going to be
a brawl.
I know he's a bad person, but if I was like in the woods, Karl Malone would be one of the people I would want guiding me out of the woods. Right? I'm not joking.
Dude,
am I wrong?
I mean, just look at the way they asked him, what did you think about Michael Jordan? And he's on the last dance talk smoking a stogie. He's Michael Jordan. It's Michael Jordan. It's like, you don't want to mess with dudes like that. You know what I'm saying?
And my favorite was when, like, David Stern was like, nah, we don't need to test for steroids because, in our league, it doesn't help. And I'm like, David, in the Olympics, jumpers, lifters, runners, those are the ones getting popped. You're telling me your league doesn't need, you're telling me Rodney Rogers wasn't on roids? You're telling me Anthony Mason wasn't on roids?
No, they were just built different.
Come on,
No.
Use steroids.
No.
Period.
Rest in peace, Anthony Mason. There's some dudes on the block in the hood that got jailhouse.
I agree with
they
that.
have jailhouse strength. They have jailhouse strength.
There was an era of guys that just looked different.
Anthony Mason's the type of dude who would just walk into your garage. Oh, you got 3 plates on each side. Let me get a lift in. It's like, dude, we're having a barbecue. What do you mean you want to lift?
Like Tyson out of prison, where it's just different kind of jacked.
Yeah, I mean, no,
Anthony Mason
prison strength
was one of my favorite players. He was the original point forward of our era, and I loved him. Remember him?
God, yes, I do.
I loved Anthony.
I do.
Anthony Mason was nice.
Antoine Carr.
Antoine Carr was another one. If you say Antoine Carr, I close my eyes and say Blue Edwards.
Well, I'd close my eyes and say Shades indoors, playing basketball.
Look at you.
Come on now.
Yeah, but I just the name recognition of teammates, you know?
I mean, you had goons everywhere.
I mean,
John Stockton wasn't good at the point guard spot. You had to be cut from a different cloth to play that era of basketball.
No question.
And so now all of a sudden, referee's not calling fouls. Good. Let the players who take the game. Let's play a little physical. All this little, I can't breathe on you. That's a foul. No. The hell with that.
I need to see a highlight package at the break. Yao Ming versus Shaq, and how Shaq literally took it out on him. He took it out. It was wow.
Dude, Shaq had so many posterized
where he yammed it and would body you as he's hanging on the rim.
the one hand dunks with his tongue out, just
sick.
dunking all over you, getting fouled. All right, we'll get to Esteban in Oakland on the other side. Hey, Ty Esteban, we'll get back to basketball. We just melded a segment, but we had a lot of fun. It's all good. It's the midday meld-in. Here, we'll put your Bonte on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
It's like, remember that show I did, Shasky, where I popped some pills and I didn't know what the pills were?
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, those are drugs. And I was like, oh, no wonder I'm starting to feel loopy right now. I feel like, now I'm talking about prescription medicine. I'm not talking about cocaine or anything like that.
Dude.
I forgot what it was, but I had to take some pills because I was feeling a little, it was weird. Maybe the roasters remember. But I was like loopy, and I was like, oh, wait, why do I feel like this? You're like, dude, those are drugs. Why are you taking them? Not like real drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Don't
like Benadryl.
Yeah.
It was something, it was something
it was like a
that,
Percocet of some
it was like
sort.
a Percocet.
But it was doctor prescribed for
it was doctor. Yeah, I forgot what it was.
It was,
Because my stomach was feeling terrible.
So why do you bring that up?
Well, because that's how I feel right now after talking about 90s basketball and wrestling. And after watching all the highlights of Shaq, you showed me the Shaq. I forgot all about it. Here's what I forgot. Was that Charles Oakley was a member of the Chicago Bulls twice. I remember when he was a member of the Bulls with
the first time
with Jordan, but twice with Brad Miller and Ron Artest.
Bonte, I showed you the video.
Charles Oakley on one team.
It's Brad Miller and Shaq going at it, and he's getting hacked. And you have a young Ron Artest on the Bulls, and Shaq feels like he got completely flagrant fouled and just takes a huge overarm right to try to take out Brad Miller from behind. I swear if he connects, he kills him.
I mean,
and then Oakley just tackles him. He just tackles Shaq.
And he was the one who started it.
And he's the one who started it.
And it was a big problem. You got these little old referees who are like 5'5", 150, trying to hold Shaq back. And the announcers just casually, we've got a fight on our hands. It was like it was just another day in the life in the NBA. It was unbelievable. Man.
That was great.
We got Rob Stats Guerrero coming up. Brought to you by River Islands Guest Line.
That was great.
He's coming up at 12:30. I can't get over it. Shout out to Matt Geiger. I forgot how much of a goon he was. He got to do with everybody in the league. So they have these scouting reports, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're a little confused right now, it's Shasky and I from 10 to 2. We're doing it for 1 week only. Then we're going back to the mornings next week. I'm starting to get depressed because this shift is kind of fun. It is really kind of fun.
Don't let Steiny hear that.
Sorry, Steiny. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, man, like that era of basketball. And so, this is where I was going. I was in the Clippers locker room one day. It was actually when they beat the Warriors by 30, the first game ever at Chase Center. Basketball game. Mm-hmm. Regular season basketball game.
At the beginning of the next 5 years is theirs.
Yeah, and Pat Bev. And they had left their scouting reports in the cubicle. So, I was kind of looking. I wanted to see what an NBA scouting report looked like. And Steph was like, the first 5 items on the first page. It's like, Steph, you got to do this. And Steph, you got to do that. It was very intriguing, right? So now I'm thinking about Matt Geiger when they had those scouting reports back in the day. And it was probably, don't take the bait with Matt Geiger. He will foul you hard. He will foul you once. Don't fall for it. He's a goon. So I'm just thinking about old school, and he took a swipe. A young Shaq when he was with the Orlando Magic. The swipe he took at Shaq just wound up and just smacked him.
And it broke Shaq's finger.
Draymond Green's got nothing on these guys.
Nothing. In retrospect. And the league has cleaned itself up in terms of presentation and reducing and the reduction of fights and all that stuff. But yeah, it's
well, now I think about guys like Tommy Pham and James Johnson, and James Johnson's doing Taekwondo or Muay Thai, whatever the hell he's doing, and nobody messes with him.
No.
But Tommy Pham, when he sits there saying, I'm prepared, I work out in the off season, I train for fighting, and I'm prepared to bleep somebody up.
Yeah, there are some people with some screws loose.
Yes.
No doubt. My bigger takeaway watching those videos, and we'll get right back into the Warriors. Imagine an era where the 76ers are playing in the finals, and they're running out there with long combinations of Matt Geiger at the 4, full 7'1", 7'2", 250, and Dikembe Mutombo at the 5. Meanwhile, the Warriors currently are playing, Draymond Green at center, and he's the same height as Podziemski on all these photos.
And we have GP2 in the darker spot. He's in a darker spot.
Incredible.
Down in the paint. And they've got Geiger and Mutombo.
I know.
And the Pacers have the Davis brothers.
Yes.
And sometimes it's Davis brothers and Rick Smits. Yeah. And you got the New York Knicks where they're playing Anthony Mason at the 3 with Xavier McDaniel and Patrick Ewing or Charles Oakley. That was your front court.
Incredible.
The Rockets, when they won their first championship with Logic on their front court was Robert Horry at the 3, who was 6'10", Otis Thorpe at power forward, and then Hakeem Olajuwon. It's unbelievable.
Gosh.
Unreal. Do you have that Shaq? Here's Shaq. Here's what they're winning the game. Shaq was so upset when Davis started the league. This is one of his post-game interviews, and then we'll get right back into the Warriors.
I know you were frustrated at how the officiating went down the stretch there, but you guys pulled it out and was a big win.
Davis Stern wonder why the league is losing money. That's why. People pay good money to come watch these athletes play, and they try to take over the game.
Shaq, we're on live. I know. Let me ask you this.
Come on. but you listen to that interview. You listen to that interview. Does it sound like he's at WrestleMania or something?
Yes.
You listen to the roar of the crowd.
I know you were frustrated at how the officiating went down the stretch there, but you guys pulled it out and was a big win.
Davis Stern wonder why the league is losing money. That's why. People pay good money to come watch these athletes play, and they try to take over the game.
Shaq, we're on live. I know. Let me ask you this.
I mean, the buzz in the arena, the game is over.
Was that Rick Bucher asking that question, stuttering?
I love how defeated he sounds when he tells him we're live. He's like, I don't give a. He's like, I
don't give a damn. And the roar of the crowd, the game's over. Dude, and the crowd is buzzing.
It's going crazy. I don't think one Chase Center game sounded like that last year.
That place was crackling.
It was unbelievable.
I mean, it's unbelievable. All right, what's unbelievable is going on with Joe Lacob.
I miss the 90s.
Golden State Warriors. I'm sweating through my white T-shirt or my little tank top underneath this red black flannel. I'm like so discombobulated right now. Joe Lacob on the Warriors as we get right back into the Warriors.
Dude, Joe Lacob said some things yesterday, or I guess the other day, that are like, wow.
All right, let's start off with how does he feel about this team coming into the season?
I think that what we wound up doing, I'm so proud of our group for what they accomplished this summer. People don't understand how much better I think our team is, even right now, versus last year. We had 46 wins last year. We should have been, in my belief, a 50-win team last year. You know, the Draymond suspension clearly hurt us and some other things. Look, there's always some things that happen and some that don't and so on. I think we could have been better. I think we're definitely a better team than we were last year on paper. The way I like to look at what Mike has done and Kirk and those guys is that we now have core older guys, you know, who are still good. Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, he's got to get a little better this year. Obviously, he's got a little better year than he did before. But they're sitting there, those three guys. You've got the four young guys who are just getting better. Young guys don't usually get worse, and these guys aren't. And then you've got three other veterans. There's a couple other veterans on the team as well that we'll add, but three other veterans that really can play, that are clear rotation players that we just added in the three guys you mentioned. That is a deep team. That is definitely deeper than we were last year.
And I thought last year they were deep.
Yeah, but I think this year it feels like the parts fit a little better.
Yeah. But then we go into last season thinking that boy CP3 and the optionality and Kaminga and Moody. And we felt kind of the same.
We might have felt it, but I don't think it played out that way.
It didn't play out that way at all. And we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, the jury's still out on whether or not them. But the Warriors feel good about their roster right now.
I agree with them, though.
You know? So the question around the number two scorer, that's a big question everybody has. Who's going to be the opposite scorer or the number two scorer opposite of Steph Curry? Here's what Joe Lacob had to say on the Athletic NBA show with David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson.
Now, the questions revolve around, do we have a reliable number two scorer? I mean, I think that's a legitimate question for people to ask. We think we've got some candidates. Wiggins can have a better year. In 22, he was pretty damn good. Jonathan Kaminga got much better last year, and I expect him to get a lot better this year. So, look, we'll have to wait and see how all that works out. But we added shooting in Buddy Hield, and we added a lot of perimeter defense into Anthony Melton, which I think we needed. And we added a guy who's another big, who's a very versatile player, who also another really good defensive player in Anderson. So I look at it, at least at this point in time on paper, along with changes in our coaching staff, which have yet to be formalized, but I think has all been talked about, which is tremendous upgrade in the coaching staff. We made some big moves. So coaching staffs, players, you know, I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. Am I satisfied? No, never. So we're always going to be in the market to improve our team. Always. I don't care what team we have. If we could get someone else and work out a deal that would make us better, great. We will. We're always looking. We're going to be the most aggressive team in the league.
Now, a couple things there, Shasky, with Lacob. And look, when I see people on social media say Lacob's not trying to win, that's the complete fib. And I'm not even doing that because we're partners with the Golden State Warriors here at 95.7 The Game, and we are at NBC Sports. I know an owner when he's trying to be aggressive. I know an owner who wants to win. We've been around bad owners in this market. We've seen bad owners around the nation. Joe Lacob wants to win. That's number one. And it feels like knowing what he told us last season, saying, yeah, I have a Twitter account. I see what's going on there. He's kind of talking to the fan base who thinks that he's not trying to win, that he's trying to nail it in and say, it's not about Steph. We're just trying to turn a profit here. That doesn't sound like an owner who's just trying to turn a profit. It sounds like an owner who's convincing himself that, hey, we have a good roster, but also I do want to win, and I'm never satisfied.
Well, what if I told everybody listening right now, I didn't think they had a clear-cut number 2 scorer last year.
No.
It changed all the time.
Did they have one?
It ended up being Klay Thompson when the dust settled by the raw numbers. But on a night-to-night basis, did you really feel, like I'm asking as you're going into games and watching games, did it feel like he was your number 2 scorer?
No, I'll take it a step further, Shasky, because to answer the question, no. But also during the championship season in 2022, did they have a clear-cut number 2 scorer then? It changed on a night-to-night basis.
It did.
Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr. one night. I mean, GP2 had some nights. We never knew. We didn't know who the second leading scorer was. It was just, can you compliment Stephen Curry?
I just think that because when you look at a team that doesn't have the clear-cut number 2, everyone's like, oh, well, let's just dismiss them because it's Kyrie and Luka, it's Jamal Murray and Jokic, and Anthony Edwards and Kat, and all these different combinations of teams. I keep going back to, what if I told you their top 8 players are just better this year?
Yeah.
As opposed to having a great number 2. So, let's say I don't have a legit number 2, but what if my 3, 4, and 5 are better than your 3, 4, and 5, and we average out 2, 3, 4, 5, and I just think I'm better in the totality of that aggregate?
That's a good point. That could be possible, because even last year, offensively, they were 8th in scoring in the NBA, scoring damn near 118 points a game.
Yeah, I don't think scoring was a
scoring was an
problem.
issue. It was point of attack defense, blow-bys, dribble drive, penetration, all that stuff.
Late game execution, we can nitpick
turnovers,
as well.
we could do all that stuff. It was clunky. Blowing leads, obviously, not having the right combinations out there, and blowing leads. But they also, despite being the smallest team in the league and one of the least athletic teams in the league, somehow, some way, they're the number 1 team at rebounding, which is crazy. Now, rebounds are different because of all the 3-point shots and long rebounds and hustle plays, but the Warriors somehow, some way, were number 1 at rebounds. However, the turnovers, 23rd in the league at turnovers, 23rd in steals, and then how many points off turnovers did they give up? There were losing categories there. Those are winning categories for teams. The Warriors were losing in those winning categories.
See, to me, last year felt a lot about situational, horrific possessions that led to either poor shots,
I agree,
poor turnovers, and then defensively, you're talking about overall rebounding numbers, which they are what they are.
They are what they are.
I would say situational defensive lapses, breakdowns, and then situational rebounding did them in.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree.
We always have situation. No, last year it was all about situations.
Double-digit blown leads. They were second in the league in doing that. doing that. So can they hold a lead?
Can
with
they
this
turn
team
off
moving
the
forward?
faucet?
Right. That's another thing.
Get a couple stops in a row.
And that's why I would rather keep Wiggins and Kaminga instead of having Lowry Markkanen.
Okay.
And yes, it's Lowry Markkanen. Sarah Todd told us here, for everybody confused on how to pronounce Lowry Markkanen, because people are telling us, it's Lowry Markkanen, it's Lowry Markkanen. Well, Sarah Todd for the Desert News, who covers Utah Jazz inside and out, has been doing it for a number of years. Here's the correct way to say Lowry Markkanen. He's a good offensive player, but how good is Lauri Markkanen? And is he worth it for the Warriors front? I guess they would determine whether or not he's worth it, but who is Lauri Markkanen? Tell us, enlighten us about Lauri.
Yeah, first of all, it's kind of a publicity tour as everyone's wanting to talk to me about Lowry this summer. Like, the important thing is that it's Lowry, like Mike Lowry, like Kyle Lowry. So if he ends up being a Warrior, that would be important information for everyone.
Especially for me, Lowry Markkanen.
Lowry.
Yeah. There we go. Like the seasoning salt.
I like that.
I do like that. So whenever somebody questions, she did. She checked me. You got to stay out of that one. On the move so far, okay, look up more on the moves he made so far.
Before you go to the next cut, go ahead. What'd you make of him talking about the coaching? Was coaching a problem last year?
I think not having. Well, Kenny Atkinson. That was your one former head coach in the NBA. And the Warriors are always used to having a former coach, whether it's Alvin Gentry, Mike Brown, and then you bring in Kenny Atkinson. But outside of Kenny Atkinson, Bruce Crew Frazier is a specialist, right? But they needed a former player on that bench. Who do they have on that bench for many years? Willie Green, one of the Collins twins, Luke Walton. They didn't have a former player.
I didn't even think of that
on that bench last season.
I didn't even think of that. No, that's okay. I'm glad you.
And now you bring in Jerry Stackhouse. Yeah. And you bring in Terry Stotts, who has fresh ideas, who's been in this league for a long time, who's coached under Hall of Famers and had his own version of the motion offense up there in Portland. And then you bring in Jerry Stackhouse, a former player who players on teams, they respect former players. Guys who went through the grind of an NBA schedule, they could look up and say, okay, you know what we're going through on a daily basis. That's very important. I think Stackhouse will demand respect from these players, whether it's Draymond, Steph,
that's a good point.
Podziemski, Kaminga. He knows the game inside and out, and he's a former All-Star. People forget how good Jerry Stackhouse was in some bad situations, but a damn good two-guard in the NBA. So I think those moves, subtle moves right there, will help this team. Now you got fresh ideas. You slot guys in their right spot. Boom. So I think that's important. It's getting slept on there.
He brought it up, and I thought, was he selling me on something? But you breaking that down, it makes a lot more sense.
And then Terry Stotts, he also mentioned that.
I like Terry Stotts.
Yeah, and you know what?
I liked him in Portland.
You know, a lot of people who complain about the read and react system and, you run more high ball screens than Stephen Curry. Terry Stotts comes out and said that read and react is the best way to play basketball. But how can you function off of that? What's your counter moves off of that read and react?
Yeah, you got to have a jab, and then you got to have an overhand right cross.
Exactly. So, moving on to Lacob on the moves he made so far, because we got Rob Stats Guerrero coming up at 12:30 to get back into the Niners, and we could get right back into the Warriors. And we don't know what player we're going to get yet. It's either TJD or our boy Daquan Plowden. Daquan! Could be him. Could be TJD. Who knows? But that's coming up at 1:30. Lacob on the moves they made so far.
When you start these things, everyone thinks you have a grand plan. You kind of have multiple plans, right?
Right, sure.
Some things throw you for a loop. I mean, has been chronicled. We're going after a couple different people, big additions, and there are three ways to get better in this league, right? One is to draft, building through the draft. Another's free agency, and the final one is trades. And trades are the hardest. Very, very hard to pull off trades because everyone wants to prove how these GMs how smart they are, and it's true, and they want to impress their owners. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But here's the problem. It's just people, I think if I could share anything with many of the fans out there, and I read everything, I read what people say and the criticisms and the positive things, they don't understand how hard it is and how illogical some of the parties on the other side are sometimes. Maybe we're illogical too to some extent. But my point is it's just really, really hard to pull these things off. And everyone writes all this stuff and they have no idea what the other side's asking for in some of these things.
We say that a lot too, Shasky, when we talk and we have these discussions and we're talking about it from our point of view, right, for our teams. And we always mention that, hey, well, what about the other side of things? How do they view our players? Because I always love when fans say, man, this player's trash. Like we could say, man, Kaminga ain't no all-star. He's blah, 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 da, 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 da. Hey, get rid of him. But then you want to get rid of him for all-star players. I'm like, wait, we're not making sense here. But then the other side of it, to Lacob's point, it's very hard to make trades. Everybody's trying to get over on everybody. Everybody's trying not to get jobbed here, not to get ripped off and look like the dummy where it's like, oh, damn, we gave up that for that. So Lacob is right. And I do love the honesty where it's like, I do see what's going on online. I read it, everything. I see the negative. I see the positive. And people don't understand it. Some of these people are just lunatics. They don't know that it takes two to tango.
The trade thing. I do think we think it's easier to trade than I think that common fan thinks it's easier to trade than it actually is.
No doubt.
In our leagues, in our fantasy leagues, you guys are all in fantasy leagues. It's really hard to consummate trades.
It is. It really
this is in fantasy where we're playing for like $100.
It really is.
Right? Like nobody's really paying for big money. Not like it is in the NBA or in Major League Baseball or the NFL where your career is on the line with some of these moves. The other thing is that I do believe this. Everyone views Steph Curry the same way in the league. Like, yeah, he's freaking awesome. We'd love to have him. It's the guys like Kaminga and Podziemski and Moses Moody. You're going to get different POVs based on who you're talking to. And two coaches who are both great at what they do might look at someone and say, yeah, it's not going to work for me. Right? So, for example, I look at Andy Reid, and there are certain guys that I know will work perfectly for Andy Reid that I don't think would work for Belichick. I think they're both great coaches, but the way that they view players and how they're assessing things and then how they're going to utilize them in their scheme is different. And I'm not pretending like I am a professional at anything, but like there's times where we assess certain kids at certain positions and I'm like, yeah, I see this guy at this position. And then one of my other coaches is like, no. I think he can only play here, and here. And then through trial and error, you get a chance to see. And you know what happens a lot of times? We're all wrong.
Right.
And we're completely proven wrong because the person actually can do way more or do way less than what we anticipated. So all the things he's saying, no one wants to listen to.
Yeah.
But he is right.
He's 100%
He is right. I know you don't want to hear it.
No, he's 100%. That's why the whole Danny Ainge thing, when it came to marketing in the first place, was like, we could just get this guy for peanuts because he's on an expiring deal. It's like, wait a minute. Danny Ainge is running that show over there. Do we not know about Danny Ainge? Have we forgot the scouting report on Danny Ainge, the executive, on how he operates and how many picks he hoarded in Boston because he was scared to make a deal or he was trying to rip people off. But as you were saying that, I thought of Debo Samuel, like systems, right?
Great point. Great
Debo's
call.
not on this top 10 list on ESPN, and this is per executives, NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. Debo is not mentioned as a top 10 wide receiver. He's an honorable mention. Hell, Cooper Kupp is not even mentioned as a top 10 wide receiver, which is crazy, right? Cooper Kupp, probably due to health or whatnot. But would Debo work in Seattle? I think he'd work in Kansas City. Andy Reid will figure out a way to use him. But would he work in Seattle? Would he work in Arizona? Would he work in Chicago?
Yeah.
Would he work in Minnesota? Would he work in Green Bay? I don't know. Certain players fit certain schemes. Like Percy Harvin couldn't play for just any team.
No.
He was a playmaker and a damn good player, but he couldn't play. Carlos Hyde, another example. Can he play the I formation? No. He was great in the gun run where he averaged over 5 yards per carry, but if he lined up behind the quarterback and they were under center, his yards per carry went down to like 3.5.
I don't think even, let's just say Steph Curry. Pick a coach like Chuck Daly has, and I'm just using him as an example, and I'm sure he would evolve his thinking, but are we sure Steph evolves into the Steph that he becomes with Chuck Daly? I think Chuck Daly's one of the all-time great coaches.
Well,
Larry Brown, are we sure? Are we sure they run offense the same way? I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. I know he's won a variety of ways. He has.
How much better was Steph and I'm not trying to throw shade at Mark Jackson, but how much better is he with Steve Kerr than he was with Mark Jackson?
Yeah.
He went to another level with Steve Kerr.
No doubt. So I'm just comparing the all-time greats.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
Look at Larry Brown is a good example because he realized, Rip Hamilton comes off of screens really well. Let's utilize that. Allen Iverson needs to have the ball in his hands. He was very adaptive. But again, I'm not 100% sure that everything looks exactly the same. Who does Draymond Green work with?
Yeah.
I mean,
no doubt.
Maybe Phil uses him.
Right.
Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. So to your point, when you're making these trades, how is Kaminga viewed? I bet Eric Spoelstra views Kaminga differently than Steve Kerr.
Absolutely.
And I'm not even saying that's a good or a bad thing. I'm just saying I think they look at the game differently.
Ty Lue is on the same bench. How does he look at Kaminga?
That's a good question.
You know what I'm saying? How does
Nick
JJ
Nurse.
Redick, Nick Nurse, all these guys?
Yeah.
So different
Tibbs.
systems, different players. So
Tibbs.
to Lacob, I'm glad Lacob said that, and I know he's going to get a lot of blowback for that. But it's not easy making trades. People just send a damn picks and get marketing. Why don't we have marketing right now? It's like to your point, it is hard to make trades in fantasy football. It's hard to make trades in fantasy basketball. That's why I was like, my team days at Wall Street Hustler, I was always known to give here, I'll give you 5 players for 2.
Yeah.
No, those 2 great players are great. Those other pieces are, and other people are like, I don't know about that. Why are you giving me 5? So it's not easy making trades. I'm glad Lacob said that. I really am. And we got more Lacob sounds for later on. We got another call. We are so wacky. These last hours have been wacky, but it's a lot of fun.
You know why? The ADD really kicks in on this show in the last couple hours.
See,
now imagine the afternoon.
You're ADD.
I admit it.
And I just fall out of it. It's fun, though. It's fun. We're having a lot of fun.
My son is just, he's we call it the witching hour in the final couple hours where he gets very goofy.
Scott Hansen.
I mean, he's jumping around in this jumpy thing that he has. He looks like a leprechaun.
Oh, the last 2 hours of a kid's day is always fun. They start spin moving, they start rapping, they start showing personality. Exactly. I love it. I have a lot of fun with it. All right, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey Friday. Listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibs, 1:11 with Shasky and I, and then 5:11 with Stardy and Guru for each chance to win an autograph Golden State Warriors Klay Thompson jersey. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking, no compromises. The one and only Rob Statch Guerrero right here on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Lacob, wake up, man.
All this week, our lineup.
I try not to like you.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
What was that from?
Baby,
I try
if
not
you
to
give
like
it to
you.
me, I give it
Who's
to
that?
you. You know it.
Somebody's trying not to like somebody?
One of the hosts here, I thought it was the morning show. It might be Steiny. I don't know.
I try not to like you.
That's
a compliment, though. It means you do.
No, but think about the effort to just, I'm trying to live my life, waking up in the morning, it's like, I'm trying hard not to like this person. Like, you want to hate that person so bad. You're trying to, like, purposely hate somebody. That's some terrible energy, man. I'm not with that.
There are certain individuals online who spend a bulk of energy just coming at us, and I'm like, that takes a lot. Like, who has time for that? I just want to squeeze a game of NCAA in while my kid's jumping around in his jumpy before my wife gets home to pretend like I cleaned the house. You know? My favorite is like the garage door will start to open up and I'm like, boom, I fire the controller. I start pretending to fold stuff. I've just been folding clothes for the last 3 hours. I've had like 4 Dynasty games going on.
Well, I can see Anna walking in.
Yeah.
Or no, I get the Tesla notification when she gets out the car. Oh, she's home. Okay.
See, Danny, Michelle's Uncle Danny was talking about the Tesla notifications and how he knows where they're at all times. Car is going 71 miles per hour northbound on 101.
Oh, I can see when Anna's like, okay, all right, she's leaving now. She's 15 minutes away. Let me hurry up and do this, do that. Oh, wait, she's 5 minutes away. Let me just press the red button on the Samsung TV and just turn the game off.
Just turn it off.
How much iPad does Chesna have? She's been on your iPad for 90 minutes. I'm like, oh, dude, yeah, we just got on it. We were reading some books and doing all this and that. Blah, blah, blah,
we were reading.
She left it on. Yeah, she wasn't actually watching. She just left it on.
We were reading some books.
She's done really well today, man. We done this. We done that. It's lying through my teeth. All right, let's get our boy.
Now the little guy, he's 8 months. He has the controller in his hand. Now I have to give him the fake controller, the one that's not connected.
Oh, yeah. I used to do that.
He holds it.
I used to do that with my little brother, too.
Well, I used to do that with baby Chaz, and then she figured out, I was like, Papa, this is not working. Oh, damn, that bit is over.
My brother never figured that one out.
It lasted for about 5 months.
He is reaching for everything.
Yeah, it's. I know what stage you're at. Hey, we always do this around Stats Guerrero. We always just randomly talk, and he's sitting down there on hold, and he does us a solid by joining us here at 12:30. New hours, Rob. I know it's new hours. Rob Stats Guerrero joins us. Stats on Fire Guerrero joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? Before we get to Brett Aiyuk to the 49ers, as the rookies are reported and Ricky Pierce, all this nonsense. I know you're a big baseball fan, big Mariners fan. What did you think of the All-Star game yesterday? Because I thought it was boring. I thought the broadcast, it gave me golf vibes. What was your overall take on everything that happened with the All-Star game and the home run derby, Rob?
They got to go back to the regular jerseys. Get rid of these stupid All-Star game jerseys. The coolest part of the All-Star game was seeing everybody wearing their different team jerseys together on the field. Now they got these dopey All-Star jerseys. They got to get rid of it.
I'm with you. All right. Brandon Aiyuk. Ricky Pierce, Debo Samuel. First of all, I'll just get your thoughts on this. And I'm not a big list guy, top 10 receivers, top 10 quarterbacks, blah, blah, blah. But top 10 wide receivers per NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. They have Brandon Aiyuk at number 10 and Debo Samuel honorable mention. What's your thoughts on that, Rob?
If you want to grade Debo purely as a wide receiver, I think that's fair. He does other stuff, though, which helps, boost his value. So if you're talking pure receiving skill, that makes sense. If you're talking football player, he's got to be higher on any list you come up with.
Did you watch the receiver doc?
I watched every episode.
I thought both guys came off, and their families came off really lovable. And if anything, I think it made me appreciate both players even more because the way this season went and the ending, it left a lot of sour taste in everybody's mouth. And we'll never get over the Super Bowl loss. But there's just something about, like, both these guys are all-time Niners, Kittle and Debo. And it was nice to kind of, like, get that remembering.
I don't know. You think Debo Samuel's an all-time?
I think 2021 is one of the greatest individual seasons outside of a Roger Craig season, a Frank Gore season. Here and there, it is one of the greatest individual seasons. Yes, in the last 30 years, it's not even close.
I agree with you, but that's just 1 year. Can you be an all-time Niner based on 1 year?
I mean, when you beat the Green Bay Packers in Lambeau, the MVP of the league, without scoring an offensive touchdown, and you're the one dragging the team across the finish line multiple times, yes. And then after seeing the doc and seeing how bad of a football player Jimmy Garoppolo was, yeah, I'm elevating Deebo Samuel. Also, his playoff game against Seattle. I mean, he's got signature playoff games. The Dallas game preceding the Green Bay game, the second half against Seattle, was it 2 years ago? Yeah, he's an all-time. The Detroit NFC Championship game, I do believe he's an all-time 49er, yes.
I'm not willing to go with you on that one, but
why
that's
not?
fine.
You explain. No, that's fair. I like to disagree. I mean, like, I think he's on the trajectory of being an all-time Niner and what he means in a run game. I mean, he's got 38 touchdowns in his career, 19 receiving, 19 rushing, but I want to know why you don't feel like why he's not an all-time Niner.
Look, if we were talking about the Panthers or, the Jaguars, maybe he'd make the list. This 49ers organization's got some history to it, okay? If you're going to be an all-time 49er, I got to have more than one incredible year. And I agree. It was one of the greatest single seasons in the history of the league. The rest of his seasons, kind of forgettable, Like, Garrison Hurst made a lot of cool plays, too. Is he an all-time 49er? I don't think so. Not yet, anyway, for me, for Deebo.
Interesting. I'm looking at him last year, over 1,000 all-purpose yards. I don't scoff at that. But you look at if he's just purely a wide receiver, Deebo only has 4,122 receiving yards over the course of his career. Brandon Aiyuk, I believe, has over 3,000 in the last 2 years alone. So as a pure wide receiver, but we know he's more than that. He's meant more than that to this 49ers offense here. Brandon Aiyuk, how much does he mean to this offense of Kyle Shanahan?
He's very, very valuable. I mean, when you look at when the Niners need a big play, especially against man coverage, Brandon Aiyuk is their best option. And what he did last year, almost 18 yards per reception. He squeezed all the juice out of every single opportunity he had with the 49ers. It was an incredible season. He made some huge catches, some huge third down catches in playoff games for this team. He was absolutely vital to their success last year.
I'm stuck on this Deebo thing because I'm not. This is now an interesting. No, I'm serious. This is an interesting conversation because how people view things are totally different, right? Like, Freddie Solomon gets lost in the history and in the annals of history when it comes to the 49ers because he played on some crummy teams and then he ended up winning the Super Bowl. And obviously Dwight Clark has been elevated. Jerry Rice, like John Taylor, he had a 4 or 5 year run. Like if you really break it down, it was a great years, some great years, like a 4 or 5 year run. Navarro Bowman had basically 2 years of excellence, and then his leg blew off. Deebo Samuel has been amazing. I would put Deebo Samuel, his singular season, right up next to Navarro Bowman's 2013. I do think he's an all-timer. I'm really surprised that you don't think he's already in that pantheon. I don't think you're alone on that, by the way.
John Taylor played in the late 80s and early and mid-90s, and he still has more 1,000-yard receiving seasons than Deebo Samuel, and that's when passing yardage was, receiving yardage was way harder to get. Deebo has been really good for 1 year, and he definitely has a handful of plays and games where he's been impactful. But he also has a lot of games like the Packers game in the playoffs this year, where he gets hurt early and he is gone. And the Super Bowl this year, where he gets hurt and he's not, the same player that he was. He's got a lot of games where he disappears also. And we're talking all-time 49ers. Deebo Samuel is not on my list yet.
Is Brent Jones?
Well, I would think with Brent Jones, he's probably, before George Kittle, he was the best tight end in the history of the organization. But I think Kittle has passed him now, so I'll say no.
Yeah, I'm taking Vernon Davis over Brent Jones all day. But I hear you. We can go down this road, but it's just we'll do this off air. Yeah. I just found it interesting how dismissive you are of Deebo.
Well, I will say this though, Shasky. There's a lot of people.
I know a lot of people.
I believe, me personally, I believe Deebo's because I think we underrate Deebo Samuel's.
That's what I'm saying.
His rookie season, over 800 yards receiving, and you remember that team with Jimmy Garoppolo. You brought up Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019, and I've been fighting this fight for a long time, and people just say, "Oh, you're an idiot. Jimmy Garoppolo was not good at all." He would have had the single-season passing yardage record for the 49ers, Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019, but he sat out like 4 fourth quarters. Mm-hmm. So they're blowing teams out left and right. And Deebo Samuel, as a rookie, started to come along for the 49ers. He had 800 receiving yards on a team that was a run-first offense, Rob. We underrate his rookie year, Deebo Samuel, that is.
That's fair, and if you want, great. So now you're giving Deebo 2 really good years. What happened to the rest of them?
Last year was pretty damn good for Debo. 12 touchdowns. Hat trick against Philly. Big game against Seattle.
Okay. What about the other games? Again, like
Detroit?
if I don't know the Debo Samuel I'm going to get when the game starts, which guy is showing up? You know, in a contract year, he's great. What are we hearing this year? Oh, he looks awesome, right? He's going all the optional stuff. He's slimmed down. He's working on his route running. Some would say 6 months too late. But anyway, I got to know which guy I'm getting, and I don't know which Debo we're getting.
Well, Debo does create a lot of gravity or whatnot, and he does make defenses stink a little bit because you get the ball in his hands and he can make a lot of plays. But Brandon Aiyuk here, the importance of Brandon Aiyuk in this offense. Can the 49ers, last year they had an all-time year, 4 guys over 1,000 all-purpose yards. Brandon Aiyuk, career season, one of the best receivers, second-team all-pro. Can they, if they said, you know what, we're going to call Brandon Aiyuk's bluff. We're going to go into week 1 against the New York Jets without Brandon Aiyuk. We're going to play football without Aiyuk. Can this offense function at the same level they did a season ago without Brandon Aiyuk? Where is his importance? Could you rank his importance in this 49ers offense?
Well, I think the 49ers think that they could operate at a pretty similar level. I think if you gave Kyle Shanahan truth serum, I think he puts Christian McCaffrey at the top of the list as the guys he needs to operate the offense at a high level. Trent Williams, Brock Purdy, certainly Nick Bosa's up there when you talk about the team. I think he likes Aiyuk, but I also think Kyle thinks he can replace Aiyuk if necessary. Not that he wants to, but I think he can if necessary. And I think that's part of the reason why they drafted Ricky Pearsall. I think Kyle would have Aiyuk at least 3rd, maybe 4th on the list offensively. I think he would go McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and then Aiyuk.
What is Aiyuk? What do you think he deserves in a contract? Does he deserve Amon-Ra St. Brown money? Does he deserve Jalen Waddle money, Devontae Smith? And then, if you want to add to it, how do you believe Aiyuk has handled the situation all offseason?
The market is what the market is, and the market says $28 to $30 million is right where Brandon Aiyuk should fall, and I absolutely think that he deserves that money. He is certainly at the level of those other guys that you mentioned without question. So that's where I would put him. As to how Brandon Aiyuk has handled it, I think the 49ers have kind of run circles around him from a fan perspective, because the feedback I get when I do live shows on the YouTube page or podcast, people are turning on Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh,
they really are.
They are.
He's greedy. He's this. He's that. He should just take the deal. They offered him $26 million. Why is he arguing over a couple $1 million? Why is he doing the Pivot podcast? Everything he has done to try and get support, I think, has worked against him, unfortunately. And it stinks because Brandon Aiyuk's not doing anything wrong. He deserves as much money as he could get. And the 49ers aren't doing anything wrong by using all the tools in their toolbox. This is just how the sausage gets made.
It does. I would say that I think that he's done a little too much in terms, because how it's perceived by the public and the fans is a part of this. Like CMC quietly negotiating because he has more leverage behind closed doors, getting an extension and that being announced and no hassle, no drama, no nothing. And then you contrast that with what's going on where you're posting Commander practice footage and doing Instagram lives. And he's deliberately doing some of these things. At minimum, it's a bad look. I do think it's been a bad look from Brandon Aiyuk. There's a way he could go about this, but maybe it just speaks to how little leverage he has.
Well, think about it this way, and he kind of mentioned this when he was on the Pivot. When you talk about the 49ers, it was always Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa. It was never Brandon Aiyuk. Shanahan, exactly. And he mentioned on the Pivot, like, now when you talk about the 49ers, you're talking about me. It's my name in the news. It's my name that's on everybody's lips that everybody's talking about. And he said he liked it. He enjoyed it. And I don't blame him for that, because he's a really good player and he has been a critical part of this team's success. He just never got the love. He never got mentioned because there were too many other names on the list. So I understand from his perspective if he's like, hey, now it's my time and let's talk about Brandon Aiyuk.
Interesting there. Well, how does Brandon Aiyuk look in another offense? Is it the Shanahan factor? Because you know what I do hate, Robin? We're talking to Rav Stotts on Fire Guerrero. We love him. Go Center Network. Follow him. He's he covers the Niners inside and out. He's here on the River Islands guest line. One thing that grinds my gears, Rob, is when people say, well, Shanahan schemes them open. What coach doesn't try to scheme their players open? That's the name of the game. You run a scheme. You try to get your players open, give them the opportunity to thrive. That's the name of the game. But what would Aiyuk look like in another system? Is he a guy who can say, no matter what, if I go to Pittsburgh, Washington, Miami, no matter what, is he a top 10 wide receiver if he's not on the 49ers?
Yes, I think he does it differently. You know, we act like Brock Purdy's the only one that gets a boost from Kyle Shanahan. They all get a boost from Kyle Shanahan, and they all get a boost from one another. So I think if Aiyuk were on another team, what you would see is he might put up similar or better numbers, but he'd need a lot more targets and a lot more catches to do it. I think what Shanahan does is he's able to make it more efficient to where he doesn't need 130 targets to gain 1,300 yards. I think that's the Shanahan difference.
How's this going to end up? Are they moving him? Is he staying? Is he going to hold out? Like what do you think's going to happen? Because we're all guessing.
I don't think he's going to get traded ultimately. I think what's going to happen is the 49ers are going to make him play it out on the fifth-year option, and we are going to get, for the first time in the Shanahan era, a situation where maybe not everybody's pulling in the same direction on offense. Aiyuk's going to want his targets, Debo's going to want his targets, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Brock Purdy, who is going to have to be the peacemaker. He's going to have to be the one to step up in the huddle and say, shut up about your targets. Shut up if you're open. I'm throwing to who I want. And then here's the next play. And I think Brock is going to have to step up and do that this year in a way that he hasn't had to do that in years past.
Wow. Where does Ricky Pearsall factor into all this?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's sort of the backup plan, right? He's kind of the Niners' parachute in a way, I think, regardless of what happens with Aiyuk or Debo. But we think that both of those guys are not going to be on the team next year. And Pearsall is supposed to be the guy, you know, the prince that was promised, waiting in the wings here. So we'll see if he can step up this year and maybe take some targets away from Juwan Jennings. I think that'll bode well for his future. But things are far from settled at wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm very intrigued with Ricky Pearsall. We've had him on the show. I know you broke down a ton of film of him. Is he ready to step in day one and be a guy opposite of Debo and become one of Brock Purdy's trusted targets? Is he ready for that?
I don't think he's ready for it right now. There's a lot that goes into it. You got to learn not only the complicated Shanahan system, you have to block your ass off for the 49ers as well, and you have to somehow take targets away from a guy in Juwan Jennings that has a ton of equity with this team. The big plays he's made, the big playoff moments. Obviously, we saw what he did in the Super Bowl. So I think for Pearsall, he'll contribute here and there, but I think really what the Niners are grooming him for is 2025.
Interesting stuff there. Rob, Stats on Fire. Guerrero, are you going to be at that training camp next week?
I am not going to be at training camp, but I will have two other people from my network that will be boots on the ground at training camp.
All right, make sure they come say hi to us. We'll be there for the first 2 days. We'll come say what's up to you guys and show some love to you guys at the Gold Standard Podcast Network. You guys do a hell of a job. Thanks so much for the time, Rob.
Anytime. Thank you.
Anytime. Rob, Stats on Fire, Guerrero. Now, he said a lot about Aiyuk, said a lot about Ricky Pearsall, but one thing that is hitting me right now is I want to ask for Niner fans right now. We just separate everything that's happening with Aiyuk, and we separate the money, and we talk about these players. Right now, if Debo Samuel walked away from the game of football or had to retire, has he put in enough work in a 49er uniform to be considered an all-time 49er, an all-time 49er legend?
So, I think this is a great question, and I love discourse. Like I wasn't mad at Rob for having his opinion is his opinion. You know, I'm a kind of a sicko when it comes to the all-time stuff with the 49ers. I put together my team in 2022. This was July 14th, 2022. This was my all-time 49ers team. I didn't put parameters on how many players could be at different positions.
Wait, July, when was this?
July 14th, 2022, almost 2 years ago.
Was this during the European? No, it wasn't during the European extravaganza.
It might have been.
No. It was later because I missed camp.
Okay, so from the wide receiver position, this is who I think would be considered all-time Niners. And I'm sure some of the younger people have no idea who some of these names are. Jerry Rice, R.C. Owens, Terrell Owens, Gene Washington, John Taylor, Dwight Clark, Freddie Solomon, Billy Wilson.
I like that.
That's my list of 49er wide receivers that would be considered all-time 49ers. I don't have a cap on this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for example, Navarro Bowman is an all-time 49er for me.
Okay.
He only played a couple years.
That's fair.
He was amazing, though.
That's fair.
Like, in my life, he hit me that hard. I didn't see Billy Wilson play, but my grandfather's like, Billy Wilson was awesome.
So this is interesting. Would you consider, I'll just throw a name out there.
Yeah, give it to me.
Julian Peterson.
He's not an all-time Niner.
Gotcha.
But he's a great Niner.
Great Niner.
He was great. Underrated.
So,
I don't even know great's strong. Underrated. I loved him. Not an all-time Niner.
Would people consider Aldon Smith an all-time Niner, or would they take away what happened?
I think Aldon Smith does become all-time Niner because his 4 years were so excellent. I put it in the Bowman category.
So to me, this conversation doesn't matter about longevity.
No.
It matters about impact.
No.
And I think we forget about the impact, not only Debo's, being a rookie wide receiver on that 2019
That's what I'm saying.
50, so I think we underrate that offense so much because you brought up Jimmy the other day, and I was like, oh, really? Because, I've been fighting that fight with Jimmy in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been the all-time leading single-season passing yardage leader had they not. Think about the blowouts they had that season in the fourth quarters where he didn't throw the football. But Debo, as a rookie, had 802 receiving yards and 159. And don't forget what he did in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl with the jet sweeps. To me, Debo's an all-time 49er because it's what we say in basketball all the time. We say, you got to look beyond the box score. This is the same thing with Deebo Samuel and his impact with the 49ers. If you just throw a solo motion in, the defense is going to react to number one, and they're going to say, where's Deebo at? Where's Deebo at? And it opens up everything for everybody. He's a gravity type of guy. Like we talk about Stephen Curry.
Yes.
Deebo Samuel's he pulls gravity on the football field.
If you're right, this is how I do it. If you're writing the book, the history of the 49ers, Tebow's in there.
You can't write the history of the Niners.
You cannot write a book about the 49ers without Debo in there. You can't even write a book about Kyle Shanahan without talking about what he's done with Debo Samuel. While he was talking, because my brain, you know how my brain is.
Yeah.
These are signature Debo games of the last few seasons.
Can I name them so you can start crossing them because you check?
Yes.
So, NFC Championship game, Detroit.
On my list.
All right.
Wait, 1 second. Let me cross that out. That's one.
All right. Seattle game after the Philadelphia game this past season.
Where he scored freaking 150 yards, week 14. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then he backed it up with the Seattle game.
The Eagle game was an all-time
game.
Let me write a check that I'm going to have to go out and cash. It's one of the greatest regular season wins in Niner history.
You got the Green Bay playoff game.
I got that in here.
You got the Dallas Cowboys playoff game.
I got that in here.
The LA Rams NFC Championship game when he scored. And Rocco and I are looking back at people saying, you see Debo? He hadn't even hit the end zone yet.
That's not even his number one Ram moment. The game where he ran through and caught a touchdown pass coming out of the break.
How many games has he had against the Rams where he's exploded on them? He's been amazing against the LA Rams.
Donald hates him.
Yes, no doubt he does. No doubt. Who's Debo Samuel? We saw that like 3 different times on Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football.
How about the game against the Bears and the Eagles in 2021 where before halftime he took slants 80 yards?
Well, the third quarter against the Chicago Bears, the wide receiver screen where he goes 80 yards and he gets tackled at the 1 yard line.
I mean, okay, we haven't even...
That game, by the way, saved Jimmy Garoppolo's career in San Francisco.
Thank you.
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life.
Insane. How about against the Seahawks in 2023?
Oh, yes. No doubt about it.
It was an all-time game.
Yeah, all-time game.
Brock Purdy was awesome. Debo broke away like a 50-yarder and was going bye-bye.
And I'm okay with Rob saying that he's not an all-time Niner.
Fine.
But how many people agree with Rob that Debo Samuel hasn't put the work in yet to be an all-time 49er? Because I think he is an all-time 49er right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We got some numbers on Debo, got some numbers on Aiyuk. We'll respond to Rob's stats. We got some sound from Debo from earlier this offseason. All that coming up here. Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
That's BS, man.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Sorry, I was listening to a voice memo from our great friend, Big Pun out in South City. He just had fun at the tournament up there in Lake Tahoe. He took selfies with everybody, right? Big Pun was having a day up there in Lake Tahoe. Had a hell of
I got a
weekend.
joke for you, Bonte.
Hey, listen, he took a picture with Alfonso Ribeiro. Who else? Derek Carr. He's got Jason. That's Andrew Whitworth. That's Charles Woodson. Who is that? I don't know who that guy is. Looks like Ian Rappaport, but I don't know. Roger Clements. Took a selfie with Roger Clements. That must have been risky. I don't know who that guy is, but Big Pun. He just basically said in the voice memo, which is about 52 seconds long, and we listened to it during the break. Got a chuckle out of it because we love some Big Pun. Basically said Debo's an all-time Niner. Like, he's an all-time Niner.
Go to the games and talk to people.
I mean, come on.
Because the boss, I went into the other room and the boss is like, I don't think he is. And I'm like, well, hey, hold up. Like, he's like, Montana, I'm like, oh, so there's like 5 guys then? And those 5 guys are like locked in perpetuity and no one else can join that reign? Like, Patrick Willis is unequivocally an all-time 49er. He played 7 seasons.
So to listen to it, shout out to YouTube.
And I love Willis.
Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Like, we love our YouTube audience. Like, we got Mo on YouTube saying, well, if you don't have a ring, you're not considered a legend. So I guess the Cleveland Browns have no legends. I guess the Detroit Lions have no legends.
Frank Gore a legend?
I mean, come on, Mo. You got to be smarter than that. Come on.
Well, I think, again, there's different algorithms and people have different ways of like, when you say all-timer, maybe for some people it is a shorter list, right? And like, for example, right? The boss doesn't think anything before Joe Montana, like for most people doesn't resonate. And he's probably right. Like if I say Gene Washington, most people are like, they don't even know who that is.
Yeah, they don't. But he was a baller.
Exactly.
And he's a very important member of the NFL for many, many years.
Exactly. And so, like, again, there's different parts of it. But, like, if I'm doing an all-time Niner list, the Bob St. Clairs and the Hugh McElhaney's and the Billy Wilsons, for me, are on those lists.
So what are people's standards for being an all-time legend with their respective teams?
I guess that's the better question.
What are the requirements? Because, like, to me, for example, Iguodala doesn't have the stats, but he's an all-time Warrior to me.
I agree.
In a way, maybe I'm a sucker for it and maybe I'm biased, but I think Sean Livingston is very important. And to me, he's got the rings and the jewelry and the hardware to become an all-time Warrior.
I put him in that Brent Jones category.
There you go.
Never had a singular season that's going to, blow anyone away. But yeah, and because you win a championship, you're a part of it.
And you have moments and you're part, like if Iguodala's hurt, who's that 5th guy in the Hamptons 5 lineup or the Def lineup? It's Sean Livingston.
Exactly. Will Clark. Is Will Clark an all-time Giant?
I think he is.
For almost everyone, he is. He played 8 seasons with the Giants.
What about Matt Williams?
I think he's an all-time Giant.
Jeff Kent?
I think he's an all-time Giant.
What about JT Snow?
I do too. Yeah, absolutely. But we're also listing the best of the best of the best, right? Like, when I think about the 49ers, like especially the last 5 years, Debo's a huge part of that. Like, what are you going to say? 3 names before you get to Debo at most?
Right. So this is where I disagree with Rob Stats on Fire.
It's an interesting conversation.
Because he goes, well, okay, he's had one great season. Well, I would say his rookie year was very, very good. He nearly had over 1,000 all-purpose yards as a rookie. Scored 6 touchdowns, was an impact player in the playoffs. Okay, the next season, it comes over to Jones fracture. It's all bad. He has a down year in 2020. We know what happened. He played 7 games, but that was a down year for the 49ers. It was the pandemic season. They spent the last 5 weeks in Glendale, Arizona. Everybody got hurt. Nick Bosa, Solomon Thomas, Raheem Mostert, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jordan Reed got hurt that year.
Yeah.
Remember him? He was having a good season to start. Deebo Samuel got hurt. So it was ugly for everybody. Throw that year away, but it counts. It was a down year. 2021. All-pro, moneymaker, big-time player. Now, even in 2022, when the Niners ended up in the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, Debo had plenty of moments. Even though it was a clunky season, part of it was due to the quarterback situation, Jimmy and Trey, who's going to play. But remember, he set the tone in the start of the season in Detroit. Do we forget about that? Do we forget about the Detroit game to start the season? He's got so many moments with the 49ers. So, look, if you don't want to say he's an all-time legend, I think he's knocking on the door. But you're right in the sense that you can't write the history of the 49ers from 2019 through 2023 without mentioning Deebo Samuel as one of the 5 most impactful players to wear the red and gold. Who's been more impactful
I agree.
than Deebo Samuel in the last 5 years on the 49ers?
I mean, CMC. And again, CMC's been here 2 years, essentially 2 years.
Yep.
He's already in people's all-time top 10s or all-time 49er rosters, like already there.
And Deebo's not?
That's what I'm saying.
I would love to, because I'm seeing a lot of comments here.
He has signature games.
Justice Smith, Bowman, all-time 49er greats. I'm with you there. That's
I
for the
agree.
510 and Xfinity Mobile text line. 925, the 49ers have 6 first-team all-pro wide receivers. The GOAT, Jerry Rice, T.O., Gene Washington, Dave Parks, who was a tight end, Dwight Clark, and Deebo Samuel. That is a pretty short list and pretty good argument for Deebo as an all-time 49er.
For those that are just tuning in, I'm a psycho for the old Niners that get lost in the history books. I've got my all-time list, and I don't put a cap on guys at positions. Some positions are more loaded than others, okay? So, for example, for wide receiver, these are the names I wrote down. Jerry Rice, R.C. Owens, a.k.a. Mr. Aiyuk, Terrell Owens, Gene Washington, number 18, wore the single bar, John Taylor, Dwight Clark, Freddie Solomon, and Billy Wilson. I would add Deebo to this list at some point when his career is over.
And the reason why we're discussing this is because Rob Stats on Fire Guerrero from the Gold Standard Network, podcast network, and we have him on all the time. He's a big-time Niner fan, and he covers the team. But when Shasky said, hey, Deebo's an all-time Niner, Rob said, he is? Really? And we were talking about Brandon Aiyuk and his value, and as a pure wide receiver, NFL executives, coaches, and scouts came out with their top 10 wide receiver lists, and they have Brandon Aiyuk in the top 10, which is also funny because we took a lot of calls yesterday. I see a lot of comments, and I have a memory like none other. I see a lot of people saying, Brandon Aiyuk's number 25, or he's not even the top 10 wide receiver. Well, executives, coaches, and scouts think he's the top 10 wide receiver. And he was the second team All-Pro last year, which has 6 wide receivers on those lists. So if anything, he's the 6th best wide receiver of those All-Pro teams, which is pretty damn good. But Deebo Samuel becoming an all-time Niner, and people are going to look at the numbers, right? And I know what people are going to do. They're going to say, well, Deebo only has 4,122 receiving yards. And Brandon Aiyuk already, in one less season, has 3,931 receiving yards. And Brandon Aiyuk has 14 fewer receptions than Deebo Samuel in one season, right? So as a pure wide receiver, there's no doubt Deebo is not on the level of Brandon Aiyuk. I think we could all agree there.
Okay.
But his impact, when you look beyond the box score, the motions, where you situate him at, how much attention does he draw? Can you line him up in the backfield? When you put him and McCaffrey in the backfield together, linebackers are scrambling saying, what do we do? What do we do? Here comes the Texas route. Hell, if Jimmy was a better damn quarterback, we would have added the Denver game on Sunday Night Football to the list as an iconic Deebo Samuel game.
So let me ask you this, right? Because I'm looking at this whole list, okay? And I'm saying to myself, who had the least longevity? Like, Bowman's one of those guys, and I love Bowman. He's an all-timer. He gave his body up for the sport. I look at Deebo, he gives his body up for the sport. You know who's on my list at cornerback? There's a guy by the name of Deion Sanders, who had one season with the Niners. Wasn't even a full 16-game season.
Nope.
He won Defensive Player of the Year that year. Okay, the Niners don't have a lot of guys with Defensive Player of the Year, and he's one of them.
I wonder...
Is Deion on most people's all-time 49er list?
There's number 21 throwback jerseys to this day
for
going to
one
Levi's
season.
Stadium for one season.
So you're telling me Nick Bosa tackles Patrick Mahomes, and they win the Super Bowl, and now all of a sudden Debo becomes an all-time legend because he finally won a championship?
Now we're in DBs. Is Tim McDonald an all-time Niner?
I got Tim McDonald on my safety list. So I have Ronnie Lott, McDonald, Merton, Dwight Hicks, and Carlton Williamson.
Is Eric Davis an all-time Niner in your opinion?
Yeah, I got Eric Davis here.
Okay, that's a great litmus test.
I got Eric Davis. Here's my corners: Jimmy Johnson, Eric Wright, 4 Super Bowls, Eric Davis, Kermit Alexander, Dion, Rex. Again, some of these names no one knows: Rex Berry, Don Griffin, and Lowell Wagner.
Don Griffin. See, I wouldn't have Don Griffin on my all-time Niner list.
A lot of people wouldn't.
I thought Don Griffin got burnt way too much. I thought he was barbecue chicken at corner.
But again, part of a championship. Right. So
he was part of a championship, but I still thought they won championships in spite of Don Griffin. That's just me.
And I'm going deep. A lot of people aren't going to have this on their list.
Don Griffin to me is not an all-time Niner whatsoever. But I'm looking at Deebo, right? And I'm looking at all the gravity that he's pulling. I'm looking at all these running backs here. And I'm looking at all these defensive linemen. I'm looking at all these secondary members and linebacker. Like, would Gary Plummer be on people's list as an all-time Niner? Would Vernon Davis be on a list as an all-time Niner?
He's on mine. He leads the all-time 49ers in touchdowns at the tight end position.
I almost think Vernon Davis deserves to be in an argument for being the best tight end in 49ers history.
I think for most people, Kittle's already there, but I'm still saying, hey, the VD had a hell of a career.
People forget Vidi was a two-way tight end as well.
No doubt.
He could pass block, he could run block, he could pancake people, and he could take the ball and, like George Kittle, 5-yard out route and take it 70 yards to the house.
Is Fred Dean considered an all-time 49er?
He should be. I have him as an all-time Niner. I have him. That's one of the biggest trades in NFL history that nobody talks about.
How many years do you think he played with the Niners?
What did he play, 4 or 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fred Dean's an all-timer.
Because they won the Super Bowl.
But he also changed the game and who he was as a player.
No question.
And he impacted the game.
Though. Look at all these athletes that are in the game.
No doubt. I'm with you with Debo.
Look at the way the game's played.
Honestly, I don't think it matters if you have a ring or not to be an all-time Niner.
I'm with you.
We ran into Dwayne Board at the Super Bowl, before the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And I was like, Dwayne, and nobody knew who Dwayne Board was. I had like 15 of his football cards. I'm like, Dwayne, he goes, hey, what's up, young man? How y'all doing, man? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, Dwayne Board gets forgotten about. But he's an all-time Niner, in my opinion. And then later on coached on the defensive side of the football for many years. He's an all-time Niner.
I got one for you. If we're just going Bay Area and stuff like that, because it's an interesting conversation. Because I started to think about, like, the Warriors have had players that have won championships.
Yes.
Like, I don't consider Andrew Wiggins, who was the second best player on a championship team.
2 months.
He's not an all-time Warrior.
No.
Sean Livingston, though?
He is. I agree 100%.
I just brought that up. I would
agree
consider
100%.
Sean Livingston an all-time Warrior.
And I consider Durant best player on multiple teams, or one of the best players on multiple championship teams. He's an all-time Warrior.
Well, here's another one.
For a small period of time.
What do people say about Tim Hardaway Sr.?
I think he's an all-time Warrior. But it's also an era that is, I mean, he was only here, 4 or 5 years? I don't know. You tell me. 89, he was drafted. I think he got traded in 94.
94, 95.
Yeah. I think he is. And he was an all-star.
He was an all-star with the Warriors.
You know,
NBA Jam,
blew his knee out
commercials, all that stuff. The killer crossover.
Was number 5 first, then became number 10.
Yeah, no. So I got Tim Hardaway's all-time. How about this guy?
I think most people say Jay Rich, and Jay Rich wasn't even here that long.
What about Barry Davis?
Oh, I have him on my loose all-time list. I have him there. And it was here 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, if that. The impact was large.
Yes,
the impact
absolutely.
was large. It was large.
Going back to can you write the history of the team? I said that to the boss about Debo. He's like, oh, you can absolutely write the history of the Niners without Debo. I'm like, can you?
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Not what the league says. No, you can't. No, you can't.
He's already better than Crabtree. And I'm not disrespecting Crabtree. I like Crabtree.
He's had more impact on the 49ers than Michael Crabtree ever did.
Absolutely. And
if we want to talk about Deebo Samuel only having one season, I can make the argument that Crabtree really had one impactful season. Yeah. That came with Colin Kaepernick, which
2012.
I asked.
2012. 85 catches, 1,200 yards.
Is Colin Kaepernick an all-time 49er?
I have him on my list because I've got Montana, Young, Brody, Garcia, Y.A. Tittle, Frankie Albert, Colin Kaepernick, and then now I added Brock Purdy. Because I believe when you do it multiple times in the playoffs,
Purdy an all-time Niner right now. See, I would push back on that.
Okay, well,
I would push back on saying
the guy led the team to the Super Bowl.
No, I hear you, but it's only been 2 seasons.
It's one of the greatest stories the Niners have ever had.
It's only been 2. See, I would push back on Brock
He's
Purdy.
had the same amount of playoff runs as Kaepernick.
No, but I would push back on that saying I need 2 more years of Brock. Or maybe 1 more special season.
His 1 year was better than any 1 year for Kaepernick, and he's been to 2 playoff runs, and he's got signature playoff wins. That win on the road, at home, in the rain against the Green Bay, as ugly as it was, you get credit for that. That unbelievable, unprecedented comeback victory against Dan Campbell in the NFC Championship game, that was incredible. To beat the Dallas Cowboys the year prior with that throw to Kittle, he's got some iconic moments.
He was awful in that game for the most part. He was. And for the most part against Detroit, he was awful for the first 2 quarters. He was awful for the first 3 quarters against Green Bay. I'm saying on my list, I don't have him yet as an all-time Niner.
But you have
I need a little bit more work.
But you have Kaepernick.
I have Kaepernick because what we forget, going on the road, first of all, you're not in the Seattle game without Colin Kaepernick in the NFC title game. Colin Kaepernick carried that offense like Debo did in 2021. Carried the offense by himself. Number 2, Kaepernick, the game against Green Bay, the last ever playoff game at Candlestick Park. We don't need to rehash that. We know what he did in that game. Coming back in the NFC Championship game on the road from 17-0 against a high-flying Falcons offense with Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, and Roddy White, and Tony Gonzalez. That was an all-time offense for the Atlanta Falcons. Come back in that game, and then to come back in the Super Bowl. Now I know you fell short. You didn't make the throw. But Kaepernick was awesome in that Super Bowl. Kaepernick's throwing with the Niners was iconic to me. And then even in his last year, where he's throwing to guys like Jeremy Curley, and who's the running back with the Jets? Was DeJuan Harris or something like that? The team was awful. Nobody's going to Levi Stadium at the time. Still threw you 16 touchdown passes and 4 interceptions, and he's throwing to nobody. Nobody.
I think Cap and Brock are very close. Very close for a lot. And I think they're both, again, if we're going like belt, like Montana's at the top, and then you got Steve Young, Brody won an MVP, you know, like, but I've got Brock and Kaepernick even higher than Garcia in the sense because they've done it in the playoffs. Like the playoff wins matter.
I guarantee you, though, that a lot of people don't have Jeff Garcia down as an all-time Niner.
Multiple Pro Bowls. I think the game against the New York Giants, one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
But I guarantee you a lot of people say Jeff Garcia,
right.
Really?
You're probably right.
Really?
You're probably right.
Because they'll say people have Alex Smith as an all-time Niner. No. That is not the case whatsoever.
If I gave you the game ball, I said to you, all right. You're down 2 touchdowns. You trust Garcia or you trust Alex Smith more? Yeah, I trust
Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, I do too.
I do.
And Alex had his moment. He had his 7 minutes against the New Orleans Saints. It was one of the greatest, moments of all time in team history. But
what about
you need more impact than that.
I'm going to ask you just because I saw it.
Yeah, give it to me.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo an all-time Niner?
No. And to me, the reason is the playoff moments are few and far between. Like in the fourth quarters of those playoffs, look at what his numbers are. Like I've seen Brock with the game on the line multiple times. Green Bay against Dallas. I seen him do it against Seattle. It was a tight game. People forget that was a tight game. They were losing to Seattle.
They were losing at halftime.
It blew the doors off.
Late third quarter, I believe it was 20-17 or 23-17, and Ebukam came up with the sack fumble. Bosa recovered it, and they go on and they run away with the football game.
And look, like Montana's up here, but what he did in the Super Bowl, he didn't just wilt. It's not like we saw Brock Purdy wilt in the Super Bowl. Did he rise to the occasion and meet Mahomes in the fourth quarter and in overtime? No, but he was pretty good in the Super Bowl. But you know what,
though? He was okay in the Super Bowl. I'll say okay.
Okay.
He had let's be real about Brock Purdy. He had an all-time season with the 49ers. But he was clunky in a playoff run.
He was.
A lot of us said, boy, he reminded us of Jimmy Garoppolo in those playoff runs. Like, it was clunky. Now, again, you get credit for coming back and rallying the team. But it was clunky. It was a little like, oh, I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know. Let's go to let's get to some lines here. Let's go to
But to your point, like even and again, everyone's the Niners offense, I believe, had 4 or 5 turnovers in the NFC Championship game in 1981. Like you're not always going to be perfect. You're not going to skunk the Bears 30-0 at home or at their home, in the cold. Like that's what Montana ended up
interesting.
having.
Excluding the mobile text line. Purdy's the Niners' third best quarterback ever already.
Ooh.
Third best quarterback all time?
I think we're underrating Brody a little here.
Frankie Albert?
Brody had not a lot to work with.
I mean, come on, man. Third best already?
And Frankie Albert won an MVP
already?
as well.
Brock Purdy?
I know nobody's going to remember those
People
names.
don't even have him on his top 10 list of quarterbacks coming into this season. We're talking about the third best of the Niners.
But if he puts up numbers like he did this year, then you're going to have that conversation.
You give me another year or two?
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm there with you. All right, let's go to Mike in Livermore. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast. Or brunch with Bonte.
How you guys?
What's up, Mike?
Doing?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, so do you consider Harrison Hurst all-time Niner running back?
No, I think he falls short on my all-time Niner running back list.
Yeah, just under the cut.
I got Hugh McElhaney, Ricky Waters, Frank Gore, Joe Perry.
I bet you people wouldn't have Ricky. They would say Ricky Waters and
J.D.
too
Smith.
short.
And then fullback, I got Craig Rathman, William Floyd, Juszczyk, John Henry Johnson.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I was just wondering because man, he had a few pretty good, darn good seasons with the Niners.
He did. I loved him.
I think he should be up there.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't he the one? Wasn't he the one that broke his leg too?
Yes.
He did break his leg at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City.
I believe he's the only guy to win Comeback Player of the Year twice.
He broke his leg at Kansas City Arrowhead Stadium where they got blown out in the regular season game. Then he tore his knee up on the first play of the game in the divisional round playoff game against the Atlanta Falcons a week after the catch 2 with T.O. and Steve Young against the Green Bay Packers. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening?
Hey, good to hear you guys in this time slot, man. But I wanted to join in with the foreknowledge that I might get flushed, just like what your producer said.
No, you're not going to get flushed. You're not going to get flushed.
I'm going to keep this like Vegas, and I'm going to let it ride. Alex is an all-time great in my eyes for 2 reasons. I have to stick up for the guy. Number one, years ago, when I was working at as a bookstore manager, I went down to Morgan Hill to assist in finding Sierra Lamar in a search party. And in one of those search parties, lo and behold, Alex Smith showed up with McDonald's for everyone. That makes him an all-time great for me right there. But more importantly, this cat, why he, in all seriousness, he's an all-time great to me because he's just like your average Joe guy, man. I was at work, and I'm here working, and this 6'4" Caucasian, blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy sneaks out in the lobby at the DMV where I was working at the time. I walk up to him. I said, you are the most non-discreet person in this room right now. And the guy didn't make a big to-do about who he was or his status in the Bay Area. He was just there as an average guy doing the transaction. I fought everybody for the chance to help the guy out. He came in there to get some registration done, and I told him my buddy's not going to believe that I ran into you. He said, well, go get your camera, and we'll take pictures outside so you can send it to him. So that's why I love Alex, man. Alex, you're all right in my book.
All right,
I hear you, but that's like me saying Johnny Sanchez is in my all-time rotation for Giants because he signed a ball for my nephew.
Well, he's a nice guy. He's really
he is a nice guy. He's the all-time nice guy team.
Troy Murphy was a nice guy. He was. Is he an all-time Warrior?
Probably not.
What about Latrell Sprewell?
Oh, well, for younger guys, the older guys like us when we were younger, Spree was our dude. He was. Spree was, come on, man.
Going back to Brendan Aiyuk. Right now, is he an all-time Niner?
Again, I don't know. He's coming up a little short. But look, in 3 or 4 years, maybe he is. He
already has 269 receptions, 3,931 receiving yards in the regular season, and 25 touchdowns. Deebo Samuel in his career with the Niners in 5 seasons, and we know Deebo's just
how many
not
total
strictly
touchdowns?
Receiving touchdowns. Deebo 19 touchdowns receiving. Aiyuk has 25.
Okay.
And remember, Deebo's played one more season.
But how many rushing touchdowns?
But rushing touchdown he has 19, and that's the difference.
Wow, he's got 19 and 19. He's going to hit 50 this year. Wow.
Well, he's got 38 total touchdowns in the regular season. He might get to 50 this year.
No Jimmy Garoppolo, huh?
No.
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life.
Boy. Let's go to John in Antioch.
Hey, John.
All the way in Antioch. What up, John? Good afternoon.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I was calling to see what your guys' thoughts about Tony Parrish and Jeremy Newberry.
I love Tony Parrish. Broke his leg, never was the same.
But I do love me some Tony Parrish. I do.
Falls short. He falls short.
What about Golston?
Oh, I love Deshaun Golston. Falls short. Whitner too.
Wow.
I love those two, but no.
We got to go.
And what was the other one? Newberry?
Yeah, Jeremy Newberry.
Newberry's actually on my all-time offensive line list.
Yeah, I don't know if he's on my list. We'll get to Tony in Oakland on the other side. Tony in Oakland, we'll get to her on the other side. Tony in Oakland, that's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Don't miss the Lazy Boy Inventory Overstock Sell-Off event. For a limited time, save up to
My stomach is growling.
Game. Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
All right, again, big time shoes to fill. Hopefully we're doing a great job at doing it. We got about 30 minutes here on the program. We're talking football. We're talking Debo, all-time Niners or whatnot. But I want to kind of narrow this down a little bit. By the way, if you're looking for the best damn Giants talking the Bay Area, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky, Lubman, bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season every single week. Also, you can listen to exclusive player interviews with current players like Tyler Rogers and past legends like Jeremy Affeldt, Sergio Romo, who Sam caught up with over the weekend, and you can now listen to his conversation with Romo and Affeldt now wherever you listen to podcasts, 888-957-9570. Let me say this. When it comes to Deebo Samuel's single season in 2021, who's had, when it comes out to single seasons with the 49ers, let's start with 1987 with Jerry Rice, where he scored, 23 touchdowns?
In a strike-shortened season.
12 games. It's just sick. It's just unbelievably sick. Where does Deebo Samuel's single season in 2021 rank in terms of all-time single seasons with the 49ers? And it could be wide receiver. It could be running. Because like Christian McCaffrey last year is an all-time single season, right? Frank Gore, when he ran for 95 yards under Norv Turner as the offensive coordinator, that's an all-time season. Deebo's all-time season. Like, I think Jimmy Garoppolo's, and I can't believe I'm doing this.
Okay, what are you doing?
Because you just said it before the break. Boy, Jimmy Garoppolo's a gift that keeps on giving. When we look back at Jimmy Garoppolo's 2019 season with the 49ers, was that an all-time season for the quarterback position with the 49ers?
Really quick, I don't mean to jump in here, guys. Got a quick programming update. I just got a call from Raymond Ritter. TJG is going to jump on with Trace Jackson Davis is going to jump on with us within the next minute here. So just giving you the producing on the fly.
Let's go, baby.
Roger Craig's thousands up there.
Yep, the first 1,000 season in NFL history.
You got Montana's MVP in 1990 up there. This is off the top of my head. Montana's MVP season in 1990. You got the MVP season for Steve Young in 1994. You're absolutely going to have, Jerry Rice's, whatever it was, 98 season when he came back and had like 1,700 yards.
Chios had some monster seasons.
I mean, there's so many of them. I don't know what to choose, but it's in there. It's in there. I mean, again, you got a Dana Stubblefield Defensive Player of the Year in there somewhere, right?
You know what? Let's pivot, man. Let's talk to our main man. Our main man out there playing the Summer League. He's going to be shut down, but he looks good. Looks like he's in great shape. And I got to talk to him about getting a haircut. I thought he was going to keep the hair. Our main man, Trace Jackson Davis. What's going on, my man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, man. We're in a different time slot. We're used to working in the mornings, but I can't lie, TJT. This 10 to 2 slot is pretty good, man. This afternoon thing, I could go with that instead of waking up at 4:15 in the morning. I know he doesn't care.
Do you care about the NCAA video game getting released this week?
Yeah, man. I'm out here. I don't even have my system. I wanted to play with my brother, because he's at Indiana, and he's quarterback. So
you know what's crazy, TJ? This is honestly, and Trace Jackson Davis joins us on the River Islands guest line. I swear to you, I'm not even joking, Shasky, TJD. I'm simulating. I simulated through the first season with Cal Berkeley. In a national championship game, I kid you not, it was Indiana versus Georgia. And coming into the next season, my second season, Indiana was a preseason AP top 25 number one team in the country. I'm like, the Indiana Hoosiers, are you kidding me?
Hey, that's good. They're going to have a lot of work to do, but hey, I'm not going to doubt them.
I'm not going to doubt them.
Is your brother pumped up? I mean, how's he feeling?
Yeah. He's feeling great. He's just getting out there, just working his tail off, and then just letting the work show. So whenever he gets his opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it.
Now, how are you feeling, man? You've got the opportunity of a lifetime to practice with Team USA, with the select team, and that's a great honor. Congratulations to you and Brandon Podziemski going into your second season. What was the main takeaway from those practices against those big dogs like Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo and LeBron James? What was the big thing you took away from those scrimmages?
The big thing I took away from it is just belonging. Just the group that we were with and who we were going up against. I mean, we didn't get the job done. We lost one game by 6 and then the other one by 1. But when you playing against the top 15 best players in the NBA and you're down to 1 point, I mean, it just shows that you belong there, and just playing hard. And it was a lot of fun.
You know, Anthony Edwards has expressed some almost like irrational confidence at times, but he backs it up. Does he have more irrational confidence than Podziemski? Because Podziemski, man, some of the things I'm hearing out of these practices, it sounds like he's got confidence too.
No, BP is a very confident kid. I would say BP is even probably, I wouldn't say more confident, but just the way that he comes off, because Ant-Man was a number 1 overall pick. I mean, he's a freak athlete. He has all of the intangibles. I mean, BP's a solid athlete. He can shoot the ball very well, but he got it out the mud, and he's worked for this. And just the way that he approaches the game, his confidence is on another level.
So what have you worked on to improve your game? Because you had a hell of a rookie season. And we all thought you should have at least made the second team all-rookie, but you got a late start within the season once you cracked the rotation, and you made an impact. I know, I don't want to remind you, but it's great motivation into the second season. What is the thing that you said, you know what, let me take this away from my rookie season. I want to add this to my game. What are you trying to add to your game going into the second season?
I just think the biggest thing that I can add is obviously defensively, being more of an anchor. I mean, I was solid last year, but having a year under my belt, the talking can go up. The rotations, I know all the rotations, and having Draymond and Lewin still here, they're going to help me still with that. But just going into my second year and just building off of my first year, I mean, I started a few games at the end of the year and just continuing to build off of that stuff, chasing rebounds, dunks, and all that. And all that stuff will come, but at the same time, just continuing to just keep building on from where I was last year at the end of the year.
Is it difficult for you to kind of steer clear of this athlete's podcast and this report from Shams or Woj that this guy might be in a trade talk with the Warriors and that guy's linked to him and the owner's on a podcast? And like, as a young player, you're trying to find yourself in the league still, you know, and prove more than what you did the year before. Has it been difficult to kind of like steer clear all that stuff?
Not necessarily. I mean, it is what it is. The Warriors are a great organization, and before any of that stuff gets out, they would tell us way before. And what we've been doing, we've been in the gym, we're grinding, we're getting better, and right now, that's what they have us here. They had us here the whole summer, and that's to get ready for next year. And so, if something does happen, it happens. But right now, we haven't heard anything. So.
Trace Jackson-Davis here on the River Islands Gas Line with Bonte and Butcher on 95.7 The Game. How much did Mike Woodson prep you for that? Obviously, he was in the NBA for a long, long time. He coached you up at Indiana. Did he kind of prep you for, hey, your first year in the offseason, there's going to be all these rumors, there's going to be all these things happening? Did he prep you and prepare you for some of the offseason chatter, the offseason noise that we hear about every single day during the summer?
Oh, absolutely. And the crazy thing is, when he took the job at Indiana is when the transfer portal and all of the NIL took off. So it was like hand in hand. And like, you got people going under the table, colleges trying to reach out and doing things and all of this other stuff going on. And it's just the wild, wild west and the transfer portal and all that. But Coach Woodson did a great job. I think I have a good head on my shoulders, and I know how to handle all of that stuff. And I understand at the end of the day, it's a business.
You know, being around the Anthony Davises or the Joel Embiids, is there something that they do in preparation or in technique that you're trying to steal or utilize yourself for your own game?
I think the biggest thing that I could take away from any of those players are probably Bam and AD on the defensive end. I think Bam, just the way he's undersized and how he bumps guys off of their position, and then the same with AD and like how his drop coverage and stuff of that nature, and just the way that he plays and ends up getting those blocks are some things that I can learn from watching film from those dudes.
No, we love the fact that Raymond Ritter, obviously over there with you, and he's like, hey, man, Trace is putting in extra work in practice and blah, blah, blah. He's putting in. We like hearing that stuff here. We like it. But I got to ask, man, because we love the barbershop talk, and a lot of people coming down line and say haircuts. What the heck made you get rid of all that hair, TJD, man? You had it flowing out there.
I did have it flowing. So the thing is, I usually cut my hair off like every year.
Oh.
And so I skipped last year. I should have had a buzz cut last summer, but I decided to keep it for the draft. And then I always told Loon, this is the week I'm gonna buzz it. And then I finally got to the summer. I was like, nah, it's got to come off now.
You didn't want to go with the dreads like Lou, man. Luke Dog's got it flowing, man. I didn't think Lou could do it. He had the wave game. He was going 360 with the waves, and all of a sudden he's got a full head of hair. You didn't want to go the Loon Dog route, huh?
I might here in the future. It depends. I've never done a braid, so that might be next on my list.
So with all these new guys on a couple of new guys on the Warriors team, do you feel like the old guy now?
I mean, I feel like just with the experience that I've got, I can definitely help lead them and help them out, kind of like the guys did for me, like JK and especially Moses were two dudes that really helped me, especially at the beginning of the season. And so just being out here with Quentin and Reese, just trying to help them, it's been good, and they're putting in solid work, and I think they're going to be some players.
There's two kinds of hoopers. It feels like those that can ball out in pants and those who can't, right? JK's always wearing sweatpants in these workout videos. Are you a sweatpants workout warrior like he is?
I wouldn't necessarily call me a sweatpants warrior. I mean, maybe sometimes I'll wear some sweatpants just because, but that don't really matter to me.
What about the scarf JK was wearing the other day? Because I know the Vegas hit, it's been like 110, 120 out there. What about the scarf out there? Are you pulling that off? Are you going to steal that scarf from his wardrobe?
At him?
Yeah, I don't think the scarf is for me, but I think JK was just trying to watch out for the sunburn. So.
Oh my God!
Real quick before we let you go, obviously we lost some legends with the Warriors. CP3 moves on to San Antonio. I know you guys learned a lot from him, especially BP, but also Klay Thompson, an icon here in the Bay Area. He's going to eat for free wherever he goes. He moves on to the Dallas Mavericks. Any parting words with Klay Thompson and CP3 as they move on to different teams here, TJD?
Yeah, for Klay, he called me about a week and a half ago. We had a good conversation. I mean, just being his rook, it was a lot of fun, and he's a great dude on and off the court. And I wish him nothing but the best until we played him. And so, besides when we played him, I wish him nothing but the best. I hope he breaks all of his three-point records and gets all the accolades that he wants, and just finishes out his career stellar. And so that's what I wish for Klay.
Hey, we got to get that gamer tag. We're going to have an NCAA tournament. People are trying to come at me. They're trying to come at Shasky. We'll get some NCAA football going on. We'll live stream it or whatnot. But, hey, thanks for the time today, man. Go get your system. Keep working on your game. We all love TJD. A lot of fans can't wait to see what you do in your second season, man. Best of luck the rest of the offseason. Hopefully we see you around.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Anytime. Chase Jackson-Davis here. I keep wanting to say the morning roast, but I'm going to say brunch with Butcher and Bonte. But we got a break. That was real quick. TJD, short notice. It was a lot of fun. We love TJD around here. He's full of energy. He's working on his game. Can't wait to see what he does in year number 2. But crossover time. Coming up with Steiny Guru next, and that's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is
on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Yay! Matt Steinmet's favorite quarterback, Kirk Cousins. That's what I don't miss about BSG.
Wow.
The Kirk Cousins talk.
He's going to be available.
Look at that when he won the wild card game against the Saints. I dreaded that Monday morning.
Wait, why?
He hit Thielen with that pass, and it was like,
oh my gosh.
Falcons playing chess. That's what the Falcons are doing.
Just burning $120 million?
Yeah, because they know they're going to move him.
Yeah.
And they know where they can move him in a year.
Oh, I know. Oh, my gosh. It's not going away.
Would you rather, what's Cousins making, 40?
Yeah.
Would you rather pay Cousins 40 or Purdy 56? Oh,
he stopped him.
He's in the Niners crosshairs.
No, I'd rather
Kirk
Purdy.
Cousins still for 7 years.
Could you relay the text that I sent the thread during the Green Bay game?
So during the middle of the Green Bay game,
playoff game,
Michelle wouldn't let me go to the game because we had the baby.
Shout out Michelle.
It was really small, and I wanted to bring him. She said, it's raining. He's freaking like a month old. So I had a bunch of people over the house: Rocco, Jimbo, my cousin Mike, all the kids, 100 million kids. And all of a sudden, my phone is going crazy because I'm holding the baby, and I go, Emma, open it up. And she opens it up, and it's Bonte Hill to the roast. She goes, Kirk Cousins is back on the table, Bonte Hill says.
I swear he tweeted that out. I was like, people are mad.
I didn't want that smoke on Twitter.
Yeah, man.
Well, through 3 quarters, Brock Purdy looked a little Jimmy G-esque.
Then in the third quarter, boy, this looks like a Jimmy G game.
Man, you guys were lucky to win that.
And Detroit.
Yeah, no doubt. The offense did not mirror it. You were not. I was with you, Stouty. If I had $1 for every time I said, I agree with Monte saying this offense looks like the 94 offense. Remember? I remember. It didn't look like that at all during the playoffs, Joe.
And I said
because
they were
playing better teams. No, Green Bay, just happy to get in. They were the hottest team in the league going into the postseason. Had won 7 of 9.
And I did bring up Jordan Love, and people roasted me for that. I also brought up that Steve Wilkes was the best coach in the Super Bowl for the 49ers.
I'm kind of built for this.
Yeah. They threw Steve Wilkes under the bus so bad.
Ask me what I did last night, guys.
Oh,
boy. Drew on the Super Bowl. I really did. I wanted to watch Aiyuk. He was overthrown at least three times.
Can you walk me through this? Because I do this.
No, I got it on there.
Do you have a cocktail while you're doing this? Do you kick your feet up? Do you tell everyone to go to bed?
No, I was just sober. After the All-Star game, I'd hit run line plus 170 American League. And then I got euphoria, so I want to study.
You bet the All-Star game?
Oh, my God.
Is that worse than betting Little League Baseball?
No, that's when I don't bet on Goo loves the kids. Dibs was used to do it. I think he quit.
I quit too.
Yeah.
Well, I quit the minute I yelled at him from Hawaii, Steiny.
Yeah,
this little big chubby kid from Hawaii wasn't busting his ass down the first baseline, and I cursed him out. And I said, dude, what am I doing?
But the bottom line is Aiyuk beat his man a few times, and the ball was overthrown. And my only reason I bring that up is be careful what you wish for, Niners. If you're going to say night-night to Brandon Aiyuk, he is an above-average receiver, man.
Top 10 according to NFL executives, coaches, and scouts.
That doesn't shock me.
We all agree on that. No one. I think the Niners agree on that.
He can go put up CeeDee Lamb numbers in Dallas right now if he were the dude.
But you can't keep everyone. Right?
And they paid everybody.
That's where they're at. I mean, I think you were the one who alluded to this yesterday regarding the Golden State Warriors. It just can't financially keep everyone sometimes.
No, you can't. And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to do anything anytime soon, right? We're not going to really find out what's going on here for
next Wednesday. They report.
Well, he ain't reporting.
There's no chance.
There's no chance. Maybe I'm. Maybe they sign it before then. So maybe I'd be wrong.
I wrote this down. So I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but April of 2022, Deebo Samuel, April 20th, 5 days before the draft, said, "I'm demanding a trade." Yep. Now they went back and forth and whatever. August 1st. He signed an extension.
Got it down.
George Kittle signed his extension, I believe, August 8th or 9th.
August 13th, 2020.
Where's Fred Warner? Late July?
Late July. And then
July
Nick
21st.
was September 8th.
Right.
If you're going by the history of the 49ers, it's not going to be right now anyway.
Exactly. I'd say
nothing to see here then.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm wondering, the one question I do have now is, and there's 2 points of view. Has what Aiyuk has done this summer soured the fans on him a little?
Jawan Jennings.
Or has it impacted the Niners' view of him? Now, I don't think it has. Like, if Deebo demanded a trade and they worked things out with him, I got to believe that the Niners are thinking if they plan on signing him, they still will be able to. But the fans, I think, are the ones like, look, if you don't want to be here, those guys are tough to root for.
Steiny, the fans have just now started to give Deebo Samuel all of his flowers because of the receiver doc. It's taken Deebo Samuel 2 seasons to get over what he was doing in 2022, saying,
he was the
off the team. Yeah, he was the offense, but he's like, yeah, I'm done with the Niners. Trade me to the Jets. The Niners field the calls. Fans have flipped on Bosa. Think about what Bosa did last year. They flipped. So when it comes to Aiyuk, I see it all the time on Twitter right now with text.
What about his teammate, Bonte? Did you was that fair or foul for Jawan Jennings to say it's
he
for people to think that? What do you mean
he
walked it back?
He basically said he wasn't talking about Aiyuk.
Told you.
That's what you said.
Yeah, he said he walked it back.
Damage control.
But if you want to ask me, what do the players think of Aiyuk? Well, Steiny covered the NBA for a long time. Players don't get in the business of other players' money. They try not to.
Are we sure about that?
Well, we know what happened with the Warriors. We know what happened with that with Jordan Poole.
I don't ever want to hear ever again, it's a business and it's emotionless.
But for the most part.
Like, I was so hurt when they came to me and asked to slash my salary. And then I told them, well, the only way I'm staying is if I remain the highest paid fullback. You can slash my salary even though I feel like I've earned it. These guys all get emotional.
But in the locker room, though, I think for the most, especially in the NBA, players try not to get in the business of their money. They try to just not pocket watch. That's what they're supposed to now. It's a different day and age. It's a different day and age. It's a different day and age. But I don't know. I think the players understand what Brandon Aiyuk's trying to do because they understand this is one time to cash in. And they can't hate on that. You got to cash in when you have your...
Well, you better be ready to play. When you show up, you better be ready to play.
No, unlike Bosa. Remember, that was just... And then later on, you said it yesterday, he blamed it on, I got a late start. Come on, that's not how it works.
Well, if I hear another reporter, Bosa's the last guy I worry about being ready and in game shape. It's like, okay.
That's what his mom said, too, when she came on. Oh, you don't have to worry about little Nicky.
Exactly.
I don't want to depress you guys, but I got a goo bomb. We were chopping this up.
A goo bomb?
How many untouchable players on the Warriors and Giants right now?
Steph.
That was all made my list.
Steph.
Butch, for the Dubs, untouchable.
Oh, I know. I already see Steiny's face. Oh, gosh.
For all 3 teams.
I'm just going to let Steiny go because he's ready to argue.
Well, we know his answer. We got 4 hours. We're going to get his answer. I want yours. All 3 teams right now.
Well, Bryce Eldridge is like, he's not on the Steph level. Everyone knows. Bryce Eldridge is untouchable for
me. Come on.
What?
A prospect being untouchable?
Who the hell is he?
Yeah, he's
single A.
The lefty with power.
Single A baseball player.
When I write on this in 2 years,
you can take a victory mile.
Exactly.
All right, Butch, he's off the table. Who else?
If he becomes an all-star, I will never bring up Casey Schmidt ever again.
Okay, good.
Because he was untouchable for a while.
I'm going to say Steph. Kyle Shanahan's untouchable.
Oh, I didn't even think of those guys.
Like Kyle Shanahan's untouchable.
What about Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
Champion. He's the one who's got
4-time champion.
Yeah, he looks a little burnt out, though.
He's only got 2 years.
Well, they just blew out Serbia. He looked pretty good today.
Great. He should blow out Serbia. But Steph, obviously.
No other Giant?
I would put Bosa in there for the time being because he was
on my list. A single A player with the Giants is the only untouchable. A single A player with the Giants is the only Ramos?
Well,
he made my list.
For the right deal, obviously, anyone's available. You know what I mean? You're going to give it. But you're asking me just randomly untouchables. Like, I think Patrick Bailey's probably untouchable because you're not going to find a better catcher right now for the big leagues.
About Logan Webb.
No, I would.
I said no to.
I would.
I love
Logan
him,
Webb
but no,
because I don't think his timeline actually matches up with where the Giants are at.
I think everybody on the Giants is touchable,
except Ramos too.
Everybody on the Giants.
Somebody.
Everybody. Well, there's not one player I think that's going to.
I would have Kaminga for me. Kaminga, unless it's the unbelievable knockout deal, I want to see Kaminga play.
Brock Purdy untouchable?
Well, there's some. I think Brock Purdy right now is untouchable.
I would agree with Steiny.
So you're saying you'll pay him then?
I would agree.
No. He might be touchable next year.
Yeah, let's see.
Right now, you can't trade him.
I'm totally with him.
Now, maybe and if he has a bad year, he does you a favor because you don't have to pay him as much. But when I look at Brock Purdy right now, I say, well, if you trade Brock Purdy, it would theoretically have to be for a guy who's better than him right now.
Right.
And how many? So that's not going to happen. You can't trade him. You wouldn't trade him for a lineman. You might trade Aiyuk.
Everything.
You might trade Aiyuk for a lineman.
The disrespect, man.
Yeah, please.
The dude's a badass, man.
He's all right.
He's your best receiver that you have right now.
Shanahan untouchable. McCaffrey. Steve Kerr is not untouchable. 4-time champion.
See, we just went players. I didn't go
coach is more important to the actual X's and O's, play calling, and building your team. As we've seen in the NBA, I'm not saying coach isn't important. I just do
the NFL coaching is more important.
The NFL coaches is more important.
Butch is Pods untouchable? What? And I love Pods. Podziemski.
No, he's not untouchable.
Butch, Bonte?
No.
All right. Steiny?
No. Of course not.
But according to who you listen to, he's coveted more than Kaminga, which just blows my basketball mind.
He might be. Well, I mean, two things. Slater coming on today and saying, the Warriors love Pods. They don't want to trade him. Now, that's a long way from untouchable, but they like him and they don't want to trade him. You also have a report from Tim McMahon saying Utah wants Podziemski. They want Podziemski. And Kaminga, they can, whatever. Now, that may not be accurate, but I could actually see why another team would want Podziemski more than Kaminga.
Interesting.
But you're including the whole enchilada, contracts, control. It's not just basketball.
No, it is basketball.
Talent-wise?
Part of it, yeah.
There's no way.
I think there's I think there's people out there.
And I love Pods.
I think there's people out there that look at Kaminga and say, I don't know what he is.
To your point, when we were talking about systems, like could Debo play anywhere?
Yeah.
I don't know if he could play anywhere. Kaminga may be that same guy.
Exactly.
And maybe some people could say, well, Podziemski could fit any type of system because he's a team basketball player, do a little bit of everything.
Back to the untouchable thing. And maybe my definition is different from others. That's why I'm asking. So like
he said Elbridge, I love it.
Well, no, like in this hypothetical, if I said I give you Anthony Edwards for Steph Curry, you're saying no?
No, Mike, no. I love you, the chef, but it's time. We go get him.
I mean, I think when you say like Curry is not untouchable, people go like
wow.
Like if I give
talent-wise, Steiny and youth and all that stuff.
Well, that's why
it's nuanced. Yeah,
so is Wendy like
the chef is my guy. That's my guy. We got to listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we would trade Steph Curry.
That's what I'm saying.
Steiny, so would they if you were to get a guy that it would never. That's fictitious. That's not reality.
Isn't all this fictitious?
It would never happen.
Well, I actually don't think it's entirely fictitious. I think there's a scenario, and maybe it's a 10% scenario, where things don't go great for the Warriors this year, and at the trade deadline, somebody thinks if they got Steph, they could put him over.
Okay. I get that all day.
Okay.
That may happen.
Well, at that point, you have to think about it. The one I use right now, and listen, this is all hypothetical, but let's say the Sixers have a great year, and at the end of the year, or like let's say midway through the year, Maxey gets hurt. Not a serious injury, but he's done for the year.
But what would the Warriors cut? What would you like? That's a PR nightmare. You got to get blown away to get rid of the chef.
Tyrese Maxey?
That ain't Edwards to me, and I love Maxey. That ain't Edwards.
You average 27 a game. I know,
but
you
I'm
love
not
that
moving
number.
an icon though, Steiny, for Maxey.
So
that's just me.
Because now I'm stepping back and I'm saying, if using this whole algorithm that we're using right now, which feels very hypothetical.
Yeah.
The only untradeable guy in sports really is Patrick Mahomes.
Damn.
Because
what about LeBron?
There's not a trade on the planet Kansas City is taking for Mahomes. Right?
What about Buffalo for Josh Allen?
I don't think if Kansas City would not trade Josh Allen.
I'm down on Allen, B.
Would Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, go out there and field calls for Joe
No, he
Burrow?
would not. So we got to put Burrow with Mahomes.
He would take Mahomes over Burrow is what I'm saying he would do.
But is he untouchable? Knowing that Mahomes is off the board
No,
and
that's
Kansas City's not doing anything.
That's what he said. He's saying that Mahomes is the only untouchable because every other football team would trade their quarterback no matter who it was.
Cincinnati would trade Joe Burrow for Patrick Mahomes?
I think they would.
They thought he was better than Mahomes last year. They were in their building. They thought he went to AFC, the Arrowhead Stadium, and beat him in the AFC Championship.
Maybe he did.
I don't know how they would feel about that.
Because I would trade Bosa. If I knew I could get Mahomes, I would trade Bosa.
Oh, sure.
Yes,
everybody would.
And I love Purdy, but come on. I mean, most Niner fans.
But the title of the exercise was the Niners, you got 5 quote-unquote untouchables. The Giants and Warriors, where they're at, outside of Curry, that's all that made my list.
The Giants. You named a single A guy for the Giants.
You did.
That's how down bad. I'm not saying you're wrong about. I'm not saying you're down bad. Yeah, I know
because the state of the team.
Casey Schmidt and everybody, but it's the state of the franchise that we're banking on a single A guy, a guy in single A to say, yeah, he's untouchable.
Damn.
That's sad.
We're forgetting a guy.
Time for the legal.
And I'm not kidding. Okay, get the legal.
Oh,
I love that Guru time for
yeah, sorry, because I always forget to do the legal.
Time for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop?
This Bay Area athlete right now is more untouchable than anybody we've mentioned.
Give us 10 seconds.
CMC.
Give us 10 seconds.
CMC.
Nope.
He's on the Warriors?
No.
Oh, the guy for the Sharks.
Yes.
Our guy.
Macklin Celebrini. Macklin Celebrini is as untouchable as anybody.
He's the Victor Wembanyama chip that they have. That's a good point.
We'll be at the take.
That's actually a really good point.
We will be at the take.
Shout out Rick Tittle. Took me to my Shark playoff game.
Yeah, no, they've been giving out tickets. So we're going to be talking Sharks on 95.7 The Game. Boy, our ratings are going to be great.
By the way, and this is what I got with my buddy here.
Yeah.
I got a text from him.
Hey, be careful now when you go public.
No, this is going to be funny. This is going to be funny.
Don't let the vodka out of the bottle or the tequila out of the bottle like the other day.
He says, I don't know what time this was, but he goes, USA down by 3 to Serbia.
It was early.
It was first quarter.
Yeah,
I was text that then.
18-15.
Why did you text me? And I wanted to let you know what I was doing.
The Guru would text?
Curry went off.
That was you?
Yeah.
I also don't think the Yankees would trade Aaron Judge for anyone in the game. I think that the Yankees.
Well, that's another great one.
No, but
you're
right. Very
Dodgers
specific.
trading Ohtani?
What?
Another.
Yeah.
I don't think they would trade him for Ohtani.
I don't think Philly's trading Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
See, that's a good. See, I like that. See,
Mookie Betts, Ohtani.
I get jealous here on those names, man.
I'll tell you who else
They would not trade him.
untouchable is
Anthony
your boy.
Edwards.
No, your boy Paul Skeens.
Yeah,
untouchable.
100%.
Yeah, I get
Pirates
it.
would never trade him. 100%.
But we want that here for the Bay Area
Right,
teams.
so I gotta ask. I already know Stanley's answer because I saw the tweet. Steph Curry untouchable?
He is to me.
All
You've
right.
built.
Yes.
Come on, man.
I think right now
This is a
he's
move,
untouchable.
no doubt.
But the
the
way I look at untouchable is you might not be untouchable in 6 months or a year. You got to see how it plays out.
Does he want to be touched though? Is it going to get so bad and raggedy, Butch, to where he's like,
not now.
Not now.
No.
Oh, not
and
now.
I think
I'm
he
with
wants
you.
to be a warrior for life, but by just
Things
saying,
change in this
and
league
the tone was
quickly,
different
Bonte.
than what the quote said. But he's like, look, man, things change quickly. It's a business. I get that. He understands it.
Man, he went off today.
He did go crazy.
Yeah.
That's bounce back game for Steph.
All right, everybody in the room, you've got whatever you hold the most high in your life, whether it's a possession, a family member, whatever it is. Are you risking that individual? Is he staying with the Warriors the rest of his career, or is he probably playing somewhere else?
Steph?
Yeah.
I think he's going to end up playing somewhere else.
I am getting that feeling too.
He's here. Every day it waned, but the switches, he's here, man.
And maybe it just feels dire right now.
Yeah.
Because he's playing on USA, having a great time. He's still the best player on the team.
26 a game
It depends. Can the Warriors get their version of Luka Doncic? And what I'm saying here, and I'm not saying Luka, but what the Mavericks did with Dirk, he was basically unplayable by the end of his career.
It's true.
But they had a Luka where it's like, okay, we have the passing of the torch right here. Let them be around an all-time great. Learn the NBA system. Learn how to travel as an NBA player, whatnot. Even though he played professionally overseas, can the Warriors get their version of a Luka or an Anthony Edwards, a guy who can, okay, we could take you into the future and have Steph around to teach you?
If Kaminga pops, that's him.
That's the key to me.
Kaminga's got all the physical DNA, but you got the handle. You got the one spin move.
I don't know. What would it mean for the
What guy had major longevity, and stayed with one team in the Bay Area?
In the Bay? Barry Bonds?
No, Barry Bonds was a Pirate first.
Oh, yeah. He's talking homegrown.
I want to say Jerry, Ronnie Lott, and Joe. They all left.
They all left.
Posey, but he only played 9 years. I don't consider that longevity. I don't consider that longevity.
Mullen got traded.
Brandon Crawford went somewhere else. Chris Mullen went somewhere else.
It's very rare.
You know, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, it is almost impossible.
Wow. What about how long did Matt Cain pitch?
Matt Cain was a Giant from 2005 on the big league team until about 2014, 2015.
9.
10 years.
decade. No, it hasn't happened.
So, like, what I'm getting at is when these guys play a long time, it's just so few and far between. The Reggie Millers and the Dirks are very much outliers in these situations.
That's why the Steph story is incredible already.
In this era.
Yeah, no doubt. It's still going.
I think business-wise, too, and the PR hit you would take.
Oh, it would be huge.
Like, Steph is going to type of guy, he could be in year 20, averaging 17, but with the nature of his game, I still think he'll sell out the arena. He's box office.
He is.
You can't, like, the business portion of it, ticket sales, jersey sales, like this All-Star game. Like, they have to keep him through the All-Star game because this is the Steph Curry All-Star game.
And his best attribute is what the game is about.
Exactly.
It's the NBA version of the home run. He hits threes today.
To me,
he was on fire.
To me, the Curry thing is simple. It's just simple. You talk to the guy. You let him know what we're trying to do, and he's smart enough to know, and you say, let us know if, we're going to try our best to get to the playoffs next year, maybe make some noise. If you ain't feeling it, let us know.
I know you guys talked Lacob yesterday. What's the big takeaway? Because we played a little bit of the sound, and we're better on paper. Got emotional about
love
play.
Joe.
It's hard to make trades.
Go ahead, Scotty.
And I love Jake because he's on Twitter and he's looking at everything.
He said it. I heard
he can't help himself. He's told us in
Do you follow him on Twitter?
Lacob? He's on Twitter?
No, he told us in studio last year that, I see Twitter. I don't tweet, but I
He doesn't say at Joe Lacob, though.
But no, and then he goes on the podcast with David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson.
Probably
I see what's being written, negative and positive. Like, I see all that stuff.
What stuck out? Well, it's not a good look to say the trades out there are illogical when you've been a dynasty for 10 or 12 years. Yeah. That didn't come off great. Like, okay, you didn't get done what you wanted to get done.
You can't blame it on the leads, Butch and Sales.
Exactly.
These are bad leads.
That was a good one.
Boy,
I do like an owner talking the way he's talking on Guru. What you think?
he's Joey Light years, but I thought that was kind of.
I didn't like either that he said, I think they've done a great job, Mike and Kirk.
Steiny didn't
and he
like
stopped
that.
there.
Yeah.
And then Goose said, well, they always do it by committee. And I said, well, then name 4 other guys that are on that group. Larry Harris, he's in there.
Well, it's just going to be interesting for him, man.
It is difficult to execute a trade in the NBA.
It is.
Yeah.
I think that is a fact.
They've never needed one. Now they're dependent on it. Because they've been the Billy Badass. They've been the king of the hill. They got
it's more restricted now than ever to make trades. So difficult.
And don't you think teams operate? And I know we got to leave. Other teams are looking at the worst saying, "We're not helping that team."
I said that yesterday.
I think there's something to that.
Just watch him.
Just watch him. We don't want to keep this team on top. They ruined the NBA for crying out loud, according to other teams, other fan bases. All right, that was a lot of fun.
I
we'll
like
do this again tomorrow. Yeah, not bad, right? Cool. You guys have a good show. What do you guys have on? What do you guys? Any guests? Just to listen.
We got Steiny for 4 hours.
Oh, there we go. I love that. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Happy Hump Day, baby.
It is our all jacked up weekend presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We're doing the afternoon. Bonte and Shasky are midday, and Willard and Dibs are now in the morning. And that goes back to the way it normally is on Monday.
Speaking of which, the morning the street said my man golfed early before work. So I expect a big show from you today.
Oh, well, I'm a little fatigued, as I always am at this time of the day. But I'll be all right. We got a lot to get into today.
Let's go.
We're going to have some conversation on who's untouchable in the Bay Area for sure. We'll talk about Brandon Aiyuk's trade request. But here's where I want to start.
Give it to me.
Now, I need to put some disclaimers on this. All right? Now, I may present a point of view today that I may not entirely subscribe to, but I can see what maybe others are feeling. And here's where I'll start.
All right.
Again, I'm Pretend I'm like a defense attorney. Okay, that I have to. I'm a public defender, and I have to represent this guy.
Yeah.
All right. Here's where I'll start. Is it possible, Goo, that we've been looking at it a little bit wrong?
I can't wait to hear what it is. Go ahead.
As it relates to the Warriors, and it's this: is Brandon Podziemski more coveted than Jonathan Kaminga? And is Brandon Podziemski more valuable to the Warriors than Jonathan Kaminga is?
Okay. So I'm Ricky Henderson. I'm taking the first crack at it.
It's just a question so far. I'm just asking a question.
Pod's a friend of my son's, Stoney, a friend of the program, a friend of the station. I love everything about him, his grit, his moxie, the year he had. But in no world, and we're not trying to pit these two dudes together, is he the equal to Jonathan Kaminga, who specimen is second to none, and the upside with those shoulders and the ability to come downhill. Pods would dream to have those gifts and that DNA. So there's no way I don't need to hear from anybody, my two eyes, to where there's an equal or some other team would covet Pods, as smart as he is, over Kaminga and what I just mentioned, partner. There's just no way. Don't tell me you believe that.
Well, I think there is a way, actually, and I think we might be seeing it.
Please explain, Roxy Bernstein.
Take a listen to this. This is Tim McMahon, and he works for NBA.com, I believe.
Educated speculation, I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kaminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
I mean,
wow. So
look, this guy's covered the NBA.
Utah is Danny Ainge. Okay. All the basketball he's watched. And again, I'm not anti-Pods, but when you tell me he would be more coveted than Kaminga, so you're telling me Utah wants to build around Pods?
I wouldn't say build around.
But when I hear that in its totality, it's kind of alluding to that.
Well, maybe. Well,
I would want to hear they don't think Kaminga could take that next jump or jumps.
Well, I think that's what you have to infer if that report is right.
Man.
And, you use the term build around. And I'm sure if Danny Ainge trades for Podziemski, he's not going to say, we're building around Pods. We got our superstar. But I think if you ask Danny Ainge about Jonathan Kaminga, he'd be like, I'm not building around that guy. He doesn't know how to play yet. Maybe
what do you always say? He's only 21.
I know.
6'8", 220. All muscle.
I'm just telling you.
Jump out the gym.
There's another big component of this. And it's where they are at in their respective careers. And that is absolutely something that any other GM would have to look at. If you trade for Podziemski, you have him under control for as much as up to 4 more years. You have him under control.
So the contract, okay.
If you acquire Kaminga, you better love him enough that you're extending him for $45 million a year for the next 4 years. And I could see how another GM would say, well, listen, I know Podziemski's not the greatest player in the world, but he's pretty good. Great rookie season. And he's making $4 million, then $5 million, then $7 million. Kaminga is still learning the game. How can I possibly invest $40+ million a year into Jonathan Kaminga if I am not sure of what he is?
But I hear you, but your partner likes to gamble. The roll of the dice would be, to me, it's worth it because if Jonathan Kaminga, he has superstar potential to me, Stoney.
Okay,
I don't know if Pods has that.
I don't think he does.
So that would be, you save money and you got him under control, but if I'm betting on the come, Jonathan Kaminga might be a perennial all-star with that body and explosiveness. So it would be worth the risk for me to give him 180 or 200.
It's funny now you say that. And I'll tell you why. Because you've been in the school as it relates to Steph Curry as I don't care about 2 or 3 future first-round picks. Tomorrow's not promised. We have no idea who those picks are going to be, and maybe they won't work out. There's a chance Kaminga won't work out.
Totally get it. But in that scenario, it's Pods and Kaminga in their future. There is no, you got to get it done in time enough to help Steph Curry or another superstar kind of in the twilight.
If you're asking me who I'm taking.
I am, Steiny, and I believe I know.
I'm taking Kaminga. But what I'm saying is, given all the circumstances and the truisms about the league and where Kaminga is at in his contract right now, I could totally see teams. Here's what I think. I'm not sure I don't know if he's untouchable or not with the Warriors, but I'll bet you there are a lot of teams out there that just look and say, yeah, no thanks.
Wow.
No thanks on Kaminga. How come? He's got a great upside. That's right. And that upside's great when he's the number 7 pick in the draft. But he's still got an upside, and I don't know if I can give him 40.
Wow, man.
So you're ready to give him 45, like $40 million is now 4 for 160.
Well, what did I tell you? There's still some trepidation, but now we're talking about Pods, and we don't want to pit them together. We're not. They don't even play the same position. And again, I love me some Pods. My thing is, I would rather pay Jonathan Kaminga predicated on I know this dude, what he's already done, depending on how you grade that out there. But Steiny, his gifts are second to none.
Right, and we've seen him for 3 years, and I'm not concerned with his basketball gifts. I'm more concerned with how does he fit on a winning team? Will he ever make teammates better? And what about all the things that he has to improve on? I don't know what he's going to turn into. I like him. I'm not saying let's go trade Kaminga.
Would you be shocked if he gets an extension before this summer's over? Steiny, I think it's coming.
I don't know.
They don't have much else. As far as, it's not about predicting the future.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay. It's about what do you have for the future?
I'm going to tell you what I would do if I'm the Warriors. Why do you have to pay him this offseason? I don't get that.
To put him up, I know, here we go, we're not changing diapers. To put his mind at ease and let him know, Steiny, he's the future.
I'm not giving a guy $40 to $50 million to put his mind at ease. I'm giving a guy 40 or 50
extension.
I'm giving him 40 or 50 million because I think over the next 4 years he's going to turn into a star.
Well, but
that's the decision Mike Dunleavy's got to make. I don't know what he's going to do.
But I guess I'll tell you this though. To that. If an extension is done, forget what I just said. That's going to be the reason he got it, is they're banking on the 4 years, not about his mental.
Of course. No doubt.
But what's scary about all this, and we talked about it, and I want to get your thoughts on Podziemski being untouchable, Steiny, just from a Warrior standpoint. Do you think that's what the case is? What do the Warriors really got as far as Curry passing the baton to who? It can't, and I love Moody. I love Pods, but JK is... Even if he doesn't hit, you could understand him getting the baton right now, Steiny, because he meets you told me 21.
Yeah, that's where I'm out.
He just start playing. He could jump out the gym. I could see him being an all-NBA defender.
You can see him, but he's not that now. And the question isn't whether he can or not.
Yeah.
It's what are the odds that he can? And you said, well, if you give him 40 and he doesn't pan out, you can live with that. No, you can't. You can't live with it if he doesn't turn into a star. Then you're in big trouble. And listen,
but then you're telling me the Warriors' future right now is murky. In regard to
can I do my Klay Thompson? Duh.
I'm gonna give you a 3, but
it is murky, Goo. They have no proven commodities other than Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
I'll give you
they just don't.
But according to this report, the Warriors may have under their column, the one that matters, Pod's untouchable.
I wouldn't. Well, they might.
And I think that would be too strong.
That's
Steiny.
obviously too strong a word. But I think there's a scenario in which the Warriors are saying, we're not going to move Pods. We're just not going to move him because he doesn't make a lot of money and he's already helped us a little bit as a rookie. Think about this, too. Brandon Podziemski, no matter what you think of him, and I got to check
Plays
this.
his ass off.
I got to check this, but I guarantee I'm right. There's no chance any rookie has played more under Steve Kerr than Brandon Podziemski.
Oh.
So let me ask you, why?
Easy.
How come?
Because it's wherewithal, his smarts.
All right. But
and to his credit, Steiner, he out-rebounds dudes bigger than him.
Exactly.
Hard. He hit his ceiling?
So, no. Why would he have hit his ceiling? He's 20 years old, isn't he?
Yeah, but what if, I'm just like that, he may have it already. I don't know.
Why would Brandon Podziemski not improve?
I'm not saying improve. I'm saying I don't think he could be an all-star in this league. I don't think he could be a starter. He may be your 1 or your 2 this year, and I could be proven wrong.
So you're ready to rule out right now that he won't be a starter in the league?
No, if you were to bet me, no, because that could come just this November. He could be starting for the Warriors.
Okay.
Now we're talking about perennial starter in the league. I don't want to rob him of that.
I mean, look,
I don't see him as that, Stoney, and I like the kid.
I understand that people...
They would go at him defensively, and I'm not saying he's a bad defender. Yeah.
The bottom line is he played, how many minutes a game did he even play? 20 to 25 minutes.
Let him in plus minus.
On a 46-win team.
Yeah. I was going to say non-playoff team, but they won 46.
That's not bad.
And he let him in plus minus the whole year.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Here's what we're getting into today. Is it really possible that the Warriors are more reluctant to move Podziemski than Kaminga? And is it even possible that other teams would rather have Podziemski than Kaminga for basketball reasons and contractual reasons? 888-957-9570. We're also going to get into what untouchable. Like, who is untouchable in the Bay Area? Professional sports. Like, who would you not trade under any circumstances? In my way of thinking, that's a very, very short list, but I'd love to hear yours. 888-957-9570. Hey, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey on Friday. Listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, and 5:11 with Steiny and Guru for your chance. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. That's all.
Freestyle.
Talking about what I've been hearing the last few days about Podziemski. Utah apparently wants him. Heard from Anthony Slater, who writes for The Athletic, covers the Warriors. He didn't say that Podziemski was untouchable. I don't think there's any
sound. Carter has thumbs up. Yep.
Yeah, here you go.
All right.
Here you go.
Let's hear a slates.
I mean, they don't want to trade him. He is, beloved organizationally. They think he has winning qualities. And one of, I would say, the rare aspects of Podziemski compared to their other recent draft picks is not only obviously does the front office love the talent and draft him and want him to play, but the head coach as a rookie couldn't keep him off the floor, right? I mean, Steve Kerr's putting him in his best lineups last year. His plus minus is great. He's raving about him, as a rookie. So there is not much of an appetite for the Warriors to trade him. Now, again, if it comes down to a major trade and he is the swing piece, sometimes you do have to give stuff up. We'll see. But yeah, they're not actively looking to move him. But part of the reason why he has an appeal not only to the Warriors but on the market to a team like Utah, he's got 3 more years of very cheap money. He's just entering year 2 of a 4-year rookie deal, and he was the 19th overall pick. That's really cheap, labor in a lot of ways. But that's also why the Warriors want to protect him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's why the Warriors like him. See, I think one way to look at it is, I'd have to look, but Podziemski's probably making what? He was the 19th. He's probably making $3 or $4 million.
All right.
Well, he's better than a $3 or $4 million player right now.
No doubt about it.
So he's got he's outperforming his contract. How many Warriors are outperforming their contract?
I got you.
Steph? Draymond? I don't think so. Not right now.
When he's out there, but I'll give that to you.
The last 2 years, he has not
Wiggins,
outperformed.
Hell no.
Wiggins, no.
So I see where you're going, and I want to read this to you from the YouTube chat. Jesse Rivas. Goo, don't forget the greatest Warrior ever is not known for Steph, his athletic abilities. I think you're giving JK too much credit based just on athleticism. I feel that. I'm not. Chef's got some athleticism, but he don't play above the rim. My point with JK is, Steiny, I believe the DNA and his physical attributes are what are going to be a part of if they decide to give him.
No doubt. But
that's
I would
what I mean,
never give him that based on that.
Okay, no doubt.
Hell, give Darius Miles the max then back in the day.
And that's why Lacob told Aldridge and Marcus Thompson, Steiny, in the interview that Kaminga had a pretty good year. He made some leaps.
He absolutely did.
And when you keep hammering home Deion Sanders, he's 21. You keep saying, I'm like, damn, JK's still a pup.
Yep. You know who else is a pup? Scotty Barnes. He's 22.
Not his bank account.
Toronto just paid him 5 years, $225 million.
Damn,
you know who else is a puppy? Cade Cunningham.
How much they give him?
5 for $225.
If you're Kaminga, though, you got to be smiling that, okay, maybe I don't eclipse that. When I'm going to be in the ballpark.
I don't know if I can. I just don't know if I can do that.
Well, it's on their radar, though, Steiny. It is.
Let me ask Warrior fans about that. Okay, we all like Kaminga.
Yeah.
We all like Kaminga a lot. How do you just give him a blank check like these other 2 guys?
Carter, would you do it? If it were up to you right now, would you extend him before you had to?
I think I probably would, yeah. I'm looking at the Franz Wagner number, too, because they were in the same draft class. I think he got...
What's that one?
224?
Yeah, that's the max.
God, Steiny.
5 for $224. Barnes, Cunningham, and Wagner all got that.
I just don't see what we've seen thus far, even though I'm like, he's got to get to Phil Handy and work on his handle. He's still impactful. Steiny, I think you got a bit. I think
those 3 guys are all better than him right now.
And I agree with that.
So I don't know. I think it's a.
But all 3 of those guys have what word am I? They don't have a Curry in front of them. Cade is open gym. In Detroit. Wagner's part of a good young Orlando team, Steiny, and Barnes. It goes through him. Kaminga has to share, and the only reason I bring that up is if it's about hollow numbers or just numbers, whatever you define. If you put Kaminga in a system with no Curry, he'll run up and down and would, you know what I mean? On
so
paper,
what, though? They'd lose.
Yeah, no doubt. But he would win in regard to, I can match those numbers that my guys in my class are putting up in other locales.
Yeah, I don't look at it like that. Like I know Kaminga's numbers aren't going to be as good as those other guys because he doesn't quite play as much. But I don't know. That's a hefty number for a guy.
It is.
And here's the.
But that's the going rate.
Not for me. Not for me. It isn't.
And with Aiyuk too, right?
Well, we'll see.
Because he's watching his guys get paid.
But here's the thing. The reason I think there's a very, I don't know about good chance. The reason I think the Warriors may not extend Kaminga this year is because they can now tell Kaminga things have changed. You saw it firsthand with Klay Thompson. Things have changed.
So you don't have faith in me anymore, Joe?
It's not that. It's that we're not going to commit $40 million a year to you right now. We can't. We can't.
What's the difference in 1 year, Joe?
What do you mean?
Okay, so you're saying you don't know if I'm going to be around here.
I'm saying go prove it for another year.
Yeah.
And by the way, don't give me that attitude because we have you under our control. So you better be careful.
You really believe teams might covet the IQ and the heart that Podziemski displays, who is a more mature player? I hope that don't come off wrong than Kaminga right now, I believe, and knows his assignments better. You think there would be teams that like, we'll take him over just the roll of the dice with JK? That's where I find it hard to believe.
Here's the thing. It's no longer a roll of the dice when he gets $40 million. So I could absolutely see, I don't know if it's a handful of teams, if it's half the league, it might be 25 teams that look at Jonathan Kaminga and say, boy, I like him. We like him. He's really athletic and he's got a big upside, but we don't know right now if we can pay him $40 million. There's too much of an unknown. But I'll tell you what we do know.
Right on YouTube, there's no way JK is worth $40 million a year. But if that's the going rate, Steiny.
But that's the problem. That's where you make a mistake. If Scotty Barnes isn't a 1, they're in trouble. They just are. And, like, I don't know. I'm different. Going rate? Those guys are all better than you, Kaminga. They're all better than you right now. So that's the other thing. What if you had to pay Kaminga on what he is right now? Like, why
that number is nowhere near 40.
Why are we paying Kaminga for what he might be? Yeah. We've seen him play 3 years. Maybe the Warriors feel like, you know what? He's really good, but he's never going to be a $40, $45 million player. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I'm saying is...
So Jordan Poole proved it that year when he balled out, when he got his contract, that he was a $25 million player?
I think they were a different team then, with a different future and a different mindset. I think right now, this in the Joe Lacob era is the most cost-conscious they've ever been. And they have to be, because they're not as good anymore. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Jonathan Kaminga, Brandon Podziemski. Is there anybody out there that believes other teams may want Podziemski more than Kaminga? Is there anybody out there that believes, I think the Warriors would rather hold on to Podziemski because they're not scared, but because they're not sure of what Kaminga is going to turn into. And
if you think, who on the Warriors is untouchable? Giants and Niners, Donnie. Like, again, I only have Curry under that column of untouchable, and I don't think that bodes well. Like, if I just came down from Mars, and I said, let me see a list of who's untouchable for the Warriors, and whatever team it was only had one player, I wouldn't be shocked with the follow-up being that team didn't make the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like, that matches. You would want your team to have 3 or 4 untouchables.
Ideally. The Warriors did when they were champions.
Well, man.
I mean, I don't think the Warriors would give Kaminga 5 years like Cunningham, but, I mean, the number... 4 for 160? 4 for 180? Is that what we're looking at?
I think it's just about not when, not if, it's when.
See, if
the 4 for 180, Steiny,
I'd play hardball with that then. I would. 4 for 180 with Kaminga.
Yeah.
I got to play hardball. I have to. I have to. I'd have to say, not now, Jonathan. You got to go. Listen.
What's his biggest to-do list? What do you need to see more from Kaminga? Like, what's the... I know there's
you're gonna
multiple...
hate this. His defense off the ball is awful.
Wow.
He's not a particularly good passer. He hasn't developed a three-point shot yet. He doesn't rebound. And then lastly, I'm not crazy about his basketball IQ.
Man.
And then lastly, if you're going to make 40, 45 million, can he make teammates better?
Well, that's a hell of a list, Donnie.
I'm just telling you what I think.
No, I don't know if you could get all that in one off season, but listening to Lacob a couple of days ago, he said a lot of dudes have been taking advantage of the summer, so we'll see, but damn.
888-957-9570 is the number. 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line for Kaminga. $40 million a year is high, but that's the going rate. It's not about right or wrong. It is what it is. That may very well be what the Warriors end up thinking. I don't. Oh boy, that's a tough decision for me to give him that much money. So yeah. Anyway, let's go to Tim. Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Fellas, this is a borderline disgrace. What's going on? I mean, fellas, no, listen. Yeah. So 2 years ago, Wiggins goes out, Kaminga comes in. You literally win games. Let's rewind the clock. Go back. You win games for the way he performs, right? Last year, let's rewind the clock. The kid was out of the rotation against Portland, out of it, right? Kerr goes to him. They not only win that game because of him, they have won multiple games because of him. Like, it's no question about it. He averages 20 from the rest of the year, right? A skilled player, very skilled, left hand, right hand, can score all three levels, jump shot, mid-range, to the basket. And listen to what we say. Yeah, is there 2 to 3 teams that probably want Podziemski more? Absolutely, right? Doesn't surprise me. But listen to the hypocritical talk you guys are saying. Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes, these guys got numbers like crazy because of opportunity. Listen how emphatic you are that they are so better than him. We talk about winning basketball, and we got a guy that just got 240 for a team that broke the record for amount of losses in a season. But you guys are just so emphatic on how good they are. But our guy who doesn't get that same playing time, they are way better than you, way better than him. But what impact of winning have they had? Nothing. No impact on winning. But now, the kid has no IQ. I've seen great passes left, right hand on the court. The kid does have a 3-point shot. I see a 33% shooter from three that's probably going to be better this year. Everybody else, as I'll say it to you now, I say it to you in the past. And Guru, I love what you're saying, but saying all that stuff about his athleticism takes away.
I said what you just said. I just said, and they're telling me on the YouTube chat, not to cut you off, everything you just said about Kaminga, I just said. So when you say both of us, it's not both of us. I just said you put JK on another system, he would put up those numbers. I said that.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is, whenever we talk about how good athletically he is, nobody gives him credit that he can play a great floor game. Listen how Steiny just said he had no IQ. Right?
I didn't say no. I said low.
Yeah.
I said low. And he does have a low IQ because he picked up the game late. He'll get smarter. Let me put it this way. I knew this was going to happen. That's fine.
But I feel the dude, like nobody's...
I'm looking at this website, SpoTrack, and they do a lot of salary stuff, right? So they're breaking down, Cade Cunningham got $200 million, whatever. And under Jonathan Kaminga, they have a projection.
Oh, okay. SpoTrack.
4 years, $108 million. $27 million a year. You know what? I'll do that if I'm the Warriors. You can have that contract tomorrow. That one I'll do.
Would Kaminga be happy?
That's up to Kaminga.
I don't think that gets it done, Stoney.
Okay, and I'm not paying him $160 to $180 right now. I
think what ticked the collar off too, Stoney, is this. Like Lucas sent us something. We'll get on it on the break about what's going on with Utah and marketing. But Stoney, the Pods thing that I could, if I'm Kaminga, I'm not, and it's nothing against Pods. He's not doing this. He played. That's where I'm like, man, that is night and day. We're talking about Kaminga. You know what I mean? Just on the basketball court right now, Kaminga and Pods are totally different. Now, impact is different, but as far as what they could be, oh my gosh.
I'm looking at, and I remember saying this, when did the Warriors have JaVale McGee? Like 7 years ago? Anyway, there was a point during their careers when JaVale McGee was playing for the minimum with the Warriors. He was making like $2 million. Yeah. And Rudy Gobert was making $25 million. And the way I look at it is, well, Rudy Gobert's not 12 times better than JaVale McGee. I'd rather have JaVale McGee at $2 million than Rudy Gobert at 25.
2016, yeah.
And I would rather have Brandon Podziemski at $5 million than Jonathan Kaminga at 40. Right now. Yeah. And that's what I mean. Just because I don't want to sign Kaminga for $40 million this year, maybe I'll sign him for $40+ million next year. I will, but
the confidence level.
I can't.
Well,
I think he's got too many holes in his game to be a $40-45 million player right now.
That list you gave, damn.
What?
The one I said, what's on the to-do list, what's at the top, but you kept going itemizing. And to be a complete basketball player, you got to work on everything. But I do wonder, and you're going to throw something at me, Stoney, I do wonder how this system is predicated on guys that have been here, icons like Dre and Steph, and it not going through JK, how much more difficult it's making on, no excuses on JK to get that stuff down. If you catch my drift, he'll never step on the court where it's about, I can do this and that. He's got to go through, I'm the third or fourth fiddle.
So but he's on a team with Curry. And
right. Cunningham's not, Barnes is not,
but what? Kaminga averaged 22 a game over 36 minutes last year. So it's like I'm not sitting here saying, well, Barnes is better because of his numbers. No, Barnes is better because he's played more in his 3 years. And yes, he had an opportunity to get better numbers. But Barnes is a much more polished player. Yeah. Austin in San Jose.
Guy.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, man, that brother ahead of me, man, he was serious. He was bringing it, man. I feel like I don't know how I can follow that, but
Austin, before you start, I don't know where you're at on Kaminga like him because he loves him some Kaminga.
Well, I go way back with Kaminga, man. I was one of the defendants of Kaminga way back when JD was on, and he couldn't stand the guy for whatever reason. But no, JK is still the guy. I just want to go back to the marketing part of it, though. He's worth whatever the market says he's worth, man. I mean, we don't get to decide whether we like to pay a guy 30, 40. Really, that's all good conversation. But ticket prices don't change whether we pay him or not. So if JK gets his chicken, I'm not going to complain. The one thing I am concerned about, though, Guru, is kind of where you were going, though. If we look at Pods, and we got nothing against Pods, but I look at Pods and what he's done over the last year or two, which is great. But he's a very flawed player. I mean, he's limited in terms of what I think he's going to be. I mean, he fits into this Kerr system pretty well. Kerr tends to like guys that run his system. He's found a way to make the coach happy. He plays good defense. Hey, the guy has got irrational confidence, which, I cannot, say anything bad about. But to start talking about him in the same context as Jonathan Kaminga is a little crazy to me. I just think we got to be a little careful. We start talking about IQ. That triggers me and makes me twitch a little bit. So I think we got to be careful about talking about IQ when it comes to basketball. I don't know that anybody's been able to quantify that. So that sounds really kind of
racial undertones is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just don't like it. Triggers people. But the real question is the value of Kaminga and Pod. So if outside of Warrior land, I want to know what the value on a trade or whatever is of JK versus Pods, because that's what matters. It's an asset. It's an asset, guys.
Right.
It's not about, hey, we love the guy, we hate him. That's fine. But the real issue for a basketball player on any team is, what is the value? What does he have any asset value? What I'm worried about, Steiny, is that we keep telling ourselves that JK has all this value, he's untouchable, all this stuff. But then when it comes to win, what happens if his value goes down? And we've seen that happen when we hold on to a guy too long. All of a sudden, he loses value. I want to make sure that we either play the guy now or move him for somebody that can really help us win now. So to me, it's all about where Dunleavy's got to figure out is, at what point do I either use this guy on the team now or we trade him for value somewhere else? That's where the real genius of the GM job comes in my opinion, guys. Right. That's all I got. I'll keep this thing.
But Kaminga's playing right now. I was going to say that to Austin.
That's the thing. Nobody's saying Pods is better than Kaminga.
No, I get it.
But what I'm saying is, I think there's teams out there that say we don't have interest in Kaminga. Why not? Because he's due a contract extension.
Or we already have one.
Plain and simple.
Or
that's
we already have one.
We like if the Warriors are having, and I don't know that they are, but if the Warriors are having trouble deciding whether or not to pay Kaminga 35, 40, or 50, what's another team that hasn't even seen him for 3 years better feel like we want to get Kaminga and we're paying him because we think he could be part of our future? I think there are teams out there that say, we like Kaminga a lot, but we don't know if we can pay him that kind of money. 888-957-9570 is the number. And contracts are a huge part of this discussion. Pods doesn't make any money, and Kaminga is set to make 10 times more than Pods. What's coming up? 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation and let us know how you feel. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This week is all jacked up on 95.7 The Game, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, they're
Filling
gone.
in for Willard and Dibbs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
You know who we are.
Yeah, sounds like we're winning an award. My bad, I'm cutting you off. When that guy says Daryl the Guru Johnson, sounds like I'm coming up to get an award, like an Emmy or an Oscar.
Well, maybe.
Come on, you know what I'm saying.
Maybe there were awards to give you, but we were giving them out on Thursdays.
Carter's not even yeah. Carter, hey, buddy. E for effort.
All right, let me summarize what we're talking about. Tim McMahon works for NBA.com. I got to check that. He might be ESPN. Can somebody check that, Tim McMahon? He
used to be in Dallas.
He's been around for a while. Yeah. He's good. He was shedding some light on the Warriors' possible trade with the Jazz. And who do the Jazz want? Podziemski? Do they want Kaminga? We're talking about for Markkanen. Here's what Tim McMahon said.
Educated speculation, I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kaminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
See, that right there is what goes to Pods being more valuable
to the Jazz
because of the control they would have.
I don't know why. Maybe it's because Danny Ainge doesn't think Kaminga's any good. Okay. I don't know.
Wow. And I don't believe that. Like the other caller, 2 calls before Austin, like I don't think there's too many people out there saying JK has not got a bright future, you know?
Okay, so Tim McMahon says that Danny Ainge wants Podziemski. He doesn't even know if he's pressing for Kaminga.
Right.
Okay, well, that tells us a little something. And then today on the morning show, Anthony Slater is talking about Pods.
I mean, they don't want to trade him. He is, beloved organizationally. They think he has like winning qualities. And one of, I would say, the rare aspects of Podziemski compared to their other recent draft picks is not only obviously does the front office love the talent and draft him and want him to play, but the head coach as a rookie, couldn't keep him off the floor, right? I mean, Steve Kerr's putting him in his best lineups last year. His plus minus is great. He's raving about him, as a rookie. So there is not much of an appetite for the Warriors to trade him. Now, again, if it comes down to a major trade and he is the swing piece, sometimes you do have to give stuff up. We'll see. But yeah, they're not actively looking to move him. But part of the reason why he has an appeal not only to the Warriors, but on the market to a team like Utah, he's got 3 more years of very cheap money. He's just entering year 2 of a 4-year rookie deal, and he was the 19th overall pick. That's really cheap, labor in a lot of ways. But that's also why the Warriors want to protect him.
And I would add, maybe an issue with Kaminga is other teams might be scared of how much they have to pay him. That's all.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Warriors are one of them.
I don't know. That's a good question. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to my favorite, second favorite, third favorite city behind Oakland and San Francisco. And San Jose.
The U.
No. Let's go to Jason in Philly.
Wow.
What's up, Jace? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Thank you.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to touch base. I think the issue isn't whether Pods is projected to be better than Kaminga, because I think most people see Kaminga as the talent with the most top end or the higher ceiling.
Right.
The issue is that we overvalue Jonathan Kaminga as Warrior fans. I look at him. I think he's going to be great. I think he's probably a fringe all-star in the future. But I don't see him as a superstar. I don't see him as a perennial all-star even. He has a lot of holes in his game. Number one, the jumper. His left hand isn't strong. He likes to, if he doesn't get to the rim, he spins back and goes to the fadeaway with his left. He's not good off ball, which really hurts in our system. And so when I look at him and I project about long term, even his defense is a little overrated. His rebounding is weak for his size. But I think he's going to be great. But I think that's what happens when Utah gets involved. They're looking at a guy like, are we going to pay him $38 million a year, but his offensive game is limited, his defensive game isn't game-changing, and we can find athletes like Johnny Kaminga throughout the draft if that's what we're really going for, somebody that can slash and score in the open court.
Wow. Hear you, Jason. I hear you. You think the Warriors... What do you think about his overarching point that he thinks we as Warrior fans are overrating Kaminga a little bit?
Well, it's nobody's overrating. He has a Warrior jersey. And if you want to think about the present, the past, and the future, you got to rate him. And Jonathan Kaminga on many nights, including last year, Steiny, when guys were not available, he took off. And from a physical standpoint, he's a stud. He's got it.
We know that. We know that.
Yeah, can he be polished enough when it's his name on the marquee? Right now it's Steph and Dre, and he's trying to be the third or fourth.
Yeah,
if I pay him that money, I think a lot of it is in 3 years, can he be our guy?
Well, let me tell you something, and I know
that's what the question is.
And I know you're kind of doing it because, but you actually kind of are hinting that because of Steph Curry, Kaminga's not able to blossom.
There's a degree. I know it's not. There's a degree of that, and not 100.
Well, let me tell you what scares the S out of me is Jonathan Kaminga without Steph Curry on the team.
And Carter came in here and said, could he run the floor like Barnes or Cade Cunningham? He said that he thinks that would be a nightmare. I'm paraphrasing. If Kaminga had to do those things right now, because I keep saying, put him on those teams and watch him cook. Steiny, the man's gifted. He's got some talent. It's about, is he going to grow into him?
Yeah, I like Kaminga. I like him a lot.
But we'll find out. How much do you like him?
But am I ready to pay him this kind of money? Upwards of 200. Upwards of 200 right now.
Let's do this.
That's where I'm like, I wouldn't.
All right, I get you.
I just wouldn't. Yeah.
Let's say he has the same year he had last year. Would you be more convinced or would you be perplexed? Kaminga.
How'd we do as a team? I know you don't care about that.
Hey, stop. I'm the one that's had losing sleep because they didn't make the offs. Let's say you lose in the first round of you go in as a play-in.
So you make the playoffs.
Yeah, you make the playoffs losing first round. But it wasn't his fault.
So he doesn't get better.
Yeah, he does. He averaged 22.
Okay.
Shoot 34% from three.
I'll make that decision next year.
All right.
Seriously.
It's coming faster than I think you believe.
What is?
That decision. I think they already may know.
They might. They probably do.
And it's on. What did Lacob talk about the coaches? I know Stotts and Stackhouse. I heard the afternoon guys, Bonte and Shasky, talking about the coaches and the impact. But, Stoney, I think a lot of it is what's around him to get Kaminga to be able to check those boxes on your to-do list. Because there was a lot of heavy stuff.
Like, the only thing that involves his teammates is can he ever make them better? He can rebound without any help from his teammates.
But he fades away a lot when he doesn't need to on his shots.
His mid-range game, that's the best part of his game. He gets into the middle and gets that little 15-footer. Yeah. Like, that's his bread and butter. He gets out on the break, he finishes. Now, he doesn't handle it great on the break, and he's got to work on his three-point shooting. But
on the break, it's over if you're not back.
Well, that means he's good at dunking without anybody there.
We got a super chat from Ion, Steven. I love JK, $5, but he's not worth it if he can't shoot 35% or better from three. Not in this system. It's interesting.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Giants for life in the YouTube chat. Go find a GM who genuinely thinks that Pods is a better player and has a better ceiling than JK. As soon as you find that GM, which you won't, try to... listen.
Yeah, and I agree. Right.
Nobody is saying Podziemski's better than Kaminga or that Kaminga doesn't have a higher ceiling than Podziemski. But Podziemski is under contract for 3 more years at like $15 million. And he was a first-team all-rookie, and he's shown that he's already got some stuff that he can hang his hat on in the NBA. And yes, Oh, I'm not a big. I don't really care if my guards rebound.
Yeah,
but he rebounds consistently as a guard, and to me, he rebounds so consistently as a guard that you know what? You can count on Podziemski to get 6, 7, 8 rebounds a game. That's one thing he does well. I think he's extremely tough-minded too.
But we're going to see what the adjustment teams make now on Pods, knowing what's he going to do. He's going to put his body on the line. He's going to rebound with reckless abandon. Okay, what do I need to do to make him less impactful? Box his ass out. And I believe he caught the league by storm. And to his credit, but we're going to see the adjustment to the adjustments, Donnie, on Pods.
If Jonathan Kaminga was as gritty as Brandon Podziemski and was as if Jonathan were mentally tough, that's the other thing. He's got to get mentally tougher, Jonathan Kaminga. That's another thing he's got to do. But all I'm saying is I can see why other teams wouldn't be interested in Kaminga because they don't know what he is, and he's going to want a lot of money. Free the people. Free the people in Oakland.
Gentlemen, a pleasure to be on with you. A pleasure to be on with you guys on this lovely Wednesday. Hope you're having a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Just a couple things that I've been hearing in the conversations that you guys are having. I understand that we're not going to compare Brandon to JK because obviously it's going to be a disparity on that comparison. And I get the money. I don't think that Brandon Podziemski will ever be a $40 million player a year, even at his apex. I think we got to think about, are the Warriors a better team going forward with Brandon Podziemski versus JK if they were to get Lowry? Lowry is a spot-up guy, a catch-and-shoot guy more than he is a slasher. If we get rid of JK, who's getting to the free throw line for us next year to give us any chance to get teams in the bonus? We already suck at getting to the free throw line. These are tangibles that I don't think people are thinking about right now. Another thing is, why do we draft a guy 7th if we're not going to have faith that he's going to pan out and be the player that we want him to be? It's obvious that the Warrior system is limited in his ability to do things, and also Kerr's insistence on playing Wiggins over him, which last year seemed like one of the dumbest decisions to make. I'm not questioning Steve Kerr. I think he's a great coach, one of the best ever, but also the choice to put Wiggins back in and then curtail Jonathan Kaminga's minutes. I know he had a little slight injury last year to cause a little bit of minutes to go away, but his production was there. Do I see him being a superstar? No, I do not. But I also know that this NBA TV money is getting ready to come into play, and these salary caps are going to have to go up. And as much as we don't value him as a $40 million player in today's cap, when that cap rises, his $40 million deal may look like a $25 million a year deal. Not currently, right now, it's not that. So I know we have to factor in what it is right now, but I know for a fact that the salary cap has to jump, because if you're going to be paying your top player $65 million, which Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum will be making, the cap got to go up. But so I say you pay JK. I say you try and pay him now before the season starts, because if he has a breakout season, you're guaranteed to have to give him 180 to 200. If you try and give him 150 to maybe 160 right now, I think he signs that contract, because he has to know that his value is somewhere in the middle and not at the 200s. I don't think 120, 108 to 120, I don't think that's going to get him to sign. I think he's going to be offended. I say you give him 150, 160, you get him there, you hope the cap goes up, and you play ball from there. I'm down to trade Podziemski for Lowry, because long-term, he's not going to bring as much value for what he can do just as a player. So that's my 2 cents, guys. I hope y'all have a great Wednesday. It's always a pleasure to call in. Thank you for taking my call. Have a good one, guys.
A lot of great points.
All of them were great points.
Yeah, and you look at Curry, Steiny, when he was 21. It took 2009. It took him to 2015 before he was Curry. You know what I mean?
And Curry had as good of a basketball foundation as anybody coming into the league at that time. He'd been playing basketball in arenas with his dad since he was 7 years old. How many years did he play at Davidson?
Yeah, no, I got you. Fundamentally sound. He came to the league with that.
You know, the other thing, and again, I actually believe that one team isn't into Kaminga, at least, and it's the Jazz. I don't think they're into Kaminga, because let me ask you this.
I feel like that's holding up the deal.
What is?
Kaminga, the Warriors not parting ways with Kaminga.
I don't think Ainge wants him. Because okay, so I'm Danny Ainge, okay? I got this guy, Lowry Markkanen, all right? And he's making $18 million a year, right?
Yep.
And we can extend him on August 6th, and they might be able to extend him for $30 to $35 million. Why would Danny Ainge want Jonathan Kaminga instead of Lauri Markkanen if he knows Kaminga's going to want more money than Markkanen? And right now, Markkanen's a better player.
Yeah, but there's a 6-year gap in regard to age difference.
Right.
Not the amount of missed games that Markkanen has on his Carfax report. So little things like that. But I think just me. I think Ainge or any other GM could look at Jonathan Kaminga, and maybe the Warriors are doing it now. We don't know. And say this could be our cornerstone.
I think Danny Ainge. I think there's a scenario in which Danny Ainge looks at Jonathan Kaminga and says, "No chance, no chance." It's like I've watched Danny Ainge for 40 years. I watched him play. I watched him talk. I just don't think Kaminga's his type of player. I just don't. I could be wrong. Hell, they may acquire him today and extend him tomorrow. I don't know, but I just don't. I can. When Tim McMahon says, I think Ainge wants Pods and not Kaminga, I don't think it's necessarily because he hates Kaminga, but he knows he has to pay Kaminga, and I could see Danny Ainge liking Podziemski. That's all. Mike's in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Good guy. Hey, good guys. Just thank you for taking my call again. Just, obviously, look, there were so many good points made on the previous callers and everything. I agree that the Kaminga thing. Danny Ainge. Look, first off, he's being a selfish SOB out of anything. He's wanting everything and everything, and with the Pods part of it, yeah, I feel like it is a contract control kind of factor. He doesn't want to pay Kaminga, but I would rather potentially give up Kaminga over Pods. I mean, this is just my personal opinion, guys. I actually see some Jason Kidd in Pods, in my opinion. I mean, the way he just is able to play the ball on both sides of it. My God, I see Jason Kidd in the guy. But in regards to that, I just don't know if it's even worth to even trade all that. Look, if he was able to give JK with some picks out of it, and on top of that, I also feel like Dunleavy is being played as if not being taken seriously as a GM. That's just my personal opinion. Just because he's new to it, I know he was part of the assistant part of it as it is, but I just don't feel like he's being taken seriously when it comes to the trade talks. Now, I don't know if that's also because Danny Ainge is who he is. I think it's just Danny Ainge being Danny Ainge.
Right.
But I just don't think I would actually do the trade. If I had the choice, I would like to sign Kaminga to let's say about $130 million deal.
Sure.
And still keep Pods under control, but just not even go for Lauri at this point. I mean, I really want to do it and just see what happens. Now, again, there's also the case of what's going to happen with Steph's timeline. It's always about Steph's timeline and what happens with that. So I'll keep it to you guys at that point. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, look, thanks for the call, Steiny.
You
know I love comps more than anybody, I think, in your life. But, man, Jay Kidd was a one-man fast break, one of the fastest with the ball in his hands. So I don't see that from Pods. Now, he might have been talking about, other things, but I don't see Jay Kidd when I watch Pods.
There's another reason why I'd be reluctant to do something with Kaminga right now. And the reason is, if I look ahead to 25-26, that's when Kaminga's contract would kick in. Well, you know what? Right now, the Warriors only have Steph under contract, Wiggins, and Green. Those are their big money guys. And the way I would look at it is, I'll tell you what, if we could somehow not pay Kaminga this year, get him to play for $7.6 million this year, and then he's restricted, and you can somehow move Wiggins during this year, then next year you've got some action in terms of free agency. But if you sign Kaminga right now, he's going to take up $40 million of your cap in 25-26.
And I think you might be onto something.
The only thing that I mean, by not signing Kaminga this year, I get it. He wants his money, and we don't know.
But he ain't going to throw a hissy fit or Aiyuk.
I don't know. I mean, I'll be fair there. I don't know. But if you don't sign Kaminga to an extension this year, you could set up potential for a lot of flexibility next offseason.
If you got off of Wiggins too.
Yeah, for sure.
How can they not? They have to know that. Now, just hearing you say that the way you just did, I don't think, will Kaminga be pouting or throwing a hissy fit if he doesn't get extended? Like, I think they know we just did not make the playoffs. I don't want to be cruel here, but I feel like now, Steiny, how he feels about not getting extended is probably at the bottom of their list as an organization. It has to be.
Well, I mean,
when you bring up what you just did,
or you have to be willing to live with him not being happy.
Okay, and you did that half of last year, right? And for different reasons.
I mean, I'm not sure Kaminga's been happy here. To be honest with you, I mean he's been fine. I mean, he's not a problem at all. I mean, he's a good kid, but he's frustrated probably because he wants more playing time.
Beard wanted me to ask you this on the YouTube chat. Could you see Pods being a poor man's Brunson? I got stunned. I was like, let me throw that to Steiner.
Yeah,
he's crafty.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what Pods is.
Wow.
But I know
he's a baller.
But I know he's cheap right now.
But he's got heart too. Outside of that,
yeah. But he does.
He's crafty.
Here's the other thing. As long as we're bringing up Kaminga, are we extending Moody this year? Are we extending Moses Moody? He's due for an extension. I mean, we're not talking big money like
that was the words coming out of my mouth.
But what do you do with Moody? He's in the same class as Kaminga.
I think.
Oh my God!
I think his arrow's headed up, Steiny. You're right. It ain't big money compared to the others, but I think he's carving out a role for him on this team, for himself on this team.
Yeah, I mean,
who knows? He might be your starting. Well,
he might be.
Pods has to be at the 1 and Curry at the 2. Then you take those duties away from Steph, and he doesn't wear down. Who would be your backup, Melton?
For what?
Bringing your backup point.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of Podziemski starting this year, but he might. I don't know. I like the idea. See, I don't mind Curry playing 1 because Draymond can always bring the ball up and take that responsibility off him. And Steph will play some 2 for sure. But I'm just wondering, what about Moody? What are we doing with Moody?
Moses.
I don't know what we're doing with Moody. It's all about Kaminga. It's all about upside. Yeah. Not a scorer like Brunson, but he's gritty like him, and he'll rebound. That's from the 818 when you said, could he be a poor man's Jalen Brunson? 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. We also are going to start to go down the avenue of who in the Bay is untouchable in all the sports. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also sponsored by Lucky California.
I would run around the studio naked.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I've been going to the gym. You wouldn't know, so don't look at me with no clothes on. But I would do it. I'm feeling better about myself.
You would do what?
Run around the studio naked. I've been hitting the gym with this new jacked up week. Your boy be getting after it, hooping.
You know what's funny is
Stoney full court Carter. Why is he laughing like that?
Because he's 6'8", and he'd take your stuff right out.
But I would
He'd
body
say,
him.
get that weak stuff out of
I'll
here.
play Goo.
Yeah, we got to hook up.
You can't get a shot off against Carter.
I got to.
And
my knee is back.
And he's all of it, too. 6'8", and all of it.
But he got to keep up with me, Stoney.
Oh, please. He's
Have you heard of Mark Aguirre, Adrian Dantley? I have that in my toolbox.
Those are two of the most selfish players that you could name in NBA history.
But Stoney, they can create a shot.
Oh, they can do that.
Yeah.
Hey, our boss is
pretty cool,
is on top
man.
of it.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Podziemski and Jonathan Kaminga. And I want to play a couple pieces of sound. This is from a game in November. The Minnesota Timberwolves were in town. Draymond Green did Draymond Green things. He ended up getting thrown out of the game. That was the fight with Gobert.
Oh, wow.
And the Warriors hung in there.
Okay.
Let's just listen to some of what Steve Kerr said after that game in November.
In order to win in the NBA, obviously you have to have talent, but you have to have energy. You have to bring something to the table life-wise, like joy-wise, energy-wise, competitiveness-wise. And that's what I watched tonight, from the whole group. Clearly, Brandon has that. That's pretty obvious. And our fans have watched this team win 4 championships. They weren't won by, a bunch of powders and wallflowers. They were won by gamers, competitors, guys who brought energy and joy and passion to everything. And that's what it takes. So that's what I'm looking for.
Wow.
There
was somebody conspicuously absent there.
Wow. Man.
And I guess in that game, Pods had 23 and Kaminga had 5. Now, that's why we picked the game. But I'm going to play something else in a second. Let me get to this super chat by Ion. Pods is Brunson, DiVincenzo, and Josh Hart smashed into one player. He does everything the three of them do, but his defense is most similar to Brunson. Ion is a huge fan.
I'm not mad
Pods.
at that. He said Dante DiVincenzo. Wow.
Hey, Steve Kerr, Draymond got kicked out tonight. You guys hung in there. Your young players did a nice job. Just talk more about it.
It was just an amazing performance by our guys to be so shorthanded and to fight and compete the way they did. It was just beautiful to watch. I give credit to Minnesota. They've probably been the best team in the league to this point. Number one defense. They've beaten a lot of good teams, and they took over in the fourth. Towns made some really big shots for them, and they held us to 18 points, so they earned it. But I couldn't be more proud of our guys. They just competed like crazy, and it was really fun to watch.
All right, so there he talked about the group as a whole.
And he got him 2 more years.
Are you ready?
Throw my socks off.
Are you ready for an unbelievable stat? I couldn't believe
Carter
this.
and I and our guy, we'll tell.
And this isn't. See, this is where
Ken will tell.
This is where Goo. I want you to look.
Be careful.
Forget me.
Yeah.
Forget me.
It's not hard to do.
Just look at this data. It was cold.
Yeah.
Look at this data, and what does it tell you? Last year, Brandon Podziemski averaged more minutes per game than Jonathan Kaminga. Brandon Podziemski played more last year than Kaminga.
Yep.
It was close, but Pods played 26.6 minutes per game last year, and Kaminga played 26.3. My point is this. Doesn't that tell you a little bit about Steve Kerr and what he thinks.
No doubt. And we're not pitting these two against each other because if the Warriors had their brothers, they would be, both of them would be the starting five, future two components of a future starting five. But with what you're saying, I wonder if Jonathan sees that or hears that and that bothers him. Not that he's worried about what's happening with Pods, but it speaks to his IQ, Pods, and his ability to fit in and get this offense and play the game longer than Kaminga's been playing. But I do wonder, let's keep it real, Stoney. Kaminga went to the press 2 times. You could say, he just was having a conversation. He went to the press about how he's being dealt with and his playing time. And I give him kudos. He just put the rat on the table and didn't give a damn what happened. And you know what happened? He took off. But that doesn't shock me as much as I think you thought. Pods he knows how to fit in.
So Pods in year 1.
And the GP2 injury, Stein.
In year 1.
You can't forget that.
Like Draymond wasn't suspended? Like Wiggins has been holding down the 3 at 40 minutes a game?
Yeah.
The bottom line.
That was a good one. That was a good retort.
The bottom line is Pods, in his first year, with 1 year of college experience, played more last year than Jonathan Kaminga, who's going to be entering his 4th year next year. All I'm saying is that might give you a little insight into the way the Warriors think. And you know what? It's not like we all haven't heard the fans. A lot of the fans say Kaminga should be playing more.
Oh, that's been around for... No, I got you.
But he's not.
But this is the year for him, Stoney, I believe.
Well, last year was supposed to be the year for him.
You're correct. But Joe Lacob said he still had a good year. There was growth.
He did have a good year. But Pods played more than him.
Yeah.
Which is unreal to me. Unbelievable. So Steve Kerr, who's played no young guys for the most part since he took over the team. Podziemski's played more than any young player that's ever come through his system. And last year, Podziemski played more than Kaminga.
No, he is the poster.
I think they like him.
Yeah, okay.
I know Steve Kerr does.
Safe to say.
Exactly.
And kudos to the Pods.
Exactly.
How the hell you out-rebounded Kaminga? Or guys like that? Or just around the league?
I know why.
He's got heart.
Thank you.
And he knows what it takes to stay on the court. That's what high school coaches preach. When I coached St. Anne's, Eddie House, I used to say the same stuff to the kids.
Yeah. Well,
thanks, Con.
I mean, that goes back to my. I think the Warriors think that Kaminga is more of a project than a lot of us do. I think they think
and they
that
can
he's
be.
Still got
Let
a
me
lot
ask
of
you this,
growth.
Donnie. Can they be happy with where Kaminga's at, predicated on the project? Do you think that?
I think he's in a good. I like where Kaminga's at. I do.
See, I don't. Okay,
but
does
I don't
Curry like where he's at, or the team to where when Draymond was gone, you didn't take over and we didn't make the playoffs.
What do you mean?
I'm not blaming Kaminga, but if he was that dynamic when Dre was out, that's when Kaminga could have took off. But he's always got a roadblock, man. That jump that we talk about, that we could see and we get flashes, was it so great that we could lean on him when Dre was out and we could make the playoffs? They didn't make the playoffs, and that's on everybody. But I think about what Curry's thinking about Kaminga.
I mean, when I look at last year, the young guys were not the problem, and that includes Kaminga. Man. I don't think he was the problem. But here's the thing. Why couldn't Kaminga essentially supplant Wiggins? Why, after Wiggins was sleepwalking through half the year, why didn't Steve Kerr just say, Kaminga's better?
You figured that.
I know.
Okay.
And I'm giving you the answer.
He's not ready.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it. Like, that's what the team is telling me. So that's just kind of.
But if both of those guys could mesh and play together, the Warriors would have been. They would have been a problem, man.
Who?
Wiggins and Kaminga.
You think
Remember
they
there was
play
that
together?
whole thing they couldn't play together.
They can.
And then Dre made it pop when he came back from the suspension, and you're thinking the what ifs. But those are two wings, man. They can do a lot.
They can do less than most wings in the entire league. The problem with Wiggins and Kaminga is they both have the same kind of strengths and the same kind of weaknesses. Neither rebounds.
That is wow.
Both of them are pretty good on the ball. very mediocre off-the-ball defenders.
Wow, man. And I get it. I see you, yeah, that I mean, on the YouTube chat. Wiggins is way too inconsistent. I said, man, hello?
Yeah. Anyway, we were just batting this around because the funny thing is we played some of that sound about Tim McMahon of ESPN and Anthony Slater, and the boss was saying, wait a minute. You're telling me that Brandon Podziemski might hold up a deal. And we were talking about the word untouchable. And how many untouchables are there in the Bay Area right now?
Damn.
Guys you would not trade. Now, when you hear untouchable, like I'm kind of with Shasky in terms of, boy, we got to define untouchable and be precise about it. Because if we're going to go literal, well, Steph Curry's not untouchable. I mean, if Milwaukee said, we'll give you Giannis for Curry, I think the Warriors would do it. So, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, I think we can all agree Steph Curry right now is untouchable.
Yes.
Okay.
The only one on that team, and I don't like it.
Well, in Pods, that's been established.
No, there you go. But no, that's the only one on the ledger for me.
For the Warriors.
And you know what comes with that?
What?
Well, damn. It might be a little thin around here. How'd the team do last year? Oh, the team with just Curry, the OG, under the column of untouchable?
Okay.
How'd they do?
Okay, well.
No playoffs.
Who was
that matches. That's why I don't like, give me another name on the Warriors. You, Carter, or anybody. Who's untouchable?
Okay, since 2022, I'll give you the last 2 years. Who's been untouchable? It's been just Curry for the last 2 years, is what I'm saying. Like, this isn't
There was a time I thought before the pre-punch that Jordan Poole was untouchable.
I mean,
when he inked that deal, I thought he was going to be part of the future.
I think Clay and Draymond obviously were untouchable, but Clay became touchable, clearly, and I think Draymond Green...
Poole got touched.
I think Draymond Green could be traded for the right deal.
I'm with you, too.
So I do think it's only Curry. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to go through some teams here and get some of your thoughts. But give me some players in the Bay that you absolutely wouldn't trade unless it were some kind of deal that were absolutely, positively out of this world.
Nick,
Carter, what's going on?
Don't you feel like they've shown you already that they are not willing to to part ways with Draymond? I mean, he's gone through maybe the most tumultuous year of his career at this point. It's only up from here, for God's sake, for him. I just think
Carter,
at this point,
a good fight. I don't want to cut you off, but you sound like me every day. But whatever he's done, you got to give him magnum cum laude for making the Warriors believe in him, man.
Wouldn't they have already gotten rid of him at this point?
He would have never got that deal last summer.
No, I think when it comes to Draymond Green, the Warriors thought he was untouchable 2 years ago, maybe, and last year because they gave him a contract. But I think everything changes, and I think Draymond Green.
I don't have him under untouchable right now,
I don't think the Warriors do either.
Okay. I'm not hating. I just don't feel that right now.
So I think.
But you got my point of the exercise.
Yeah. Well, what about
the fact
this?
that the Warriors have one guy and it's the OG is not good? Or am I missing somebody?
Well, I would just say it hasn't been that way for a couple years now on the Warriors. Shasky brought up an interesting name in the crossover. No.
Okay, that was great.
He said, and if we're gonna go down this road, let's go down this road. About Steve Kerr. I think he's untouchable. You're not going to fire Steve Kerr in the next 2 years.
But you and I have done radio 10 to 2 thinking it might be coming when he didn't have that contract at an early juncture last year. But he's only got 2 years. But again, he's a top 5 coach to me. So I guess I'll call him untouchable.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to get fired. I don't think he can do anything to get fired in the next 2 years. I mean, obviously, things change quickly in the NBA, as Steph Curry said.
In this league.
You know, I don't, maybe I think Steve Kerr's untouchable right now. He's got 2 more years left in his deal. He'll finish up, I think, and he'll be fine. Yeah.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
About the Giants.
Wow, man. I want to put Webb down there. I won't.
Okay.
And Shasky had stole my thunder in regard to the timeline, but it's not about that. It's about how you feel. And Logan Webb's a damn good pitcher, just made his all-star game, Steiny. But when this team pops again, I just feel like they're a few years away from that happening, and they'll have a new Logan Webb. You can be like, well, that sounds ludicrous. But my point is, if you could use him to get you a Judge or Ohtani or some guy that you thought could get to that status, like a top prospect, I would do it. Because right now, I don't know what they're about to embark on the second half. Hopefully it's the playoff series. But if not, Steiny, I'm thinking about the next chapter of this team, and Ramos would be the only guy. Shasky threw in Bailey. I like Bailey, but he wouldn't be untouchable. Ramos is the only one. Think about that.
I'd put Webb in there. I would. Right. And the reason I put Webb in there is because of one reason and one reason only. All we ever talk about with the Giants is, can they develop anybody? Can we get to know these
Carter
guys?
Carter said what you're about to say.
Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we find a guy the fans can? I mean, Webb's been here, 5 years
but
now?
And I love that, and I'm asking both of you, because Carter said that during the break. But how does that help me on the field about the origin of the player?
Oh, now it doesn't matter that the Giants haven't made a connection with their fans because they run players through here every 1 or 2 years. Listen, I'm not saying I wouldn't trade Logan Webb for Aaron Judge. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if we're going to list the Giants' most untouchable guys, like Logan Webb to me would be number one because he's a homegrown guy. He's like, you know what? I'm sorry. He's the only Giant that any fan really knows. Oh. And that's supposed to be important to this team. They need where are the Posies? Where's the Belts? Where are the Lincecums? Where are the Crawfords? Where are the
Steiny, it sounds like you're making the same argument for trading Steph, though.
You know what I mean? Steph's untouchable. Oh. He's untouchable. And there's degrees to this. But what I'm saying is, of course, if you can get 2 Cy Young winners for one, for Brandon, I'm just saying, of all the Giants, Webb's the last guy I would trade because to me, he's your best pitcher by far, might be your best player, and he's got the longest tenure here to have made some kind of connection with the fans who have been clamoring to have a connection with a player or players since they won titles.
Yeah, and I guess I hope I'm not sounding like I'm down on Webb. I'm not, but Steiny, he's your best pitcher during a dark time. Can't we say it's a dark time right now? You won 107, but it's been a while, you know? And I'm not undermined. Dude was just in the All-Star game yesterday.
I mean, I feel like
red, but
I mean, I really feel like
I'm not robbing him of anything.
The word untouchable, I don't want to take it literally because Curry's touchable if you think about it. Of course he is. Somebody wants to go get Steph Curry for a 25-year-old superstar. The Warriors are going to do it, but they're not going to.
Yeah,
And what I'm saying is, of all the Giants players, okay, there's nobody untouchable. But to me, the most untouchable would be Logan Webb.
How about on the Niners? Now that's where Bosa.
I'd put McCaffrey first.
Steiny, he's older than Bosa. He's one injury away. He's a running back. He's a couple years from 30.
Player. He's our best player.
I'm not mad at that.
I think if you take Christian McCaffrey off the Niners, they're not going to win a Super Bowl.
I don't believe that. And the reason I don't believe that, if you lose Aiyuk, I really don't, but I'll change my tune. But damn it, what has Kyle got to show you? He's taking the team to a Super Bowl with Elijah Mitchell and other guys as their starting running back, Steiny.
So you don't think he's untouchable?
He would be on my list as untouchable. I was just telling you.
He's my number one.
I'm giving Kyle more credit. Okay.
He's my number one guy.
I got Bosa. Forget the order. I got Bosa and McCaffrey. I got Fred Warner on that list.
Well, I got Trent Williams, too.
Trent. I don't want to throw shade at Trent.
He missed 3 games last year. They lost them all.
Man, that's a fact.
I got Bosa third.
All right.
McCaffrey, Williams, Bosa.
Where's Debo?
I have Purdy fourth. And then I have a tie for fifth, Debo Samuel and Fred Warner.
So no Debo or Aiyuk?
No, Aiyuk, no.
Why you say it like you don't like him? I mean, he's better.
He's better than what?
Well, him and Debo are so different that that's what makes them unique in this offense go.
Yeah, I like Debo more.
No, well, I'm just telling you, the reason I'm bringing that up, be careful what you wish for. If you think Pearsall could come in, we still don't know what's going on with him, but he can be Aiyuk. More power to you, Kyle.
And be careful about thinking that Aiyuk is so important the franchise can't go forward without him. Brian and Hayward. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just want to touch on something. Speaking of untouchable, Goo came up with a real nice one a few minutes ago. He said, Poole got touched. He's right. He got touched.
Yeah,
he got touched. We moved him. We promised our fan base we were going to have a guy exciting enough to carry us over the next few years with Steph and, like you said, after Steph. But look what happened, guys. You know, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm trying to see, you know, how we moved on from that. We got lucky. We got unlucky with Wiseman. We got lucky with Kaminga and Pods and TJD and even Moody. So, you know, you gotta roll with what you got and be careful about who you give up. You know, I don't want to give up Pods. Look at SGA. They gave him up, and look where he brought his team, you know? So I'm just saying things like that are kind of like an example for us to consider when we think about moving young players like Kaminga. Dude, I don't want to move Kaminga. I don't want to move Moody either, but realistically, if we put Wiggins and Moody and some other stuff together, we could get something back for him. And I think that's our best move right now. But, Goo, one more time, shout out, line of the day. Pooh got touched. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Glad you liked it, buddy.
It was all right.
He liked it.
Yeah, he did.
He looked a couple of times.
He did.
Hey, let me give my love, Stoney.
By the way, anybody saying Macklin Celebrini, you're late to the party. That was one of my originals.
Yeah.
And if you really want to get into untouchable, like Victor Wembanyama is untouchable.
No doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
But in the Bay, it's getting real.
And Jonathan
outside of the
Kaminga.
Niners, it's real. It's getting a little sketchy. We need to add some to the list. Giants and Warriors, I'm talking to you. Now, what if, you brought up Purdy, please help me with this when you and Carter. What if the Warriors' Purdy is Pods?
What if the Warriors' Purdy
they found a diamond that is better than a lot of people thought, and the impact he'll have on his team. Maybe he could be a starter.
That would be great.
Maybe he's an all-star. I'm not robbing that kid of anything, but I get the flip side where the people are pessimistic about, please, watch these people come at Pods now because he hit the scene and they didn't take him serious.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about who in the Bay Area is untouchable, or who are the more untouchable players, or the most untouchable players. I mean, we saw Joe Montana get traded, so we know that pretty much everybody is untouchable, or everybody's pretty much touchable. But we're talking about right now. I think we can all agree that right now, Curry's probably the most untouchable guy in the Bay Area. But what do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Don't forget, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey on Friday. You listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, and at 5:11 with myself and Guru for your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Who's untouchable in the Bay? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
No, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
You're
that was
champing at the bit.
No, my buddies are golfing right now. Brooklyn and Cowboy J in Dublin. They call it DM. That's where they're at.
That's not Dublin.
They're on the 12th hole, and they send me a picture of a rattlesnake right next to the ball.
Ouch.
Dude, I'm done golfing if that's what I got to come up against.
Well, you don't golf.
I have.
Once.
Dude, but if I saw that, I'm done. Let's go.
But you know what? Just give it up now.
So have you come across snakes?
I have. There was one, we were playing in Washington, the state of Washington earlier this year, and there was a rattlesnake laying right in the middle of the fairway.
Man.
Luckily, it wasn't near my ball because the snake was right in the middle of the fairway. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My drive didn't.
I'm out.
Quite get there. Hey, we're having a lot of fun today talking about, let me tell you, we're talking about untouchables in the Bay Area. You know, what are the guys that you least want to see traded or least want to see out of the uniform they're in right now? Let me tell you something.
It's kind of depressing.
I noticed something about the boss. I think he's trying to stick it to Podziemski. I really do.
Why?
I'll tell you why. He comes in and he goes, Steiny, we're going to put a poll up on our Twitter page.
Which they did.
95.7 The Game Twitter page. And I said, okay, what is it? What's it going to be?
65-35 Kaminga.
And he goes,
400 votes.
He goes, you get to pick one. Oh, gosh, I should probably get on Twitter. Do you have it up?
Yeah, 65-35 Kaminga. 400 votes.
But say the question.
Oh, you get to keep one. Who you going with? Pods or Kaminga?
You get to keep either Pods or Kaminga.
Yeah,
this is going to be a blowout.
Yeah, you got to keep one. Oh, I got you. Not a fair fight.
I mean, I'd have to say Kaminga.
I'm shocked at 65-35. I thought it'd be 80-20.
It's probably 2-1 right now because we just put the poll
400
up.
votes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So Pod's getting some love out there. I
thought that would be 90-10.
You stole my thunder.
Oh, what do you mean?
Somebody says I disappoint him. How?
In a lot of ways.
Oh, boy. I work with a couple snakes. Oh, that was too harsh. Not you, Carter.
No, it's not as harsh as your text 2 days ago.
That can never be spoken about. Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking about who's untouchable in the Bay Area.
I don't like this. Not enough guys on the list.
One of the reasons that I'm one of the reasons I'm successful at what I do is two things. I'm pretty clever. One,
Carter,
and
who is he?
I think outside the box, which is an asset of mine. So now we all think about untouchables in one way. Everybody's an athlete. Well, I'll tell you two guys who are untouchable.
Somebody said Mark Grandy.
Oh, God. He's the first to come.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on here, Bob. I'll tell you two guys who are untouchable. Kruk and Kipe. Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper are untouchable.
Legends.
Untouchable.
You hit me. I wasn't ready for that.
I know you weren't.
They're like
you see what
family
I'm saying?
Steiny.
Exactly.
Over 20. They're family.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Jason is in the Central Valley. Wants to get into guys.
Give us a city, though. More specific. Like Fresno?
Well, if you're in the Central Valley, does it matter?
Visalia? I want to know.
Who cares? Visalia, Fresno.
That's what I just said. I want to know.
Manteca's the San Joaquin Valley, I believe. Modesto's got to be Central Valley.
Yeah,
Merced's got to be Central Valley.
You're on fire.
By the way,
you'll run out.
I like Merced.
Have you golfed there?
I've golfed in Patterson.
Now, I got a cousin in Atwater.
I know a guy. I worked with a guy from Atwater.
Mm-hmm. Shout out Steve.
Atwater's got a hell of a football program. High school. Well, they did 20 years ago. I don't know if they're any good anymore.
Is the school still there?
Jason in Central Valley. What's up, Jace?
Good to talk to you guys again.
Thank you.
In regards to the Central Valley,
Yes.
I'm just going to give 95.7 a little plug here.
Nice.
I do live right next to that community at River Island. So
cool.
Shout out to River Island over there.
Lathrop.
So that's right in. Yeah, Lathrop, exactly. There you go.
Hey, you know what, Jason? Can you hold on just 1 sec and I will get to you, but you have set me up more than a Steph Curry wraparound pass to Klay Thompson. Don't ever forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Jason has River Islands in Lathrop. Thank you, buddy.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But I think I set you up more so like a Draymond Green handoff to Curry on that one.
Yeah, although you know what? Draymond's been keeping that thing a little too much in recent years, if you know what I mean. He turns and then
So
drops.
on the subject of on the subject of Draymond Green, that's where I want to make my comment about untouchables. I wouldn't say that guy is untouchable. I just think he's untradeable. Like your producer brought up, even though he's went through all those antics and that's why he's untouchable and the Warriors were unwilling to get rid of him, I just think the Warriors can't get rid of him. I don't think there's a deal in place where teams would be willing to accept him based on the things that he goes through that the Warriors have put up with. So with that being said, I just think he's not necessarily untouchable. It's more so untradeable. And in terms of anybody else on that team, I believe that Curry is 300% untouchable. He's more than just a basketball player for the team. He's a walking bag for the entire Bay Area. So he's responsible for endorsements, sponsorships, everything outside of basketball as well. So I think he's untouchable in that regard. As far as the Giants go, you can get rid of that whole team just to bring back Barry Bonds for all I care.
Wow.
You know, so
but the Niners. Give me the top
for the
two.
Niners,
Your top two Niner untouchables.
Starting with offense, CMC is absolutely untouchable. He is the focal point of that offense. He makes everybody go. The play action goes off of him, and that's Shanahan style. Defense, I mean, it's got to be Bosa, right? And next guy after that, it's probably going to be Fred Warner. There is so many untouchables on that team. There's a lot of future Hall of Famers on that team. Let's just hope they're actually able to cash in on a ring based on that roster. I appreciate the time, guys. Thank you very much for having me.
Drive
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it,
Great
man.
call, man.
That was a good call.
I was talking to Carter last night, and I left you off the text thread. It was just me and him. And it wasn't on purpose, Don. I forgot. But
it's fine. I'm glad
I got to tell you, man, we all know how good McCaffrey is. Kyle and John don't get credit for unlocking McCaffrey. He was a legend before. He was forgot about because it was rotten in Carolina. My point is, I am so fearful that this Niner window is closing so fast that every time I hear Niner talk now, it's about McCaffrey. And it's no hate, but they're almost a one-trick pony now because everybody's telling me everything goes through McCaffrey. I understand it. But when Kyle is at its best, he's at his best, his offense, you don't know where it's coming from. And my point in Exhibit A is the Niner offense as a whole this last playoff run. It was too pedestrian for my liking. And then I'm sitting there last night watching the Super Bowl, and this is not about McCaffrey, but quit telling me what we already know. The bottom line is what you just said in the caller. When are they going to get it done? Because I'm getting worried for Niner fans, Donnie, that this thing is getting late in the game, and if you get rid of Aiyuk or there's one unfortunate injury, it can be the Trent Williams, because you've been relatively healthy, that this thing is going to be shut, and we look back on this period of they beat Mahomes to me twice.
Well, then don't worry about it.
And they have nothing to show for it.
Well, then don't worry about it. If they've beat him twice, then they don't need...
Come on.
They
didn't close it.
Exactly.
It don't stay open forever.
Let me remind you that the consensus was that when McCaffrey got here, the offense became more dynamic. So that's why he's my number one untouchable.
Yeah. No. Oh, and again, I love him.
Followed by Purdy. But now, Purdy is untouchable.
All right. And I got to stay on track. It's hard for me. Yeah. What happened to that Niner? But you know how to slow down the Niner offense now because it's McCaffrey-centric. And Green Bay did it, who barely got to the playoffs. Detroit did it for a half. And in Kansas City, I don't know what, I'm just asking Kyle or anybody that will listen.
They won both those games.
Barely, Steiny.
Oh, that's right.
You heard me tell Bonte this morning, the 94. Yeah. The 94 of it. That's how they look at times.
Fault. That's your fault for buying into
no,
that.
see, you're not. There's an underlying issue with this offense moving forward.
Oh, so there's an underlying issue with this offense.
And I don't know what.
But we can't lose Aiyuk.
See that?
We can't.
Okay.
We can't. We can't
the point
lose
is
Aiyuk.
You lose Aiyuk. You think you're going to just put a rookie there or Jawan Jennings?
I didn't say that.
And say that it's all. We're
talking about the most untouchable.
Yeah,
I can make a case Aiyuk's 5th on offense. I can make a case Kittle's more untouchable than Aiyuk because Kittle is the best blocking tight end in football.
Well, that may be the answer to all the questions is how the hell is your tight end who can do it all your 6th offensive lineman? Like, I don't like that.
Well,
but
then,
Kittle's a cool dude.
Well, then take it up with Shanahan, who you just saying is one of the greatest offensive players.
If they don't get back and they trade Aiyuk. But I understand anybody saying McCaffrey, he's on my list as untouchable. I'm talking about dynamic. We were throwing words around to describe this whole offense, and the playoff run was just, oh my God. You don't even know how shocked I was at how impotent they were.
How many points did they end up scoring against the Lions?
Enough to win the game. They came back, but
30?
The Lions, I can't use the word.
They must have scored at least 27.
But the Lions helped them with some gifts. Okay. You know what I mean. Here's the ball. Yeah, you need to come back. Come on.
When you're in the playoffs, first of all, look at their schedule. They play the Green Bay Packers were the hottest team in the league coming into the playoffs. The Detroit Lions were a good team. It's unrealistic to think that every team's numbers, your numbers are not going to inflate in the playoffs because you're playing 3 good teams in a row.
That offense.
Okay, you're calling it now. You're comparing this to the greatest quarterback of all time.
I'm just telling you that Mahomes up until this last Super Bowl,
Mahomes was what about Mahomes?
Yeah, but
he scored 20. They scored 22 points.
This was the worst version of themselves this year, so I can understand that from their vantage point. Not giving them an excuse, but don't talk to me about the Philly game when he went out there with one bum wheel and got it done.
The idea that the 49ers are going to win their first playoff game by 3 touchdowns.
They were favored by 11, mind you.
But they won the game
barely. Savage holds on to that interception. It's your boy threw to him.
Oh, gosh.
I know this is for a later day, but I'm just telling you, be careful, Niner fans.
Don't tell Niner fans to be careful. Of what?
Of the X date, just like a bad
what do they have to be careful of?
That the window shuts and you had your chances.
They can't do anything about it. They can just watch.
And I keep harping on the Super Bowls.
I know.
I think about the NFC Championship game. You're up 10 against the Rams. The Eagle one. Okay, we get that. That's legit. Your guy got knocked out. These things don't last forever, man. And they've been healthy, and now it's all on McCaffrey. I just get what
are you doing?
I'm gonna tell you what set me off.
What are you doing? What do you mean it's all on McCaffrey? The question was just who's the most untouchable Niner? But a lot of people are saying McCaffrey. Nobody's saying it's all about McCaffrey. He's just their most untouchable offensive player, according.
But seeds have been stuff has been festering, and I'm trying to just me and this whole Niner. I'm telling you, we'll be right back. No, you don't know.
Nobody's saying we'll be right back.
All right, things in.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you what else we're going to talk about. I got a couple other good ones.
Let's go.
Kyle Shanahan's untouchable right now. I would say Kyle Shanahan's absolutely untouchable. And then because I think outside the box, I'll talk about untouchable also. Who's untouchable in the Bay? I know he's not here anymore. Bruce Bochy, untouchable.
He's in Texas.
Well, I would say Bob Myers is untouchable.
But they're gone.
That's the point. Like, you can't say anything bad about them. Like, they're untouchable in that way. Yeah, we'll get that in a minute. What?
I'm scratching my head.
Yeah, me too. Okay. Hey, we are going to Oh, okay. We're going to get him. Emmanuel Acho. Okay.
Oh, man. Family.
Emmanuel,
friend of the show, Stoney.
Acho
He's our guy.
Join us.
He said some stuff about this Niner thing.
Emmanuel Acho is a co-host on Speak with Shady McCoy and Joy Taylor Monday through Friday at 1:30 on FS1. And of course, he's got a New York Times best-selling book called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. Let's go to Emmanuel Acho. We got him on the line right now. Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, fellas, when y'all give a call, you know your boy got to pick up. So
Yes, sir.
now I will preface.
Yes.
I'm at my house in the hills. My service is spotty. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I live in Hollywood. If the call drops, I apologize. But it is an honor.
We got you.
Okay, and let me do a little business. All guests on the 95.7 The Game, they appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Emmanuel, I want to obviously jump into the Brandon Aiyuk situation. And what is your read on it right now? Is this kind of business as usual, or do you think these two parties have a little bit of an issue?
Good question. Your listeners are in for a treat because I actually know Brandon Aiyuk's agent very well.
Okay.
And so I had an extensive conversation with him yesterday. I think there is a little bit of a hiccup. There's a bit of a hiccup contractually because I think Aiyuk has been put in a situation that maybe not other Niners first-round picks have been put in. Niners' other first-round picks aren't expected to play on the tag. Bosa, he got extended. Buckner, DeForest, he got traded. So, no Niners first-round pick recently has been told, hey, you going to play on the tag. But Aiyuk, who's done everything right the last 3 years, obviously he had a rough start. Now they want him to play on the tag. The dude blocks downfield tremendously well, goes for 1,300 yards without a ton of targets. The most targets I believe Aiyuk has had in a season is 114. CeeDee Lamb had 181 targets last year. Imagine what kind of numbers Aiyuk would have if you gave dude 181 targets. So I think the Niners are in a bit of a conundrum. I said this on my show Speak. I'll say it again. The Niners grossly underestimated the explosion of the wide receiver market. So when they offered $26 million, that was a cool offer back when Cooper Kupp was the leader making $26.7 million. But now that Devontae Smith, the Eagles' number 2, is making $28.3. And Jalen Waddle, the Dolphins' number 2, is making $28. And Amon-Ra, he has one All-Pro like Aiyuk has one All-Pro, is making $30. What the hell is a $26 million offer? Furthermore, how dare you insult me by saying you're not even willing to negotiate? You feel me? Yeah. Y'all know how it is, fellas. If you're in a relationship with somebody and they're like, I'm not even going to talk about it. No, we're not even you're not even willing to talk with me? We're arguing over dinner and you're not even going to talk to me? I think that's also a part of the problem.
Man, Acho, you're on fire. Let me throw this at you because I threw it at my partner and the listeners. So I'm on record as saying if you put Aiyuk, who I feel like can get off the line of scrimmage with the best of them, was overthrown in the Super Bowl, this past one, that's just me now. If you put him in Dallas, he would then put up CeeDee Lamb numbers. I am shocked that the Niners, and Kyle especially, are trying to get that Super Bowl that's eluded them, and you're going to run it back by drafting a rookie Pearsall out of nowhere. To me, shots were fired that either Debo or Aiyuk could be, out of here. My question to you is, and you played in the league, is he handling his business the right way, or do you even care? I'm talking about Aiyuk when you're sitting down and you're tweeting to the Commander logo, you're talking to the Pivot podcast. Do you, Emmanuel Acho, think he's going about it the right way?
The way that gets you paid is the right way. I'll let that sink in. Kyler Murray, he removed all Arizona Cardinals Association from his Instagram. It got him paid. Lamar Jackson, he held up signs that said, yo, give me the bag. He held out or he demanded a trade. It got him paid. Joe Burrow, he didn't do nothing. He didn't say nothing. It got him paid. Chris Jones, he missed the game. It got him paid. Fellas, there is no one right way to climb this mountain of getting paid in the National Football League. But my brother, he was the executive vice president of the NFL Players Association. He was in negotiation with all the NFL owners about a new collective bargaining agreement, all 32 billionaires. He called me during one of the breaks of this collective bargaining negotiation, and he said, bro, you know what I just realized? I said, what's that? He said, billionaires don't become billionaires by being nice people. Yeah. I say that to say, they not just going to give Aiyuk money. You feel me? Like, they not just going to give it to him because he asked nicely and because he said please. So I think the best way to handle it is a way that gets you paid. If you are Aiyuk, and I love Aiyuk with the Niners, but if you're Aiyuk, you should want out because, bro, you got to eat, and you're like the third option on the team. You're sitting around watching CeeDee Lamb get 180 targets, watching Amon-Ra get all the targets in the world, and you don't even complain. Stephon Diggs threw everybody and their mama under the bus when he don't get his targets. No, most notably, Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati Bengals, where he throws his hands up in front of Josh Allen. Then Stephon Diggs' family starts tweeting. Meanwhile, Aiyuk, what'd he do?
Wow.
What's he do? He just plays his part. So I love Aiyuk. I love the Niners. I want them to work it out. But I also think, Niners, if you can't pay him, don't let my dog go get paid somewhere else, or just pay him.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a co-host on Speak with Shady McCoy and Joy Taylor, Monday through Friday at 1:30 on FS1. And he's also got a New York Times best-selling book called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. Emmanuel Acho, let me ask you this. So you mentioned the franchise tag. That's down the line a little bit. So are you telling me that what you know is that the 49ers right now are saying, look, we want you to play this upcoming year on the $14 million, and by the way, we can franchise you the next year if we want. Is that what they want him to play under the 14? Yeah, go ahead.
They want him to play on the 14, obviously, but it's because they're not negotiating any further. Their words, not ours. Right? So if the Niners are saying, hey, if they haven't negotiated again since May 26, what they are expecting is for Aiyuk to play on his fifth-year option. Apologies if I misspoke and mentioned the franchise tag. They want Aiyuk to play on his fifth-year option of $14 million. Right. But how the hell you going to ask an all-pro to play on that $14 million option? To me, in a perfect world, sign Aiyuk to like a one-year, $30 million deal. You know what I mean? Like, meet in the middle, kind of like what the Raiders did with Josh Jacobs, what the Giants did with Saquon Barkley, kind of like, hey, we'll give you this one-year joint, make you happy, and then see if you can win a Super Bowl, go all in, and then go out of there. But here's the last thing I'm going to leave your listeners with. If you're Aiyuk, you might want to play for Shanahan. Andre Johnson, Hall of Fame wide receiver with the Houston Texans. Y'all want to know when he had his best years? When he was with Shanahan. Julio Jones, future Hall of Fame wide receiver. You want to know when he had his second best year? All-pro year. When he was with Shanahan. Pierre Garçon, bad man. Want to know when he had one of his three best years? When he was with Shanahan. So I say all this to say, so long as Shanahan is the head coach, you know you will get good quarterback play. So long as you get good quarterback play, you know you will put up numbers. So if you're Aiyuk, just also simultaneously be careful what you wish for.
So, Acho, if you had Aiyuk on the phone right now, it sounds like, you tell me if I'm wrong, you'd be like, son, you need to report to camp next Wednesday.
No, sir. I would say go to camp, but I would say don't do nothing that might get you hurt, and don't do nothing that might get you fined. So I would say go to camp, but I don't know. I would hold in, not hold out.
Interesting.
I go to camp. I go to meetings. I would go on the practice field, but I wouldn't practice. You feel me? So I'm not going to get fined. I'm going to go to camp, and I'm just going to be there. And y'all just going to look at me, and I'm going to look at y'all. And we're just going to be staring at each other in the eye. So that's what I would tell Aiyuk to do.
Wow.
Well, what if, I'm going to just make a little comparison here. The Golden State Warriors a year ago re-signed Draymond Green to a 4-year contract. They signed him because they thought they were still a title contender. This past year, they didn't make the playoffs, and circumstances changed. And Klay Thompson was just kind of the odd man out. He was the big three guy that they just didn't want to pay, couldn't pay, whatever. How much of this is that where, man, the Niners, they just can't pay everybody?
Really good question. Here's what I would suggest. Y'all know this, y'all Bay Area. Hey, what Klay Thompson shoot in that must-win game?
0 for 10. Yeah.
0 for 10, coach. Klay Thompson, some could argue, was the reason that the Warriors fell short when it mattered most. Why in the world did the Niners get to the Super Bowl? 3rd and 5, slant, Deebo Samuel on the sideline versus Green Bay Packers. You got to have it. Everybody's covered. Everybody's locked up. Slant, Aiyuk dives for it, catches it. Mind you, I didn't even mention the 3rd and 9, running across the field versus the Green Bay Packers. Got to have it, mounting a comeback. Brock Purdy throws it at a shoelace. He reaches down and grabs it. Detroit Lions down by 17. Got him out, one of the most historical comebacks in an NFC game ever. Tips off the safety's head. Brandon Aiyuk catches it. 2 plays later, touchdown. Aiyuk got the Niners to the Super Bowl. Klay Thompson, you could suggest, kept the Warriors from getting where they wanted to go.
Acho, I got to run this by you real quick. I'm no clinical doctor, but I feel this. You tell me what you think. So Aiyuk, unlike Debo, Kittle, Warner, and Bosa in years past, they got paid and they took it to the 15th round, and it was later than today's date. But Aiyuk is on a team that throws the ball. They're 32nd in passing when it comes to how often they pass. He knows he can put up greater numbers, but he's such a good soldier. It's like, pay me like you know if I were in another offense. Show me you know that part about my game. And when you don't, Acho, if I'm Aiyuk, that's the part that hurts. You know, I'm not putting up buku numbers because I'm the 3rd or 4th option, but you know how good I am. Pay me. And I think that's what's eating at Aiyuk.
1,000%. Again, I'll say this, and fellas, I got to run after this one, but I'm going to give y'all this one. If you're Brandon Aiyuk, you realize you get your numbers because you win. The offense does not cater to you. It caters to Debo. It does not cater to you. It caters to McCaffrey. How often do you see tunnel screens for Brandon Aiyuk? You don't. You see them for Debo Samuel. How often do you see running back screens or now calls for McCaffrey? You don't. You see them for Christian McCaffrey. The Cowboys cater their offense to CeeDee Lamb. That's why he has 1,800 yards. The Dolphins cater their offense to Tyreek Hill. Brandon Aiyuk was an all-pro without being catered to. Y'all realize how difficult that is. He was an all-pro, and he just got it out the mud. So that's why I suggest if you're Aiyuk, you're looking around like, wait a second, bruh. I got my all-pro, and I got to work for mine. Man, the Cowboys are giving CeeDee Lamb everything, and he got an all-pro. Imagine what I would do if I was treated like that.
Wow.
Man, I wish we could keep you on longer. You're just on fire. Really appreciate it. Devil's advocate would say that, Aiyuk, but in the postseason, his numbers overall weren't that great. Aiyuk's this postseason anyway.
I would come back with that and say, but look at his targets.
Fair enough.
Look at his targets. Debo Samuel got 10 targets in the Super Bowl. What'd he do with them? Respectfully.
Fair enough.
Brandon Aiyuk got 6 targets in the Super Bowl. What'd he do with them? Y'all look up the numbers and y'all get back to me.
Yeah.
Hey, Emmanuel, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Jumping on in a hurry.
Course. All right, y'all. Peace.
Yeah. All right. Emmanuel Acho. He's a co-host on Speak with Shady McCoy and Joy Taylor, Monday through Friday at 1:30. That's on FS1. He's also got a New York Times best-selling book called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. Wow.
Yeah. And
he was,
usually you go, Goo, what's your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, what is it?
Did he made all pro without it being the system geared towards him? Or some would say that's a byproduct because they're focused in on everybody else. But now I kind of feel like, damn, Aiyuk, you did do that kind of, not on the fly, but it wasn't, 20 targets a game.
Yeah.
You have to make the most of your opportunities.
888-957-9570. I mean, Emmanuel was great. What's your takeaway on what he said? I'll tell you what my takeaway was, and I think this is news. Basically, I mean, he's essentially saying the Niners aren't dealing with Aiyuk right now, and they simply expect him to play on the $14 million deal. And it feels like they've also said, and by the way, Brandon, we could franchise tag you the year after if we want. It sounds to me...
The next 2 years, Steiny.
Like the 49ers, yes. Like the 49ers are playing hardball with Brandon Aiyuk.
And that's...
I see both sides.
Okay, I was just going to say.
I see both
So there's
sides.
a Kaminga element to it. Like the Warriors get, not hardball, but like, dude, we got a litany of problems. You got to show up and finish this last year of the deal. And that's what Shasky was saying earlier, Steiny. Like, when did but I wish I could have dialed in on the bat phone. When are guys going to just uphold their contract? But we're in an era now where that doesn't happen. So he's going to hold in. I hadn't heard that one. Show up and be what Jimmy was a couple years ago, or Debo to the side.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If more light was shed on this situation, I think it just happened. Because that changes.
He knows his agent.
That changes. Well, it doesn't change things for me, but it kind of clarifies that I think we know right now the 49ers don't want to pay him.
And I feel like Brandon's going to get traded, Stoney. That's what I feel like this is, wow. That, like, man, I don't think they can fix this. And I don't think they want to by paying him what he said. Like, I guess what I'm telling you, Stoney, is what's the market like when it comes to buying homes and all that, the value of your homes, what happens other places affect yours. But I think the Niners are tone deaf on, I don't give a damn what Amon-Ra got. I don't give a damn what Stoney or Carter got.
Yeah,
we got a budget, bud, and we look at you as 26 M's.
Yeah, I play that game. Like, I look at it from that point of view, too. It's like, well, like Jonathan Kaminga's agent says, hey, Cade Cunningham got this. I'll say, well, then go represent Cade Cunningham.
Man.
Sorry. I'm sorry. And the other thing Acho said was, no, he's not saying to hold out. He's saying to hold in. Just show up. Just show up and lay low, I guess.
Yeah, they can't find you.
I guess.
But he has no leverage when you talk about that franchise. I mean, he'll get broken off, but my gosh, that's not how he wants it or even envisioned it.
Well, here's my question. They haven't talked since May 26th.
Wow.
So the 49ers, according to a lot of reports, were willing to pay Aiyuk about 26 back a few months.
The whole Clay thing.
Why didn't he take it?
He thought he was worth more.
No, but that was before a lot of those guys got big money.
But like he knew that was coming. He
didn't want to set the market.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, that's his fault. And now the 26 is probably not there. Plain and simple.
Ooh.
Plain and simple.
Man.
So
he has no leverage. No, I'll be, thank you, Goo. But man, oh, man.
You know, I always say he has no leverage either, but he does have leverage. He can just not play. And it's not much leverage, but it's more than nothing.
Would you call this a crisis for the Niners?
No, I'm not calling it a crisis.
Because of those dates, the August that Carter gave us.
Yeah, mid-August.
July, September for Bosa.
Mid-August.
All right.
Mid-August.
But the world, if you care about this, Donnie, is talking about this. And are the Niners being fair to Aiyuk?
Can't keep his mouth shut.
Well, he's on the tour. You like BA. Family?
I have no strong opinion of Brandon Aiyuk.
What about his point about how Debo has to get the ball? They got to go out their way to get to the bubble screens. And Aiyuk is second-team All-Pro getting disrespected.
He's not getting disrespected.
He feels like it.
Yeah, he feels like it. Did Clay get disrespected?
Total different. Your boy's in his prime right now, and Clay got paid when he was in his prime. It was nothing to see here. But if you're telling me he didn't sign because he didn't want to set the market, well, I would be like, whoever advised you now.
Well, he didn't take 26, apparently. 26. 26. Sometimes those numbers never come back. Remember Latrell Sprewell?
Got to feed my family.
Turned down a 3-year, $21 million contract. Said, what are you kidding? I got a family to feed. That was the last year he played in the NBA.
My favorite Warrior after Steph.
Yeah. There you have it.
15. So how's this play out? Next Wednesday, will he be at the facility? Brandon Aiyuk?
No.
I
don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think, 49er fans? What do you think? You think Aiyuk's going to show up next week? Emmanuel Acho just said he would say, show up next week. But clearly the 49ers are saying, hey, BA, tell you what we'll do now. Since you kicked us to the curb when we offered $26 million to you, That's what it sounds like happened. Guess what? That was it. You should have assumed that was our last offer. Because you know what? It is.
Wow.
But
since May,
it ain't there anymore.
Man, I mean, well,
so
they need him. That's the leverage that I know behind closed doors. Kyle's telling John Daly in York, we need his ass.
Yeah. Well,
we can play tough. You know what now? But we need his ass.
If I said this to you, how would you answer? Or if I made this statement, I'll tell you what, Goo. Brandon Aiyuk made a big mistake. He made a big mistake by not taking that first contract.
I wouldn't. I'm not there because he may get his wish. Steiny, I really believe it. Acho said I was 1,000% correct, but I think he might want to be in another system that gives him an opportunity to be higher in the batting order per se.
Okay,
I really believe that.
Okay,
and that's why he turned down that 20. Like he's mistake. Acting like victim, but
it's a big mistake.
But what if he gets traded and Pittsburgh pays him or somebody? Then he would.
The 49ers aren't going to trade him. They don't have to.
Nah, they don't have to. Man.
I don't look at this as, the Niners are wrong or Brandon. This is the system in the NFL. This system invites this, and it invites it every year, and we see it every single year.
But what about our new world where somebody doesn't want to be here? You say, you know what? Let's cut. All right, you don't want to be here? We don't want you draining us. We don't even want this bad pub. We'll get your ass up out of here.
No, you just tell them, don't show up then. Don't show up. See, the bottom line is the 49ers don't think Brandon Aiyuk is as important as he thinks he is. That's what I'm hearing.
Second team All-Pro.
Like, with all due respect, so what? So what?
But that's like saying Kaminga's an all-star.
Okay, so how many wide receivers are on there? 2?
Yeah, not 18.
So if you're a second team All-Pro, you're one of the top 4 receivers?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, but that's not true. We know that. He's not a top 4 receiver.
Then how did he get on the team? He got voted on by his peers and people.
Is that peers or is that media?
Either or. It's still.
Well, you know what we found out with the Warriors? Players don't know what they're talking about. Curry wanted Avery Bradley.
No, look at Carter. Do we know if that's media or the players, the All-Pro? Do you know offhand?
I don't offhand,
but we'll find out. But Steiny, regardless, he ain't no
right. He's a badass worth $26 million.
Even if Pearsall's last name was Steinmetz, I don't think a rookie could just step into this system and contribute and do what Aiyuk did. Maybe they think.
You know what?
Why did they draft Pearsall?
I'm going to be honest with you. If he turned down $26 million. He made a big mistake.
And I wondered why that didn't come out in his appearance with Clark. And maybe it did. They offered me 26. I wasn't taking it.
I'm going to go back and look, but I think there were reports that
he said
that wasn't enough for him.
Wow.
Very interesting. No, it is. Hey, don't forget, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Klay Thompson on Friday. Listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, and at 5:11 with myself and Guru. 888-957-9570. I think it's official. Niners are playing hardball with Brandon Aiyuk. How do you feel about it, 49er fans? That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibbs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
We just had on Emmanuel Acho. He is a co-host on Speak with Shady McCoy and Joy Taylor on FS1. And he basically said he talked to Brandon Aiyuk's agent yesterday. And right now, the 49ers don't have an offer out there for Aiyuk.
Man.
And they essentially want him to come and play for $14 million this year. And apparently have indicated to him, if we want, after that we can franchise you for the next 2 years. So why don't you come in for $14 million? Because you don't really have any other options, especially since back in May, $26 million wasn't enough for you, apparently. And I went back and did some research, and the reports are that Aiyuk turned down an annual salary of about $26 million with would have had 66 guaranteed.
So the parallels, again, they're at different points. The Klay Thompson 2 for $48 turned down. This is reminiscent of that.
This is, I think this is a much better contract than offering Klay 2 for $48.
Oh, okay.
What they're
are two
offering
different
Aiyuk.
players.
No doubt.
One's iconic and one chips. But so you think I'm in dreamland?
No.
If Aiyuk pulls the I'm gonna get funky card, I'm gonna come to camp. I'm not just almost like, all right, Brandon, let's sit down. You want out of here? Like Steiny, I think we're in that world of sports too, to where we're starting to see you want out of here. We just want to wash our hands of it. We'll get something for you, but we're not gonna do the whole watch you just squirm and make you play and get rolled up on and then not even be available for a contract. You think that's the last thing that's going to happen? The Niners, you want out of here?
I think it's up to Aiyuk. I think it's all up to Brandon Aiyuk.
Man, and I think that's a couple months, man.
And I mean, look, if he turned down what he reportedly turned down, I mean, what do you say? That's on him.
So show up and play.
Or don't show up at all. And I do feel like the 49ers, in this case, they would call his bluff and say, you know what? We think we can be fine without you. And then what happens when Aiyuk...
But that's not true.
What happens? Okay, what happens if Aiyuk doesn't report, holds out, and the Niners start out 4-0? Well, now he's in big trouble.
Okay, now what if that totally... We've seen it. I think back to Emmitt Smith back in the day, but what about 2-2? And the offense, the passing game just looks, oh boy, we really need him.
Well, then things change in that direction.
It feels like it's headed that way.
I have a good feeling that the Niners are probably going to win with or without Aiyuk at least 10 games and go to the playoffs. So,
it doesn't sound like they're budging. The Niners.
No, it doesn't. Let's go to one of our buddies, Mike in Michigan.
Mike.
What's up, Mike? How you doing, my man?
Gentlemen, how are we doing? Long time no talk. Haven't talked to you guys in a while. How you guys been?
Hanging in there, baby.
Good.
Try to figure this Aiyuk thing out.
Man, so I'm with Steiny on this. I think they play hardball with him. I think they call his bluff. Hey, if you want to miss training camp, you want to miss game checks. Principles are one thing, but the bank account is another. So once he starts missing game checks, I think he comes back and he says, "You know what? I'll swallow my pride and I'll come in." But then, honestly, I think they tag him after the season. If they don't trade him before the season, I think they tag him after, and they make a team pay a premium for him, whether it be a first-round pick, 2 first-round picks, whatever they can get out of him. I think that's what they do. I think they seriously play hardball with him because this one feels different than when they had Debo. When Debo held out, he still showed up to training camp. He didn't dress. He didn't practice. But this one feels different because he's been in social media, him, his family.
Yeah.
They've been out there this whole time, ever since 2 days after the Super Bowl, and it just felt different from the start. So I think they are seriously like, you know what, we're just going to play hardball with you, and we hold all the leverage. But like you said, if if Guru, like you said, if they start off 2-2 and the passing game looks horrible, then like you said, the pendulum swings the other way, and he has an insane amount of leverage then. And they're like, you know what, Brandon, come back to the table. We got to get a deal done. So that's what I got. You guys have a good one. It was nice talking to you. I appreciate talking to you guys all the time. All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
And I was waiting for Acho to try to, I wasn't setting him up, Steiny, to see if him being a former player, if he would condemn the tour that Aiyuk has been on, this public tour about his money and pay me.
No, you asked him that.
But no, I thought Acho would condemn him.
No.
But he kind of said that's par for, like, nah. I'm like, well, wow. Let me read this to you from Liberty Kimball on the YouTube chat, Steiny. Aiyuk is not risking injury, and the 49ers are risking having a player out there not giving 100% to stay healthy until he gets a contract. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that matters. Not that he would half-ass, but, dude, your career could be over in one play. That's what this is about.
Yeah, that's why you better get in here and take your $14 million.
After you offered me the 26, I done went to the lab. You know what? We want the 26.
No.
Sorry, that
doesn't work that
way. The 26 ain't gone away. I don't believe.
Oh, really?
The Rod Woodson ain't gone away.
I'll bet you right now that it's not out there, because if it was still out there, I think Aiyuk would take it.
You think so?
Yes, I do.
So how do you word that? Hey, the time expired,
Exactly. Time expired on Clay's 2 for 48, dude. And he's Klay Thompson. The hell is Brandon Aiyuk?
I'll tell you this, to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo, Steiny. Clay messed that up by his season. I think that had a lot to do with that 2 for 48 going away too. Or you believe they took it as disrespect.
Right.
That you didn't do it right then, it's a wrap.
Well, maybe the 49ers offered him 26, and they were thinking, we'll come back and maybe offer him another 26 in a month or two. But you know what? The way he's acted, it's off the table. Maybe. Mike in Michigan said one thing that's starting to feel true, and that is this is starting to feel different.
Personal?
Than Bosa, than Kittle, than Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
I just feel like the Niners are essentially in the same place that the Warriors were with Klay Thompson. I get they're different players, but I think the 49ers are saying, we can't. Look, they got Purdy in waiting. Plain and simple.
Well, no clock is ticking.
But at the end of the year.
Oh, yeah, but right now it's all good.
Right, but you can't pay Purdy now.
Aiyuk's been laying in bed waiting on his payday.
You think the 49ers aren't budgeting for what they're right.
That's
so sorry, Brandon.
I got you. So I was going to say, so what's different here? But you said, Goof, they budgeted and they came up with $26 million.
Apparently they did. Was that? And I here's what else I'd like to know. When did McCaffrey get his extension? Was it after May 24th or 5th?
It was before his wedding.
Because I should really figure that out, but...
Yeah. And Carter helped us out, too. You laughed. The all-pro voting is media.
Yeah, which means nothing.
Well, to me, dude, that's still... Come on, all-pro
Okay, yeah. Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch are saying... And when Aiyuk's agent says, hey, he's a second-team all-pro, okay. Well, then he's automatically going to make top 4 receiver money.
But he was your best receiver. Yeah, that's all that really matters.
That's your best player.
Lombardi was on the roast this morning and said he deserves 28 to 30, he thought. Just something to think about.
Yeah, no.
Do we have that sound? Man, 28 to 30, Steiny.
Yeah, but he ain't John Lynch.
I hear you.
And he ain't Shanahan. So, I mean, I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Because I'm usually a players guy. But the NFL is set up to do this with the team and with the player. And if a team wants to do what the Niners are doing for whatever reason, and I think it has to do with they don't think he's worth $28 million.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Steiny, when you say I'm usually pro player. I think you were pro Warriors with Clay, right? After he turned down the 2 for 48? I guess I was just putting that to the test. It's 2 examples, but
I just could totally see why the Warriors didn't want Clay back, and I can completely see why maybe at this point the Niners are like, Okay.
Could it be about the guaranteed money?
I don't know.
Because that's a big part of this.
Well, it's probably about a million different things. But
yeah, okay, all good.
What?
No, he was looking for the Lombardi sound that was on with Willard and Dibbs on the Rose. But neither here nor there, man. This is, I think this is the issue. They're on every outlet. If you're into that, this looks like you don't have your house in order. It's happened all the time, and they'll get it done. But the Niners,
I disagree with that.
But they've been putting money away, I thought, for a rainy day.
Yeah,
and you're
Purdy,
right.
for Purdy.
But Steiny, we don't know if that's going up or down, and I believe it will never go away.
Well, it's not going to go up or down.
But what about this year? I think you're on record as saying, Goo, yeah, this year matters in regard to how much he gets.
I'm on record for saying I don't think the Niners look at this year as all or nothing. I mean, do they want to win the Super Bowl? Yes. Have they not been able to break the door down? Yes. But if you think for 1 minute that Shanahan and Lynch don't think this team's going to be good in 2 or 3 years, I think you're wrong. I think they're trying to build something here where they stay on top for a while. And maybe they view it as, look, we run the football. We can't have two guys. We're not the Eagles. We have a guy at running back who's our stalwart.
Well, I'll tell you what.
We can't afford it.
Yeah, going back to Lombardi's audio, if it's 28 or 30, that explains why this, like that, I believe it's 30. That's what I just think about Aiyuk. Like, I ain't mad at him.
Okay, well,
but I believe you're impressionable to the point to where your brother and your girlfriend are in your ear. This just me, Steiny, and you want that 30. And when you sat down in front of Ryan Clark and the rest of the gang, you want that Steph Curry. That's a gap. But now you got me thinking the 20 Acho, if they haven't talked since May, 26 go bye-bye.
You know, and the funny thing is like I really wanted to keep Acho on the phone, but he had to go. You know, he was saying, Aiyuk got him to the Super Bowl. He made this catch, that, and I said, well, his numbers in the playoffs were not good.
3 catches and 6
And he said,
targets.
well, he wasn't targeted. If he was targeted like Debo 10 times, and I'm thinking to myself, and listen, I'm not saying Acho's wrong, but the other side of the argument is maybe he wasn't targeted because he wasn't open.
But your boy, me, watched it last night. There were a couple overthrows. He had beat his man. It would have been big games.
Okay, so give him 30.
Okay.
I mean, okay, you know, give him 30 because he got open but didn't catch a ball.
I'm going to just say be careful what you wish for, Niners.
Nobody's wishing for this, Goo. Nobody wishes for this. But there's
a price to be paid by your decision. And if somehow you decide to trade him because you feel like you don't need him, or you miscalculate and you find out, damn, he was worth 30 if he's gone, then it's too late.
Do you know that there's a risk of giving him 30?
Interesting.
You don't think there is?
From what I've seen, I don't believe so.
I do. I mean, I just can't pay. I can understand why they do not want to give him 28 to 30 million on this particular team right here, right now, where they are.
Okay, I want to put that to test.
It's the same thing with Klay Thompson. Does it stink? Yes. But I understand why the Warriors didn't want to pay Klay Thompson as much as he wanted right here, right now.
So
it's the way it goes in pro sports.
Let me put that to the test.
Like, there's not a big deal going on here.
So when Brock is up, the market matters, or are you saying, Guru, it matters with the quarterback because he's more important than Aiyuk is to this team?
Well, I'll tell you right now, if the 49ers make Brock Purdy an offer before any other quarterback next offseason gets an offer, and it's the comparable salary to what Aiyuk's making, I guarantee you Purdy takes it. I guarantee it. I can't, but...
No, I hear you. This is something. I know people could keep, it's August 13th, July 21st, July 31st, September 6th last year with Bosa. Those are the dates. But, man, this is, and they haven't doubled back and talked to him since May, reportedly?
It's because he's been a goof. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First Norcall Credit Union. I should say maybe the 49ers think he's acting like a goof.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't advise him to do what he's done, but I'll say this about Pearsall. He's a rookie, Steiny, and you think he can play 17 and he's got something allegedly going on now?
Yeah,
it ain't been hit?
I think they got Pearsall and they have Juwan Jennings. And I mean,
who doubled?
Part of me is like, who the hell is Aiyuk?
I'm BA.
One good year. He had one good year. He didn't block his first 2 years in the league, but Kyle didn't even want to put him on the field. Telmo in San Francisco. What's up, Telmo? How you doing, man? No individual is bigger than the team.
What's up, baby?
Don't you ever forget it.
So here, check this out. So at the beginning of this whole, negotiating the extension, the whole talk was like, hey, they're going to pay Aiyuk, and then at the end of the season, they're going to likely let go of Debo or maybe even have to move off Kittle. We know Brock Purdy needs to get paid. The Trent Williams situation after next season, they might need another stalwart on the line, a veteran presence, a real dependable kind of shore up that O-line. So here's what I'm thinking. Since they offered him that offer and he said no because he thinks he's top 3 in the league or whatever, they brought in Pearsall and that other receiver they drafted. They might have seen stuff at camp that they liked. They brought Juwan Jennings back. Debo's been in the lab. He's been getting leaner and quicker.
Yeah.
And they might have said, hey, man, we want you to play more and stay off on the field. We're not going to run you in these run plays. We got McCaffrey. We're going to use you as a wide receiver, and you're going to get more touches that way. Hey, Kittle, we're going to get you the ball again because we miss you catching the ball the way you used to. And then they have all these other options that they're like, you know what? Maybe we just save that $26 million, and next year when we either need to pay a lineman or we need to pay Brock Purdy, we have a lot more flexibility. And in the meantime, we have all these other things that we think can make up that production as by committee, whether Debo, Kittle, Juwan Jennings getting more or some of the rookies getting involved.
Telmo, let me ask you this before you go. Do you feel that way now, or when they announced that Pearsall was their draft pick, did you start feeling like you're looking at the handwriting on the wall? Because that's when it first hit for me. When they drafted Pearsall, I said, oh, somebody's leaving.
Yeah, when they drafted Pearsall, you really saw that it was either going to be Aiyuk or Debo, right? So you kind of knew the writing on the wall was for one of them, and I think the consensus was it was Debo. But since this whole scenario's played out differently, and I think people have liked what they've seen from Pearsall in camp, and you've seen the videos of Debo. He's fast now. He's out there running with them young guys, and they were showing his top speed, and I think he's ready to become go back to being more of a receiver, taking less impact on his body because they want him to be healthy. So you got Debo, you got Juwan Jennings, you got Pearsall, you got Christian McCaffrey who can catch the ball. You can throw to Kittle more again. You have so many other options that they're like $30 million. That just doesn't make sense for us to pay you that much money when we have these other options, and we know in a year from now or 2 years from now we need to use that money.
Well, yeah. They tell Mo. I mean, I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think you're right on the money with what the 49ers are thinking. I mean, in Kyle and Lynch we trust.
Yeah, but I'll say this.
You know what? They know he stinks.
No, it's not even about that, Stoddy. They got some misses at wide receivers since they've been here, the Niners. And now you get a dude that makes second pro all team.
But media vote. But
it's
still, a media vote.
No, but my point is, Stoddy.
You know he's not a top 4 receiver.
Well, damn, there's 32 teams.
Well, that's my point. If he's second team all pro and you're going to bring that to the table, that means he's one of the top 4 receivers. 2 receivers on the first team, 2 receivers on the second team. He's not. He's not a top 4 receiver.
Okay, forget that for a minute. How important? Like you really have an inflated opinion of Brock Purdy to where you feel like you could lose. But for the people that say, oh, just let him go, he ain't worth it, and expect Brock Purdy to be Brock Purdy, I think you haven't been watching. Aiyuk is a bad dude.
Right, and I think we're kidding ourselves if we think 1 year from now the 49ers are going to have Brock Purdy at 55, Brandon Aiyuk at 30, Deebo Samuel at 25, Christian McCaffrey at 18, Trent Williams at blah, 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 Bosa at blah, 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 blah. It's like,
I always thought Deebo was the odd man out, and he even had spoke to it this past off season. Basically, like he could see the handwriting on the wall. Why would, if you know Aiyuk is your guy moving forward,
they don't. Why do you say they know? They clearly don't. They don't think he's as good as he thinks he is right now.
And I thought the injury history between him and Deebo was, point goes to Aiyuk, that it wasn't even close, that I thought Deebo would be the odd man out.
Well, maybe they're saying, we understand why Deebo gets hurt because he runs hard every single play. And not that Aiyuk doesn't, but we understand why Deebo's more injury prone because of his style.
Yeah.
Bobby's in Los Altos.
Bobby.
What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I think, first of all, look, I'm always going to feel for the player. Obviously, when you have 53 people, as a fan, I'm frustrated because I'm always going to be a fan of the team and not particularly a player. But you can't blame Aiyuk. I think, first of all, this is a pretty simple contract negotiation. I think that Deebo's was a lot more complicated because it came down to, am I a wide receiver? Am I a running back? How are you going to pay me? I play with such hard contact, I'm probably going to get hurt. So how much, are they going to figure that one out? And obviously it got done before the season started. So with Aiyuk, I feel like it's pretty simple. You guys keep talking about AAV when I think really what it comes down to is how much guaranteed money is he going to get. I think as long as they give him a higher percentage or a higher amount of guaranteed money than the number 2 receivers, then I think this will get done pretty quickly. Now, you guys keep saying about Aiyuk, and obviously I don't know. They gave him a number, whatever it was, to 26, and he turned it down because he thought he was worth more. I'm going to counter by saying I think he thought, look, I know Jefferson's going to get a contract renegotiation or a new contract. I want to see what the new number is, so that is the new ceiling. So I think actually Aiyuk was pretty smart to wait because he knew that Jefferson was going to blow the roof off whatever the highest contract was, and then he could work from there. So I don't think you guys are being really fair to him.
But Bobby, that's how he got burnt. That's how, and I got to say, we love you, B, but for you to say simple and the guy is requested a trade, I think that train has left the station, and then you're right. That's what I just told Steiny. He probably was like, let these other guys blow it and, blow the market open, and then I'll come get mine. But the Niners said not so fast.
Hey, shoot, I wish Bobby would have hung on there, but because the guaranteed number was $66 million. That's what was reported, Bobby, as the guarantee. And I'll tell you this right now. I'll bet you any money that one of the reasons the 49ers gave him that offer at that time was because they didn't want to compare him to Jefferson and the guys who are going to get paid big money. They said, hey, look, we'll start. You know what? Why don't you set the market? 26, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but he didn't bite.
Exactly. He didn't. And now the Niners are saying, okay.
Oh, man.
You didn't bite.
Oh, man.
Here's the other thing, and this is what I mean about sorry, but it's like if you say, hey, I react to new information, okay, I'll give you that. I will give you that. So now let's take a look at it. When they extended Deebo Samuel, they didn't have Christian McCaffrey. They didn't have Brock Purdy. I think their quarterback was Garoppolo.
Yeah, you're right.
They had no weapons at that point other than Kittle. They had to pay Deebo at that point because he was their most dynamic offensive player. Now they've got Deebo and McCaffrey. So that's just circumstance.
Who have both been paid.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. The circumstances have changed.
And that's why I went on my my little tirade earlier about, nothing stays open forever. And I know the Niners, the future is bright, especially if Brock Purdy's the guy. But, Stoney, sometimes in sports, you got to cash that chip. And I just feel like they're playing with fire.
Brandon Aiyuk should have cashed that chip.
Oh, man.
He should have cashed that chip, clearly.
Or they could be stalling them out.
Yeah.
And Tuesday of next week, before we're out there with the roast for training camp, something gets done. But they ain't. Acho said since May.
That's right. Because the guy turned down 26.
And we're going to it, my spouse and I, and she ain't called me in a month. Oh, Steiny, it's like, oh boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Mm-hmm. And I'm surprised that you don't.
Look at Carter like, what's good talking about? You'll get there one day, bud. But nah, you know what? Come on, man.
No.
I'm Team Aiyuk.
I know you are. And that's why I'm Team 49ers.
Shocker.
We got to go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our guy.
He's in Hayward. Hey, Grandpa, set your boy Guru straight, please.
Listen, Guru, I love your heart, man. I really do. It's really good to have a good heart, Guru, and you have that. But it's pragmatism, bro. Look, I'm a businessman. Guru, he's right, dude. You don't need it. You got Kittle. You got Debo, Jennings, and you're gonna have Pearsall. They don't need Aiyuk. You know, Aiyuk is like he's a legend in his own mind, homie. When you got an ego like that big, you don't need an ego that big, bro. You know, you got to let it go. You ain't all that in a bag of chips plus tax. You know what? Go get your money, homie. Trust the system. Shanahan and Lynch, they've been doing it. Look, we got to the Super Bowl. They can do it, guys. I'm serious. We don't need Aiyuk. I mean, hey, I'm pro get your money, but how much money do you need to get? I'm going to tell you something right now, and I'm going to end with this. All these guys make too much money, bro. If you ask me, freaking all of them. I mean, really, come on, let's keep it real, man. How much money you make? How much money I make? They make way too much money for playing sports. Come on, dog. Come on, they need to put a cap on that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the wrong word. Put a cap on it, baby.
Pay the teachers of the world.
Wait, doesn't Grandpa owe us something?
What?
Didn't you lose a bet to us last year?
No, you bet, and you and him.
What was our bet?
I bet that the Niners would make it to the Super Bowl.
Please.
And they did.
No, you said they'd win it.
I didn't say they would win. No.
So I
just put my money on.
He paid. Remember, he had
put
the
my
money
on. They would make it to the. Hey, ask Dibs. Ask Mark and Dibs. I said my money is they'll make it to the Super Bowl.
So are you telling me I lost the bet to you?
No, you didn't lose the bet to me, Tiny. I just said I put my money up to the game,
Gotcha.
the 95-7 the game, and I won. And then Mark gave the money to his kid, remember?
Oh, yes, I got you. Hey, Grandpa, you're the best, man. Thank you so much for calling. Love you. I need to respond to a YouTube texter. Guy named Dennis. Mm-hmm. We call people out on the YouTube chat, Dennis. Steiny shilling for big corporations while Goo is for the common man getting the bag.
I'll let it get
now this is nuanced.
You reap what you sow,
This is nuanced, Dennis. I am not shilling for big corporations or the Niners. What I'm saying is this is what the system wrought. I
Aiyuk is saying, no, it ain't, because the market tells me I should be getting 30 easy.
No, it doesn't. And the Niners are saying, no, the market doesn't. You are not in that league. You have a lot of nerve thinking you're Justin Jefferson. You've got a lot of nerve thinking you're
to you guys,
Tyreek
I
Hill.
am. I'm your best receiver. Miss me with the Justin Jefferson. I'm a top flight receiver to you.
On a running team. Sorry.
No, you ain't. How'd that work for you in the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah. So they're one of the best two teams.
And he was
Brandon
overthrown
Aiyuk
in the Super Bowl, Steiny.
No,
I told you, that's fresh in my mind.
Okay.
Two or three passes
It
over.
stinks, Goo.
Please. I said, Burrow would have hit that
He's
pass.
run of the mill.
Now you're going Jag.
He's above average.
I'm trying to see Juwan Jennings walk back that tweet yesterday because you can't walk it back. You got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you not. You can't walk that back. That was for my friend Charles. Dude, that's about your teammate requesting a trade.
Yeah, I believe it was. And I believe that Juwan Jennings and the Niners probably know that Brandon Aiyuk turned down $26 million a year, and they're like, really, dude?
Man.
Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know.
What we know is he's disgruntled.
Oh, that's a shame.
We'll find out more.
That's a shame. He's disgruntled.
When they got a report and the mics are in his face.
He's disgruntled. Oh, Brandon Aiyuk's disgruntled.
He wants to trade.
Oh, boy. Well, Brandon Aiyuk's going to hold the 49ers hostage. This organization, sorry, we're bigger than one guy.
Wants to trade, Steiny.
Guess what? You don't get it. Oh, here's the way it is in the NFL. Oh, you want $30 million? Yeah, no, sorry. You want to get traded? Yeah, sorry.
We'll see if they're that cutthroat.
You got two options.
Right, we'll see.
Play for 14 or go home.
The Niners could ruin him, too. I mean, they could, in effect, make him stay on the team this year and then franchise tag him for 2 years of him sitting out.
Yeah.
Don't forget, if he sits out, he loses a year of service time.
Yeah, and man, could you imagine him getting hurt if he plays for 15 and gets hurt?
Oh, my God.
Like tears an ACL or Achilles or something.
Okay.
I mean, then you'd be like, whoa, man, Niner could have played.
I wouldn't. That's the NFL.
It would be a bad look.
For who?
The Niners.
No, it wouldn't. I don't think it would, Goo. Like, they're just doing business. Like, I don't think the 49ers are doing this personally. They have a budget. He refused to sign, apparently.
Well, he should know then. No reason to hold out. If they've told you that deal has gone bye-bye, you should be telling Ryan Clarks of the world, and I know it was earlier, man, I'm going to play for 15 because I love the game. I got to get out there. But it sounds like that 26 is gone.
My fams on the YouTube chat says Steiny don't want to pay anyone, LOL. No, we got to get Pods' money.
No, Curry's
Pods got to get his money.
August 6th.
Oh, yeah, I'll pay Curry. I'll absolutely pay Curry on August 6th. You have to. See, I'm a smart businessman.
Please.
I don't let guys run roughshod over me. This guy didn't even block for 2 years. This guy was in Shanahan's doghouse because he didn't play hard.
He got out of it.
Yeah. And that's why
now he wants his money.
You got out of it. You got out of it 2 years too late. Well, maybe if you would have been a better soldier your rookie and second year, you'd get 30. But you know what? You dogged it.
Carter, you think he gets paid before week 1 against the Jets?
I'm looking at the history of what the Niners have done, and I'm just going to say,
I think that's where this thing is going, man.
Okay, but how much?
Enough for him to say, I'll take it. Because at this point, it doesn't matter how much they'll do, how much it takes. How much it takes.
How much it costs.
I think he wants 30. He ain't getting 30.
It's the only thing that matters, what they want to pay.
Well, he's not getting 30.
Oh, well.
That I'm confident in. But that 26 is probably still there, and that might be 27.
I'm pretty sure it's not there. That's why they haven't talked since May. Aiyuk butchered this. Like Joe Shasky.
No, that's a 4.
Like Sam the Butcher on
Alice.
The Brady Bunch.
That was Alice.
I'm kidding about paying Podziemski.
Oh,
stop.
He don't get nothing for 3 more years.
The 408's right. The 480's right. Now, I would like to pay Sean Jelly.
No.
We'll pay him by the inch. Yeah, Sean. Jeff's in San Jose. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey. Dynamite.
All right. So, Guru, do you think they offered 26? Do you think he would have taken 28?
There's no doubt he would have taken 28.
Right? So we're talking $2 million a year for 4 years. So at the end of the day, his agent has to look him in the face and say, you know what? You want like 110, and they're going to give you 102. And you want to walk away from that because that's disrespectful. $2 million a year.
That's what I told Steiny. It can't be that close, though. It can't be that close.
Why is it not? They offered 26. He wants 30. You just said you think he'd take 28.
But the point is now, I believe after talking to Acho, that the Niners have rescinded that offer, so there's nothing on the table.
Well, yeah, but still, why didn't back in May? Why does his agent dude, you've got no leverage.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got you now.
You're willing to take 28, but you won't take 26?
Yeah, I totally get that thought process, but again, we could be missing a nuggy nug here, but I get what he's saying, Stoney. You won't take 28. You'll take 28, but you won't take 26, and now it's gone.
Kevin, get in here and say this right, because I'll butcher it. You want to bring up T. Higgins. T. Higgins, another guy twice the receiver Aiyuk is.
Well, first of all, my name is Ken.
Go ahead.
So let's get that out of the way.
One more time.
That is the funniest.
Ken.
His name's Ken.
You said Kevin.
I'm sorry.
I don't know who Kevin is.
That's why I got to stick to K.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That's our thing, K.
Well, what I was trying to bring up to you on the side here is that, T. Higgins requested a trade back in March. And, he's the number 2 wide receiver out there in Cincinnati with Jamar Chase. And, everyone's like, well, where's he going to go? And the Bengals stood pat. They're saying, we don't care what you want. This is what we're going to do because we have all the power. We got the power.
And we got a Jamar Chase, too.
Exactly. And so do the Niners with Deebo Samuel. So Higgins was like, well, okay, we'll see who blinks first. And it seems like, the Bengals are going to make out because he signed the tender for 21.8, excuse me. And Schefter's still reporting that even though he's reporting to training camp, Higgins, the long-term deal for the Bengals is not going to happen. So, do you guys think that this could basically be the same parallels as it would be with Aiyuk?
That's brilliant. It's brilliant.
The parallels are there.
Yes.
But I just don't think Brandon Aiyuk is going to risk getting rolled up on or getting hurt for 15 milli. So I think this thing is just getting started. And if he has to prove
that.
No, I do.
What about Elijah Mitchell, who's making $6 million? He should be afraid to get rolled up on. He'd be in a worse spot.
But it's different, man.
Is it? Wide receivers, they don't get hurt.
Enrique Rivera on the chat. Shanahan's the system, not BA.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Well, they got a problem. They better get it. Parag, where are you?
Here you go. 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Put it in the cap, Guru and Steiny. Aiyuk gets $30 million for one season, or else the Niners play without him. Next season, he becomes a free agent, even if the Niners win the Super Bowl, meaning they wouldn't then franchise.
Wow.
That's what Acho said. Why don't you just give him 30 for 1 year? And you know what? The Niners are like, I'll tell you what we'll do. Since you're a good little thumper, we'll give you 25 for 1 year. Because you stuck it to us by thinking we disrespected you for 26. Well, he's got no juice.
Yeah,
maybe if he would have been on a Super Bowl winning team, they'd pay him 30.
If he wouldn't have got overthrown a few times, maybe you wouldn't have.
Maybe if he could get off the line.
Steiny, stop.
The reason he doesn't get targeted.
Second team All-Pro.
Media.
What does that mean?
It means they don't know anything. If you think Kyle Shanahan, that's all they do, watch.
Oh, boy.
They don't know how to study it. They think they know. And I'm including me in here, but they don't know. You know who does know? Kyle and John Lynch, my favorite executives.
Because they've won how many Super Bowls? I'll wait.
6-3 in the postseason.
Oh, good God.
Better than
me with that.
That's better than
the Super Bowl.
Better than 30 of the last 32 teams. We're number 2.
Please.
We're number 2.
I know Niner fans that say, when we go, Randy Cross on line 1, we win.
That was 14 years ago.
But they're 0-3.
Exactly. Exactly.
Should have beat the Ravens.
And they're 0-2 with Brandon Aiyuk as their wide receiver. All right. Is it time? 888-957-9570. Now's your time to jump in and correct Goo on anything that he said and agree with me on most of what No, I'm just kidding. You can rip me. Come on and rip me. Say I'm a company man.
Dennis says he loves you even when you're wrong. You got to love that.
So that's only been, once or twice in the last
hour.
17 years. Hey, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey on Friday. Listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, and 5:11 with myself and Guru for your chance. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
They're on the 12th hole, and they send me a picture of a rattlesnake right next to the ball.
Ouch.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All right, in the words of Richard Vernon, the principal in Breakfast Club.
That is wow.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
You going Molly Ringwald on
and
me?
Aiyuk is getting the horns right now.
Now.
Yeah. That's one thing crossed off. By the way, we're talking about Brandon Aiyuk, and 925 says, yeah, the reason
I was just about to
the
read
reason
it.
Brandon Aiyuk doesn't get targets is because he's a true wideout, not a gadget player running screens. There's another reason you don't pay him 30. He can't run a screen route.
Please.
Oh gosh. Business is business, Goo.
Yeah,
it's a business.
This is fascinating.
It's a business.
Next Wednesday.
What about it?
It's camp. Football is here, bud.
Not for Aiyuk.
Well,
sign. Just like, what is it, Glenn Gary? Get him to sign on the line that is dotted.
Wow, man. He had his chance, it sounds like.
Yeah. How about this one? Hey, Brandon, why don't you channel your inner Jalen Brunson and take a little bit off the top?
Wow, man.
Take a little bit of a haircut. And let me tell you this, you ain't even in Brunson's league.
Man.
You know, Brunson was second team all NBA.
Who the media? You kill me.
Mm-hmm. How so, buddy?
Just how you flip stuff to fit your narrative, and then
that's what everybody does.
But you contradict yourself a lot.
Never.
I don't call you out as much.
Never.
As you, please.
I don't contradict myself because I'm precise with my words. I never say, oh, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't deserve $30 million. I say, maybe the Niners don't think Brandon Aiyuk is worth $30 million. Big difference.
Oh, boy.
Should we get to Carlito?
Yeah, let's do this, man.
He wants the Niners to pay Aiyuk, so we're not going to take that.
Oh, there it is.
Carlito, what's up, buddy? How you doing, my man?
Gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to have to side with Guru on this one. Listen, if we were talking about some average player, I would agree with you, Steiny, but this is a guy, this is an integral part of the system. Integral part of the system, and they need to take care of him. By the way, I heard a report Skip Bayless is leaving FS1. That's a great host. Maybe you could get a job on 95.7. Thank you, guys.
Was Carlito trying to stick it to us?
No, I thought he was going to say we should try to get Skip's job on TV, Steiny.
You should.
Put your glasses back on. We've had our moments, but never that.
That was a great one.
Yeah,
that was a great one.
The day you called me a liar, though, I'll never forget. You pointed at me. Carter, you missed it.
You weren't.
Yeah, the old building.
Well, okay. Now we're even because of the text you sent me 2 days ago.
I was just playing, man.
I was just playing when I called you a liar.
You were having an anxiety attack, and Evan and I were looking at you through the text, and I knew if I said something, it would get you right back. And it did.
Hey, this has just been on my mind. So the Warriors are considering trading for Markkanen.
Yeah.
The player for Utah.
Lowry Markkanen.
Well, let's go to Sarah Todd, who works for the Deseret News. By the way, Evan, the producer's not here. But remember when I said, who does Sarah Todd work for again? And he goes, the Desert News. And I was like, that's Deseret. It's in Utah. Anyway, hope he's having a great time in Stockholm. Well, he's not here. He's out of the country. This is Sarah. This is how you pronounce Markkanen's first name.
He's a good offensive player, but how good is Lauri Markkanen? And is he worth it for the Warriors front? I guess they would determine whether or not he's worth it, but who is Lauri Markkanen? Tell us, enlighten us about Lauri.
Yeah, first of all, it's kind of a publicity tour as everyone's wanting to talk to me about Lowry this summer. Like, the important thing is that it's Lowry, like Mike Lowry, like Kyle Lowry. So if he ends up being a Warrior, that would be important information for everyone.
Especially for me, Lowry Markkanen.
Lowry.
Yeah. There we go.
Sarah Todd,
such a good sport. Okay, relax.
You scare me, Bonte.
Oh boy, It
doesn't matter what your name is.
No, but I know what she is, but that wasn't the way she did it. And he played it perfect. But hey, lady, we invited you on.
Hey, 925 gets it on the Xfinity mobile text line. They tried to pay Aiyuk. He said no.
So what happens now? Show up for the Jeff Hostetler?
Yep.
15.
14, actually.
He was 15.
Fauci. Be a little, isn't he? Wasn't Dan Fouts 14?
14, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was after you bloop. Anyway, good job,
I haven't blown anything today. I've been on point.
Dude, you had me and Carter been playing a little game on you.
Wait, what?
Me and Carter.
What are you doing?
And your rebuttals have been just McEnroe-like, just returning the serve. Why do I even try to tell him what we've been doing, Carter? He'll get fixated. Did you sniff?
I did.
Carter's been like, you can't stop, Steiny.
And hopefully this guy's on the way home. I know he's not here. I'll tell you what, the boss flat out insulted me today.
We've been
You were
flown.
there. Yeah, you were there when it happened.
I don't remember an insult.
Okay.
We've been flown.
Okay. Pre-show, let me set it up.
Oh, boy.
We're having a pre-show meeting, and we're talking about Aiyuk. And I said, well, let's figure out who in that class got paid yet, or who's been paid and who hasn't. And he goes, okay. And I'm like, well, okay, that was the draft with Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb. I think Judy might have been in that draft.
Correct.
Henry Ruggs was in that draft. Aiyuk was in that draft. And he looks back and he's like, how do you know this? I wanted to punch him. What do you mean, how do I know this?
But he was giving you love.
Wow, and then I looked at him and I said, check T. Higgins, but I know he was a second rounder. And he's like, did I actually hire a sports host who knows sport? Like, what do you think I do?
But you're being a little Scottie Pippen. You're being a little sensitive. He was giving you love.
Go down that whole draft. Nail them all.
Well, do it, mouth. That's your. You hate when people use your word.
No, it's funny. You got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Dude, we haven't brought any of our bits over yet.
What do you mean?
We got to do a gripe tomorrow. Remember how the bits from 10 to 2, we haven't done anything. Like normally we got 20 minutes left, 15 probably.
There are no bits when you're drive time, okay? There are bits when you're in the middays. Right. Nobody cares about the midday. That's when we're at our best.
Do we bat 8th in the midday, Stoney?
Yeah, I golfed today, Go.
What'd you shoot?
I'm going to tell you.
This is after this is how I see it.
Yeah.
After the failure at the tournament. Oh, my bad, I'm playing with you.
I think I finished. There were 40 guys. I think I finished like 26th.
Were you looking at your watch, knowing I can't be late? That had to stink, though, man. For real.
Yeah. So today I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens
and had a great front. Shot a 40 on the front.
Fell off.
On 10, I missed it. Oh, God, I had a par putt. I missed it, and then it went downhill. And the next thing you know, I'm looking at my watch saying, okay, if I get out of here at 10:30, I get back.
Is that when I start sending you text messages?
That's why I texted you first, because I was like,
I getting away from me.
Yeah, exactly. No. I was.
My bad.
I was it wasn't your. No, I appreciated what you did. I was just on the golf course like, oh God, when am I going to get? I'm going to be nervous. I didn't prep. And now you say, well, you don't prep any other day. So there you go.
Hold on, I'm trying to. What? Goo. Yeah. Stoney is a pro at flipping stuff for the betterment of the show. Mm-hmm. He geeks up whatever narrative will keep the show moving. Mm-hmm. It's a business.
Yep.
Show business, Stoney is one of the greats. I called you Radnich.
There you go.
I don't want to take it back.
Evan is in Stockholm, not Oslo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's nighttime where he's at?
Probably, but it doesn't get dark there a lot.
Now, what does that mean?
This is what bothers me about you. I've mentioned this a million times. What am I fascinated with?
Docks.
The Arctic.
All right.
In the Arctic, in the summer, it's daylight 23 hours a day. In the winter, it's dark 23 hours a day.
I'm out.
It's fascinating up there north of the Arctic Circle.
Like
something to do with
the adjustments to life during the seasons.
It's based on the sun.
Thank you. But why?
Why does the sun do different things over there than it does here?
It's all about rotation.
But there's only one sun.
And revolution.
The equator.
Kay, explain it to him, because I can't.
I went to James Logan. I know. I'm just telling you there's one sun.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you ever been to Seattle, there's times. You never been there?
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are times, especially, in the winter time, the sun's axis is tilted, or the Earth's axis is tilted. So the sun, you get so much sunlight during that time.
But then it tilts the other way.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got solar panels.
God,
if when the sun's out, you create, you know what I'm saying,
sure.
Sonny?
Yeah, sure. Hey, boy, I have a lot on my sheet that we didn't get to.
Miscellaneous?
Yes, and
This is why the earth is round.
I almost want to get into this one, but we don't have enough time. Maybe we'll save it again.
If it's juicy, save it, Sonny.
It's not that juicy.
We'll give it to us.
But I heard it again on our radio. I heard it. I'm not going to say who. Willard.
Oh, Will.
No. These people throw it around cavalierly. Oh, well, Clay's going to get a statue. Really? I've done some research. Okay, I've done research.
We're talking about Joe Lacob, though.
I've done research. You know how many players have statues outside of arenas?
I'm being honest. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going Ken Stabler. I'm going to say 12.
13.
Damn!
If Scottie Pippen does not have a statue, Draymond and Clay should not get a statue.
But then that's what you've been lobbying against all show, the market. Just because their stuff got stinky amongst them and the organization doesn't mean that that should apply to the Warriors.
They can't dumb it down, okay?
But these two dudes are going to the Hall of Fame.
That's
Dre
great.
And
Clay. And Chris Mullin's in the Hall of Fame. George Mikan, he's got one in Minnesota.
And I love Mully. I'm a friend, Steiny. He didn't win.
He's not really a friend.
Of mine. He didn't win I called him when I was with Mark.
He says guru or what?
No, he's remember that one. Hey, he's got Curry. They got 4 rings. That's different than being just a Hall of Famer.
They shouldn't have statues.
There should be some cement.
Like in Utah, Stockton and Malone. That I get that.
With no chip.
Yeah, but it's Salt Lake City.
What does that mean?
It means they'll put a statue up of any athlete that stays there for more than 15 years.
I don't like the Bull comp because they fell out. That's why Scotty's got disrespected.
In Dallas, they have one statue, Dirk Nowitzki. They don't have one of Jason Kidd.
Mark Aguirre?
Please. They will get, it's Curry gets the statue and Draymond and Clay get their numbers retired. It's not that hard.
Don't be shocked if it's different than what you think. That's all.
But that's the thing. And we talk about this all the time. You give 3 statues out to those guys, it's just like a participation trophy award.
What about the Spurs? Anything of Duncan? Nothing?
No, not yet. Hold on, let me see.
What's the whole Wemby? I'm sure he'll have one soon.
Here's the guys I got: Stockton and Malone.
Yep.
The Lakers have a bunch, but they're all from different eras.
But I love it. Give it to me.
They got Magic. Will Chamberlain's got one in Philly. I think Iverson just got one in Philly, but it's like the size of a bobblehead.
I didn't like that one at all.
Kareem, Jerry West, Dominique Wilkins.
Thank you, Atlanta.
Mm-hmm. Shaq, Elgin Baylor, Kobe. I got Nowitzki, Akeem Olajuwon, and Julius Erving. I don't think Clay and Draymond are in that group. I really don't. Well, they're great. Retire their numbers. Do you know how much cement costs? Do you know how much it costs to lay cement?
Well, that's why it's so special.
That's why
Willie Mays is out there in front, 3rd and King.
Now, are you really gonna?
That was perfect. Like whoever thought of that was right. You know what I mean?
No, Lacob never said they were getting one, but everybody says, "Oh, 3 statues."
We said Durant's jersey's going to get retired.
That's a good one. I don't know.
No, he left. I wouldn't do it. And
now this is a great. This is a great point. The 925 says, "What if there's one statue of the big 3?" No.
No what? It's not your money nor your cement, bud. You don't have any control. But we appreciate your opinion.
You cannot put Clay and Draymond in the category.
So you're saying
of
that would
Steph
take
Curry.
away from Steph?
Now, you know what? I'll meet you all halfway.
What if they're three outside, like Clay and Dre together, and they want a Steph?
No, if you're going to do all three, you do them together, but you make sure Curry is bigger than the other two. Curry's in the middle, and I wouldn't
like the message that was sending. Just leave me off of it.
No,
then.
If
you're going to dwarf me.
You know what all the players are doing now when they post up a small guy and they go too small?
And I can't.
So Curry should have the too small right next to Draymond and Clay.
Who was going at it with Draymond and he did it to him? Oh, man, it was so funny. Yeah. I forget who.
I mean, the hell. Barbosa. Instrumental.
Oh, he was great. The Brazilian Blur.
I never liked that nickname.
He loved it. And he was fast.
Mount Cherry Pick more.
But him and Phoenix,
Leandro Barbosa.
Well, him and Eddie House in Phoenix?
Yeah, they went 500 one year.
Eddie got a ring, baby. Two of my friends got rings in the league.
I'll take this. Steph gets a big statue outside, and Clay and Dre get something inside.
There
Busts.
you go.
Yeah, you know what? There you go, 5-1-0.
But let's put it right on the table about busts. They've been getting a lot of them wrong, man. Like, who the hell is that? That ain't, I won't say which, that ain't Steiny. Get it right, man. And the Iverson making them that small, that was, I was in my feelings.
Still bigger than he was.
He was a badass.
He was also 5'9".
Let me guess his shooting percentage. Iverson was bad.
It's so funny.
You didn't say that. Well, I appreciate it talking about his field goal percentage.
He stunk at field goal. His field goal percentage was an embarrassment.
But at the game of basketball, he was a Hall of Famer.
I guess.
Yeah. Pick and choose.
Yeah. Couldn't get it done.
Rookie of the year, Angel Reese.
Right.
Steiny, she's a double-double machine.
Yeah, Caitlin.
Oh, my God.
Look at the fever hanging in again. Hanging in again.
Hey, they're getting co-MVPs, right?
Probably.
Yeah. You think you would do it that way.
Well, it's up to the media. And I'll tell you what, if Angel Reese wins the Rookie of the Year, she's going to go to her team in Chicago and say, I deserve a raise. I was second team All-NBA on media.
Well, her week consisted of hearing Jaylen Brown whisper, Bronny's not a pro. That was so great. I'm rooting for the kid.
Don't save it.
No, seriously.
Save it after you ripped him for 2 hours on a show last week.
No, I ripped the premise of him.
Please.
The ideal of him. But I love kids.
What's the difference? His dad got him into the NBA. You won a contest.
But when you use the Lacob comp, it is the worst. The corporate comp is the worst. This is the perfect professional sports. Banking and all that oil, all that stuff happens. It's my dad. You know who he is. Here's your desk.
You have an overinflated opinion of how people think about sports. You know, there are a lot of people out there that don't give a rat's ass about sports.
No, but you can't. Even if you don't, the most.
Oh, really?
1% of the 1% are pro athletes.
Oh, really? Who do you think's more famous, Elon Musk or Bronny James? In your face. Uh-huh. Muskie.
I'm laughing. I don't want to keep
what are you doing after? You got anything going?
Yeah, I got to get going. Yeah. Tomorrow, Payday Friday.
Tomorrow's
What are we
Thursday.
doing then? I know, Payday's Friday.
Well, I think we're going
to gym workouts in. It makes a difference. But then we go
That's
back
funny.
to Fat Boy on Monday because we got to get up with the chickens.
You've mentioned that you've worked out.
No, dude.
Now, 4 times in this show. I've worked out too, and I don't say anything about it.
And you ain't mentioned my hot, crunchy Cheetos over here too.
And you don't 300 calorie Red Bull?
No, it's a 7-Up. No more Red Bull.
140, I'll bet. Look at the calories in that thing.
How did he guess it?
Because
140.
every soda's 140. 140. Red Bull, what's that, like 2-something?
270.
What do you,
they fell off.
We're not quite.
I'm getting slimmer. Headphones falling off.
Steiny, do you have a sign-off figured out?
Dude, we come up with something right now. You can't.
Oh.
That ain't you. But go ahead, Steiny. I'd love to hear it.
Well, let me think of one. Maybe I'll come up with one for Friday. Mm-hmm.
Now, why not tomorrow?
Angel Reese isn't good. She has no shot. That's from the 925. Not me. Not me.
She's I love both of them.
Somebody right underneath, a different person saying, how many of those rebounds and those double-doubles were off her own missed layup?
Oh, my. I'm going to give him a 3 on that one.
Oh, boy.
Have you hit a wall?
No, I haven't actually.
No, just a week. This is hump day. Tomorrow's Thursday. I just hate we're going back to regular. I've never been good at faking. And we're not faking.
Wait a minute.
We're like, this is a trial run. We're doing it for the fans in Jack's restaurant, but we eventually got to go back home.
I can't wait.
But
so you really do like this better than
the gym and then chilling, getting ready, you notice my thoughts for the show have just
I'll tell you what.
They've improved, Starty, like, I'm in a zone.
I'll tell you what. Nahigian tries to make this permanent, and I'm asking for Aiyuk money.
Bonte again today said he likes this.
Everybody likes it except me.
Dibs and Willard.
Dibs and Willard love it. You like it. Shasky and Bonte like it.
You're the only one, bud.
Yeah, well,
get in the
game. How much time we got here? What time did we get out on this thing?
That's what I meant by the wall.
56?
I'm fighting.
Could I get out of 57?
Oh, we got 4 minutes.
90 seconds.
Oh, no.
90
Clock's
seconds.
different over here. What do you got going after? Because you already got your exercise in.
Yeah, I know.
Do some curls.
I might take a little walk around the city.
You say that.
Around the city.
You don't ever do it.
Yes, I do. I may take a little walk down to Sam's.
You seen the condos on Treasure Island? My spot. Dude, they're humongous.
I saw the one right by the Bay Bridge looks like a school. It does not look like an apartment complex. You know what I'm talking about.
Said a school.
It looks like a school.
Hey, I stare at it every time I felt like, damn.
I'm looking for the yellow buses outside. I mean, seriously. There's a bad apartments out there. Now, if you live in them.
They cost, though. Yeah.
Everything costs.
You got to be...
The place is a joke.
Cali's a joke. Hell on earth.
You said it, not me. You said it. How much time we got now? 56:25.
There we go, baby.
26. And we got best of coming up at 6, right? Just rerun our last hour. Come on. You know it and I know it.
You've been struggling, but you got me back with that one.
Goodness gracious.
And Nahigian didn't mean anything by him being shocked you knew the draft.
I know he didn't mean anything by it, but it was a sign. It's a sign. And I'm going to stick it to him tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Matt Nahigian, our boss.
Oh, boy, our guy.
Oh, God, I'd run through a brick wall for him.
Stotty, real quick, WNBA on. You don't have to replay every play.
All righty. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 to 6, on a jacked up weekend thanks to Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Mm-hmm.